I'm your host of Peace. Sorry about that. But as you see, I'm here in the office / spare room / place where I do all the editing. And we've been around for 5 years. So 2025 will be year number 6. And to end the year, we decided to do kind of a best of some of the shows that we've done over the 5 years. And we have the ability to do it in what they call on the platform that we use a playlist. So instead of just playing a different show every day for the week or so, I decided, why don't we just do a long ass stream of some of these fun shows that we've done over the course of 5 years. What some people may not know was when this show started, it was audio only. And I always wanted to keep it audio only, not wanting to really show my face. But here we are. But in the early days, even when Pascal was on, there were different audio only shows and streaming shows. We used to stream 2 days, 1 or 2 days a week, and it turned into 3, and now it's like damn near. But anyway, we have some fun first appearances. For those that haven't seen it, we have the first appearance of Norman Finkelstein, which started off the whole Finkelstein phenomenon, if you will. Some early episodes of Adolph Reed, Pascal Gall's first appearance on the show as well. So sit back, popcorn ready. It should be what I think is a pretty interesting ride. You'll see my backdrop change quite a bit as I was in flux for a bit before I settled down here in Mexico. So even when I first came here doing the show in different areas of the house, trying to figure out where the best connection for the Wi-Fi was my first time here. Oh, it was worse than it is now. Pretty decent now. Man, was it horrible when I first But all that being said, it's been an extremely enjoyable ride. Can't wait to see what 2025 and beyond have in store for us. Partnership with Beans TV, which I thought was going to launch this year, but apparently has to launch today. So really next year we'll be launching that, where all the video essays, past and future, will be on Beans TV. So if you guys remember the video essays used to be here, don't have on the channel, had to take it down, but they will be up shortly on Beans TV. What day will this go up? Christmas Eve. So for those in the celebratory spirit, from all of us here at TIR, have very, very happy holidays, and I will see y'all soon. Enjoy the show. Oh, and remember, wait till the end, because this is a playlist of shows, so it might seem like it's over. Another one's coming on right after that. And then another one's going on right after that. I don't know how many hours total, but it's pretty. So, Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another episode of This is Revolution podcast. I am your host, Jason Miles. And first off, I want to say thank you to everyone that joined us yesterday for another episode of our bi-monthly show, Beyond the Red Zone. It was another great episode with Marcus and Mac that I was in tears by the end of the episode. My face hurt laughing so hard, considering I had done 3 other shows before that yesterday. I was prepared to just turn everything on and let those guys go, but we just got into it and it was a good time. So definitely for the leftist sports fans out there, Beyond the Red Zone every other Monday with Mac from You Don't Know History Pod and Marcus the Left Flank Vets. It's always a good time. Very, very interactive chat as well. Also, check out my interview with Doug Lane for Sublation Media. Also, an article is coming out that'll be working in conjunction with the video essay that will be dropping tomorrow at 6 p.m. Welcome to the Terror Dome. We're going to be looking at the LA riots. Anyway, let's bring in my homie, my dog. He is the man of the Mau Mau Hour. He is the Pascal Robert.
Peace and greetings to the chat. Peace and greetings to the audience. Peace and greetings, Jason Miles. It's been a while since I've seen you folk. I had to take a little hiatus. Things got a little hot and heavy during Ramadan. A lot of pressure for the show and fasting. Took me a bit under the weather for a few days, but I'm feeling much better now, still under recovery. Thank you to my good co-host, Jason Miles, for handling the ship while I was away. But I'm here to slowly ease my way back into.
That's a double welcome back. I wish there was more of a. I wish I had like a little scene of a standing ovation or something right now to play. But it's fun to see you back on the screen. You know, as people of course don't know, we've been speaking this entire time. So I have seen you on screens. I mean, we even spoke this morning.
Yes, we did.
But I'm excited. You know, there's going to be some writing coming out from Pascal Robert sooner than later.
A lot of writing. And by the way, if you guys don't see me on the screen in the next week or so, it's because I'm probably having to do some writings because I've got a lot of articles that I've got to put out that I owe quite a few people. Not that I owe them because like they got money on me or anything, but because I really got to put more literary work out. For those of you who have been so invested in the show, many of you don't know that when I was doing my online work for most of the last decade, I was pretty much just a writer. And it wasn't until really 2017 that I started to enter into the podcast space. So it's almost ironic how things have turned around where I'm known more as a commentator and podcaster, but my long kind of dossier as of writing has not really been as investigated by some of my fans who know me more for my audio work.
Well, I'm excited to see some more writing, as I don't even want to talk about it just yet, but I think if you write a rebuttal or maybe even a critique of this book, that's going to be big, man.
I understand.
Like, that's why I got it so quick for you. When you were like, "Can you give me this book?" I was like, "Oh, I'll get you that book." Someone
RC Roberts is just a writer. I'm her. RC, I know you're a great writer as well. I shouldn't say just a writer. I was trying to be, more humble than I guess it needed to be. But you've been a fan of my work for a long time also.
Pascal, do you also see the animated Adolph Reed that I have on the screen that's moving?
I do. Adolph Reed from like 1982.
I always like to throw the throwback Adolf on there. Gene Bajan said, Jason, why do you have Adolf looking away like that? He said, you can flip the picture where, you can turn him around. I was like, well, I wanted him to look away like, man, I ain't tripping off you motherfuckers. I was like, it's a perfect picture. But before we bring in our guest, I actually made an intro clip for the show that I'm pretty excited about because I've been thinking about making this for a while. And I was like, look, I got to make this clip before we do the show. So let's get into that real quick before we bring in our esteemed guest.
Many years. She's done it for corporations and universities across the country. It's the blue-eyed, brown-eyed experience, or blue-eyed, green-eyed experiment, where you have... Explain the experiment, Jane, please.
You separate groups according to eye color, and you place those who have the wrong color eyes in the position in which we place minority group members and women in this society, and gays, and people with disabilities. And most of the people that I work with are white, so-called adult males. And those blue-eyed white males, when they are placed in the situation in which they are treated the way women and people of color are treated in this country, react exactly the way women and people of color react in this country.
They get angry.
Angry. I have been threatened with death numerous times. I've been hit by a white male during this exercise. I've had a knife pulled on me. And these are all white males who say they wouldn't have a problem if it happened to them. And they can't understand Los Angeles because they don't know why those people are so angry.
Is anti-racism a leftist politics? Or is it a clientist politics that is the antithesis of being anti-capitalist? If race and capitalism is forever intertwined, is this ideology one of solidarity building or more radical liberal bourgeoisie politics trying to present itself as something more? Has diversity and inclusion and implicit bias training helped close a racial divide? We'll ask these questions and more. This is Revolution.
Well, sir, not to state the obvious, but you yourself are black, African American. I mean, isn't the KKK opposed to your race?
See, I knew you were going to try that. You haven't been listening to me, son. This is the new Clinton, okay? Let me show you something.
Hey, check us out!
Have you seen us lately?
We're the new Ku Klux Klan!
And we're 100% hate-free.
Thank you for watching. Please don't forget. All right, without any further ado, let's bring in our guest. We don't need to rattle off the man's resume. He's been on the show. I think he's been on the show more times than anybody else. Maybe the only person who's been on the show more times than him is either Asatar Bear or his son. I can't think who's been on more. Please welcome Adolph Reed.
Well, so here's the moment we've all been waiting for. Is the microphone working?
It's fine.
Yeah, can you hear me? Really?
It's on.
We can hear you, man. We can hear you.
But we'll have to deal with it. It's fine.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on, but because
don't worry about it. You in New Orleans right now, right?
Yeah, I did a Zoom panel this morning, and everything was fine. But it was the same setup. So, but anyway, sorry. I hope the sound quality isn't too oppressive. So that photo, by the way, is from a demo in Chicago, I think in 1997, maybe. It was the Sony strike, and we were out in front of a movie theater in solidarity with IATSE, right? But anyway, neither here nor there. Good to see you guys. How you doing, Matt?
Doing all right, man. Doing all right. How are the book sales going for the South?
Well, I don't know. Like I look at the Amazon totals every now and then. My publicist says she's going to try to get some info from production, I guess. But I know the first run sold out in a couple of months, so we'll see.
That's all right. That's all right. That's a very, very good thing to hear.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we brought you on a show to talk about your latest piece in Non-Site, which I love the title. I love the article. Let me go get my big white man, the Clientelist Foundation.
I do want to say this. I do want to say this before you ask the question. So I had just got done doing the show, and I was not in the best of moods for an entire day.
Okay.
And I was driving a lady friend of mine back across the border to the airport in San Diego, and we, you got to leave super early, like 3 a.m. to beat the border traffic. It's horrible.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, right. And so we go across, and she goes, because I love Denny's when I go home.
Yeah.
We don't have one here. She goes, well, I'll take you to Denny's or whatever. And as we're there, I'm finally reading your article.
Okay.
And I was so pissed because I was like, God damn it. I wish I would have read this the day. Because points I was trying to make, and I was like, I was so mad, and I sent to Ray a message right away. I was like, damn, I'm just now reading this thing.
Oh,
so,
you told me. That's why I emailed you, actually.
Yeah, and I was when I saw that, I told Pascal too. I said, well, when we bring you back on the show, Pascal, I definitely want to make sure it's a show that you're comfortable with, and everyone's going to be excited about. So I know Pascal is going to be excited about this piece, because once I sent it to him, I knew he was going to devour it. So I will move out of the way now.
Right. So again, the title of the piece: "Let Me Go Get My Big White Man: The Clientelist Foundation of Contemporary Anti-Racist Politics." Now, Adolf, I've been reading you long enough to understand what exactly you're talking about when you're referring to this politics. But for anyone who is familiar with your repertoire of writing over the years, they'll learn that there is a kind of read lexicon of terminology that kind of develops. Not that it's played out, but it's in the arsenal. And one of my favorite words that is in the read arsenal that is used is taxonomy.
Oh, okay.
Taxonomy as a classification of a subject. So the question I'm going to ask you is that, and I'd really like you to make this clear, because I think this is the crux of the problem. Do you acknowledge that what you have been challenging in your writing and this current piece about anti-racism is distinct from the long anti-discrimination efforts that have existed in America, perhaps from inception? Making that distinction is crucial in my view, because the reason I think it's important to make that distinction is that when you tell people that we're fighting anti-racism, most lay people are like, well, why? Why would you want to fight anti-racism? Because they think anti-racism is basically the movement to fight against racial discrimination. And what I realize is that one of the reasons they do that is because they don't realize that anti-racism not only is distinct from anti-discrimination, oftentimes it has nothing to do with anti-discrimination. Can you make that clarification of taxonomy for our audience, please?
Sure. Yeah, first of all, I want to address something in the chat. No, there's no relaxo. I just need a damn haircut. But I guess in the first place, I don't really talk to lay people about anti-racism, right? I talk to working people about issues that concern them on a daily basis, right? And what I found, by and large, is when I do that, like the question of where I stand about anti-racist politics, or Joanne Reed or Black Lives Matter or whatever, doesn't even come up, because as you brothers both know, and I assume much if not most of your audience knows, those aren't the issues that, rank and file Black people think about as they go about their daily work. I mean, like, I was on a panel just about a year ago with a brother who was running for Congress in Brooklyn, who was going on about how he didn't. I think I mentioned this in the article. About he didn't accept the idea that there are class distinctions among Black Americans because every Black American faces like a daily danger of being killed by the police. Well, that first of all, that's not even true statistically. But
wait, he said every Black American is in danger of getting killed by the police.
Right. And that's why he said there's no such thing as class distinctions among Black people. Right? He wouldn't accept that idea. So I mean, so no, I mean, I've never been opposed to anti-discrimination politics. I think I've always made that very clear. I've never been opposed to affirmative action as a technique of more extensive anti-discrimination enforcement, right? But yeah, what's called anti-racist politics at this point is something that's entirely different, right? It's actually what Cedric and TIR referred to more recently as Black politics as it's understood in contemporary times. It's a class-driven project that's advanced by elites and wannabe elites who purport to speak in the interest of a generic racial constituency with which they have no direct and organic connection other than what they claim by virtue by virtue of race. And they propound an agenda that doesn't directly address the everyday felt concerns of the vast majority of Black people in this country who either get up and go to work every day or are expected to go to work every day.
It's really interesting. One of the terms I've used to describe the discourse around this politics, particularly in the same period that you're talking about in this piece from 2015, is why I use the term racial grievance discourse. Mm-hmm. And as a matter of fact, I wrote a piece for Black Agenda Report called The Great Awakening, which I didn't coin that phrase. I mean, I think you might have been the person who coined it, but it started somewhere else. That basically talked about how...
I think I know the jerk-off who first coined it. It might have been Matt Iglesias, but...
Right.
But I wasn't thinking about him when I used it either. It just came to me.
Right. But the basic premise of the piece was how racial grievance discourse had been increased in its weaponization in the era of the late term of the Obama presidency, right around the coming 2016 election. Right. And I'm going to get to that in terms of the confluence of events around that later on down the line. Mm-hmm. But one of the things that I really admire about the piece that you wrote here in Non-Site that we're talking about, and we're going to repeat the title again when we shared it. Let me go get my big white man, the clientelist foundations of contemporary anti-racist politics, is that you discuss a history that, as someone who's familiar with your repertoire, I've read in several of your pieces, articles, books, what have you, but I never get tired of hearing because it is so absolutely oblivious to discussion within the hallowed halls of Black studies, within the hallowed halls of all of Black academia, who claim to wax rhapsodic on their specialization and knowledge of Black political history. And that particular historical narrative that I'm talking about is the way in which race relations and the race leader or racial manager or racial broker, if you will, comes to be. And just so that you know that I tell you, jokingly, I read your stuff. But when I read your stuff, I buy the stuff that you suggest that we read. This is The Education of Booker T. Washington, Michael Rudolph West.
Yeah.
Right here.
Book, yeah.
Very good book.
Yep.
Very good book. And can you go into, for our audience, and you don't have to prolong it as much as you need to, but can you go into where the concept of this race leadership, race management, race relations, or I like to say racial ventriloquist paradigm comes from? I want to challenge you a little bit because I kind of think it might be even a little earlier than Booker T. And I'd like your thoughts on that.
Okay, well, yeah. I mean, Booker T is like the symbolic avatar of it, right? But so look, until emancipation, and Michael West makes this argument. Until emancipation, the substance of the Negro question was really a question about slavery, right? Mm-hmm. Once slavery was over, we had a 30-year period thereabouts when the Negro question wasn't really on the table anymore, or the Negro question was, if anything, more a matter of how Black free people were going to be incorporated into American life, right, into the mainstream of American life. And that's what the 14th and 15th Amendments, right, were set out to do. And also the 13th, no matter what Ava DuVernay and whoever she talks to in the crack house believes. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were all focused on navigating the incorporation of Black Americans into a post of the insurrection or a fully national citizenship that was anchored to free labor ideology. And over the course of that 30-year period, in the South, where the vast majority of the Black population was, there was like ongoing struggle, right? I mean, free people wanted to be as far away from slavery as they could get. The planter class wanted Black people to be as close to slavery as they could manage. Among other things, the sharecrop system kind of came out of that as a compromise. It was still tilted to favor the planters, of course, but at least it freed the free people from direct supervision of white overlords. And all through this period, after the ratification of the 15th Amendment, for sure, Black people were voting, holding office, right, from state level to county and town level. And for all that period, the idea of a Negro spokesman or a Negro leader just didn't exist, right? There wasn't a job description for such a person. And there didn't need to be, and moreover couldn't be, right? Because Black people were civically engaged, right, on a regular basis. So one irony is that it's only in the context of expanding disfranchisement in the 1880s and 1890s that the notion of a Negro leader began to take shape, right? Or a Negro leader as a category or a job description. And what's so smart about the Michael West book is that he points out that Washington, not as a theorist of something called race relations or of Black leadership, but through his actual practice, substantively, it invented the notion of race relations. Because what happened was that Black people disappeared, and this was a natural effect of disfranchisement and the expulsion of Black people out of civic life, especially in the South. Black people disappeared as individual citizens, right? And they disappeared as, students, teachers, doctors, lawyers, plumbers, shipbuilders, right? Carpenters, farmers, preachers, anything. And we're all compressed into the racial identity, right? That singular construct of the Negro, right? And the race relations framework took shape as a way to accommodate really Northern liberals more than anybody else to the reality that in the South, the 15th Amendment was a dead letter. The 14th Amendment was basically a dead letter. And the 13th Amendment was an open question, right? And what replaced, but what made it possible to overlook the expulsion of Black citizens from civic and public life in the South was this idea of race relations. Because what happens is that in the race relations framework, the thing that matters is how the races are, or how the races relate, right? Well, and there's no way to know how the races relate unless you got a broker or a mediator fastening the loyalty of the subordinate race to the agendas of the superordinate race, right? And in that framework, then there's only good race relations and bad race relations. And what good race relations meant is that nobody who mattered was complaining, which meant white people weren't complaining. Powerful white people weren't complaining.
There's an important element here that I don't know if it's out of humility or out of I've said it enough. I don't have to. So there's a very important fact that we're missing here that explains why was it necessary. And we did a whole show on this. Why was it necessary for the American ruling class to disenfranchise Black people within 30 years of emancipation? And what caused that to happen? And what that caused that to happen is that Black people and white people were basically engaged in one of the most powerful and most radical labor uprisings, particularly in the South, that had the chance to not only threaten the traditional function of Southern plantation capitalism, but fracture the hegemony of the two-party system.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it could have been. I mean, it's easy to exaggerate the extent of the threat, right? I mean, for a long time, for instance, I thought that that the ruling class was crazy, right? Because the threat couldn't have been that great, but in fact it was, right? And it's one of those cases where, well, I think I said this. I don't know if I said this in that article or someplace else, but if we think about how people like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk they respond to the demand that they pay taxes, right? And they treat that like it's a threat to put them under a forced march to Treblinka. Well, it helps to sense a little bit that how powerful people with absolute power feel any challenge to the absoluteness of their power as though it's like a cannibalistic uprising. But it's certainly the case that, well, look, so a populist Republican fusion government won statewide in North Carolina in 1894 and was reelected again by an even wider margin in 1896. So the readjustment movement took power in Virginia in 1879, and less dramatically along the way, from the time that Blacks had been enfranchised at the state and local level, alliances of Black and white, working class people challenged more or less successfully, or with varying degrees of success, what I should say, planter, merchant, capitalist class power, and success in putting down the populist uprising, right? Just basically gave the ruling class to liquidate it all, right? And to impose under the framework of white supremacy, to to impose their absolute dominance right over the politics and social life of the region.
We have a super chat here that if we don't want, if we share with you, Adolf. We have a good friend of ours, Strong McCallum, asked, what does Dr. Reed think about the forced closure of Liberty Steel in Georgetown via zoning standards pushed by the South Carolina tourism industry? Don't know if you're familiar with that, Adolf, at all.
Oh, yeah, I am. The former president of that local is a good friend of mine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he's now president of Local 1422, which is the main local in Charleston, and is president of the South Carolina AFL-CIO. Yeah, well, look, I mean, like those were, I mean, longshore jobs, and that's one of the things you find as soon as you start to work, down in the Low Country. It's also kind of true here, but the economy is more varied. But like in the Charleston area, and Georgetown's just up the coast a little bit, about halfway between Myrtle Beach and Charleston, I guess, probably a little closer to Myrtle Beach. But anyway, the longshore jobs are very important and quite nicely remunerative jobs for Black people in coastal South Carolina. But it's also kind of like the second season of The Wire, right? I mean, the money is in the redevelopment industry and the tourism, right? And I mean, I assume the person who asked, knows knows what's happening with the housing market in Low Country South Carolina, especially around Charleston, but all over. Down in the Low Country. So I mean, I think it's one of those issues, though. This is one of the places. This can be one of the places when or one of the instances, I guess, in which the reflexive way we tend to think about gentrification can undermine our being able to make sense of what's going on. Because while it's true that Black workers or Blacks will be disproportionately by a significant margin counted among those who are displaced by closing of the Liberty plant. The closing the plant isn't, or the point of closing the plant isn't to make Black people unemployed, right? And that Black people are likely as not to be involved in both the initiative that leads to this closing or to the closure, and also to the tourist development that takes its place. So yeah, it's horrible.
Wow, that's just you. I'm really impressed that you were so well versed in the details of that. That would have been the question. I'd be like, I'll pass on that one.
Well, I mean, even before the show, we were talking about a person that's been working in the advocate world for decades, and Adolph's go, oh yeah, tell Randy I said hi. He's and then even this picture's like, oh, that was at the such and such strike. You never hear him talk about the panel he was on.
I mean, that's one of the things I do appreciate about about you as an academic, Adolph, is that it's not simply ivory tower smoking expensive tobacco in a pipe and having nice well-branded cognacs. You actually are a labor activist and have been for a long time. And I know you're kind of coy to really outline that as part of your history, but for many of those, particularly Black academics who like to assail you, that I run into all the time, they're like, I ain't seen Adolf in the prisons. That's maybe because he's trying to get those Negroes jobs when they get out. Maybe that's what you haven't seen.
Well, I do want to ask this question.
By the way, I have to point out that May 6th was Willie Mays' 91st birthday.
Really?
I was going to leave you alone about that. And so if you guys don't know, Adolf is a bit of a sports fan, more of a baseball fan. And I want him to publicly say that he knows now that the Denver Broncos are going to the Super Bowl because they have the best black quarterback in the NFL, and Russell Wilson.
I got to give you props on that, and it's possible, and I don't know. I guess they're as good a bet to lose to the Saints as anybody else.
Well, I do want to ask you. I was reading your piece, and I was able to highlight some excerpts from it. The material and ideological project around which the emergent stratum of black putative race leaders took shape was, in Kenneth Warren's characterization, substitution of black professionals, managers, and intellectuals for their white counterparts within those institutions charged with administering to the needs of black populations, or, more succinctly, establishment of managerial authority over the nation's Negro problem. Now, we keep talking about this definitely in almost an ancient past when we talk about Booker T. Washington. Mm-hmm. And a big reason for me to want to do this show also was the emergence of a new idea, as anti-racism definitely took off. Was it 2016 or so? I think that book came out. Mm-hmm. Ibrahim X. Kendi's book came out. And then before that, you had Robin DiAngelo Kelly's White Fragility. Now we have a more radical anti-racism in the elite capture of anti-racism, as if this ideal of being anti-racist is something radical.
Well, Jason, you forgot something, because there's somebody who we've been neglecting who kicks this off that we didn't give enough credit for, and that's Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Yeah.
He
kicks it off, but I think he kicks it off with the whole reparations thing. And was that 2014 or 2012? He writes that piece, A Case for Reparations. I want to say it's 2014, in response to reading The Color of Law by Richard Rothstein, who also was on this show. But I don't know if you've checked out any of these new books, because it's kind of the same song. But what do you say to this idea that anti-racism, intersectionality has been captured by elites, and actually these are radical forms of thinking? What do you say to that?
Well, I tell you what it makes me think of right away. The debates around rap in the late 80s and the early 90s, right?
Ooh, you're talking about with Gerald Horne and Stanley Crouch and all those.
I didn't read all them, man. Like,
you're talking about like Bill Clinton and Sister Soldier?
No.
Oh, you're talking about like what's his name? Tracy Ellis Ross. What's his name? Not Tracy.
What's his name? Anyway, no, but closer to Inside the Paradigm, right? Because I figured that what was like in the Source, right, and Vibe. And because I figured that those people. The academics that you mentioned, or Crouch, and folks like that knew less about it than I did. So there's no point reading them, right? But the way it went though was that so there's the critique of misogyny and of homophobia that pops up from some people on the left of the hip hop world, and this I think was in the early cohorts of PMC black people who are trying to figure out how to make a living off pimping this stuff, right?
Say it again for the people in the back. Say it again for the people in the back.
That's real. That's what they did, right?
Of course it is. I remember that generation well.
So, like, they would explain about how some of the stuff that you heard about was sexist and misogynist and homophobic. But there's some dude way out at the ass end of Queens or farther out on Long Island who was producing stuff that was played on a pirate station out in Long Island Sound that was revolutionary, and that the other stuff was co-opting it, right? And running alongside that, right, was this argument that that the one without the left political aspirations was an argument that there's some group out there that's like really authentic and hardcore and down, right? And then they become lionized for a little bit, and the record label buys them a big house, whatever. And the record label buys a big house and lets them live in it.
Yeah, thank you.
But then as they become popular, right, and begin to realize what's every artist's dream of expanding market and crossing over, then they get denounced as sellouts, right? They're not authentic anymore, and they become the grist, right, against which the next product in a development defines itself as the truly authentic opposition, and so on and so on and so on. And for the totality of the time that I've heard this line about the authentic radical voice coming up from the streets, that comparison has been in my head, because it's just the same thing, like in a different industrial context. So DeRay McKesson was like the authentic, I don't know, Nat Turner of the Black Lives Matter, till he wasn't, right? Until his stuff just got so embarrassing that everybody had to admit it. And then, the three women of Black Lives Matter, well,
can I add this to kind of stir the pot up? I want to ask you guys how you feel about this, because I'm digging what you're throwing down. When we talk about the music context, it's definitely easier for me to to look at it.
Right.
And one thing that you're talking about as market capture is you always get the derivative, right? So when NWA hit, they were kind of a bit of a derivative of what had been happening with Ice-T when he hit.
Yeah, right.
And then you get all the derivatives of NWA, where after 3 or 4 years, it's just how many people you can kill on a record, right?
Right.
You're the CNN of the streets,
right?
And in the context of the DeRay McKessons,
and then they bonded with David Duke, and they turned it south.
Oh, I mean, these are young cats that are getting money, and they just want to keep getting money and being controversial.
Yeah, right.
They weren't trying to be a voice of the people as much as they were trying to be controversial. And then we also have to keep in mind what voices they were hearing, like what was left over by the time those guys are coming up anyway.
Yep.
And when I think about that, you think about Black Lives Matter, however people want to look at Black Lives Matter, you're going to get a derivative of that because people are seeing them as grabbing a bit of a market share, especially as everyone is looking at themselves as a product.
Right. No, that's right.
It's really changed the way we look at activism in a way, because there are people on YouTube that are trying to be professional activists, professional protesters.
Right.
And someone coming from an era before, and we've definitely talked about the 60s and issues within the 60s. I talk about it in the upcoming video essay that I'll be preparing tomorrow at 6.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But what is your take on stuff like that? Like, do you think that right now we're seeing something maybe even more insidious than we see in the 60s, because it's kind of ingrained in us, because it's so part of the system in which we exist in, that there's people that are just trying to capture different audiences? Like, maybe I won't be Ibrahim X Kendi,
right,
but man, if I could get a quarter of that audience.
Oh no, that's right. Well, yeah, let me say two things, and they're both kind of anecdotal, but I hope it's okay. One is, so after Walter Scott was killed in North Charleston, he's the brother who a bystander videoed the cop shooting at eight times as he ran away from the cop, right? There's a young dude, I came across this on YouTube, like a young brother who was described in the video as the North Charleston, the chair or whatever of the North Charleston Black Lives Matter chapter. And he was obviously someplace in a parking lot with a few of his boys. And they were videoing him giving the glib talk, and he was doing the glib talk. And it was all just kind of, it's kind of pathetic, to be honest, right? But transparent, or at least it was transparent to me. Well, yeah, I'm not patting myself on the back. It was transparent to anybody who didn't want to believe in it, right? So fast forward, like I forget what year Scott was killed, but fast forward to when it's 2016, and I was working in the Sanders campaign down there, and we had a big event in Columbia at the University of South Carolina with me and Cornel West and the president of the state Fed, and Nina Turner may have been there too, but they were like packed auditorium, a real big event. And when it was over, a young brother who turned out to be this young brother from the video, went up to Cornell and was trying to pigeonhole Cornell about what the campaign was doing wrong and so forth and so on. So Cornell kind of passed him off to me, which made sense, because Cornell thought that I might have had more, structural connections with the campaign when I'm in the state, because he was more of an in and out guy. But I didn't really. But anyway, so the dude starts giving me the line about how the Sanders campaign is messing up because it's not doing what it needs to do to reach out to young African American people, right? So I tried to be nice to him for a little while, and he wasn't hearing it. And the more I said stuff to him, like, you should go to the office at Columbia or in Columbia and sign up to volunteer or whatever, the more aggressive he got. And it was clear what I knew from the very beginning was that he was auditioning, or thought he was auditioning to be the representative of the young African American voices.
Word.
He had the dreads, like my boy down there.
Oh, uni? Yeah, the uni on?
Yeah, yes, he did. Yes, he did. And my boy in Orangeburg, in South Carolina, asked me years ago, and like, this is the brother, but what I've often said to him, like, if there was a Nobel Prize for apothegms, he would have won for saying that the only thing that hasn't changed about Black politics since 1965 is how we think about it. But this brother asked me one day out of the blue, man, we may have been having a drink, but he said, like, have you ever known anybody with dreadlocks and good politics? And we thought about that for a second. but anyway, so the young blood is getting really pissy with me, right? And so I finally said to him, look, man, like, I didn't appreciate this hustle when your granddaddy tried it on me, right? So, like, right, I'm not going to appreciate it now. I know what you're doing, man, and like, this isn't going to happen, right? Like, right, like, you aren't going to get the job of embodying the voice of African American youth in the Sanders campaign, or at least not if I have anything to say about it. All right, that's one. And the other one's a lot briefer, but it's like, and I may have mentioned this one on this podcast once before too, but right after Garza, Colors, and Tometi, it became the thing, right? And when the line was beginning that we needed to recognize that this hashtag was created by 3 queer black women, and I started waiting for somebody to tell me why we need to acknowledge that, right, and what that does for us, actually. And the next thing I know, creating the hashtag becomes the same thing as creating the movement. And I've said to people, well, people don't, individuals don't create movements, right? But I saw the 3 of them on a panel, and I can't attest, and it was on TV, but I guess it must have been like a YouTube thing. And I can't attest that it was all 3 of them, but I know at least Garza sent a chill up my spine because Jason, she was enacting exactly what you said. It was clear that she, and by extension they, were absolutely incapable of making a distinction between or perceiving a millisecond of daylight between what advanced their material aspirations and careers and something that would build something called a movement. And that was like a chilling moment to me because I realized this had been going on, right? I've been dealing with young people now, since the mid 1970s, watching them cycle and decline, basically. But that made clear to me that we had hit a point now of neoliberal incorporation of its opposition, basically, such that it was now spawning its opposition, right? And while I could not have forecast how this was going to play out over the subsequent years and just how bad it was going to get, but you probably noticed, and others who look at the piece may not go to the footnotes or the massive footnotes. So I'll say this.
Lots of footnotes, by the way.
Huh?
There's a lot of footnotes.
Oh yeah, totally. But in the first endnote, I point out, because I actually was working on something else on a deadline, right? I was working on a chapter for the book that Kenneth Warren and I are doing. And a buddy of mine who works for the Teamster local or the UPS local in Philly, which is a good, solid, progressive local, sent me a link to an interview that Joyanne Reed, who I described as MSNBC's Tribune of Anti-Racist Neoliberalism, had done an interview with Buttigieg in late January of this year, in which she flippantly and gratuitously, it had no connection with the subject of the interview at all, made a reference to the Infrastructure Bill Act as the White Guys Employment Act. And that just kind of underscored the extent to which, in the first place, it's wrong and it's crazy, right? Because Black and brown people get those jobs too. But it just underscores, and like they've been saying since 2016, that to the extent to which people like Reed and others have been insisting that any reference to working class is in fact a veiled reference to curry favor with racist white people, then the natural implication of that statement is that you can't be Black and working class.
Exactly.
Which means that a working class agenda cannot apply to Black people, and that's why what we as Black people get from them is challenging the goddamn racial wealth gap, which exists for the umpteenth time only between the richest 10% of Black people and the richest 10% of white people.
Well, I feel like, and I don't know if you guys feel the same way, a lot of that discourse, and I know we're getting closer to the time limit, and there's definitely some things I want to get into in the bonus half, but I feel like that discourse really gets heated up amongst people that feel like maybe they're a little cheated in that. Like there's like an upper stratum of Black cats that kind of get into that discourse a little bit more. Like in doing my research for my article and then for the video essay, I didn't realize, and maybe you know this, Adolf, because you spent some time in California. In the 90s, by like 1990, LA was home to more millionaires than it had ever been home to before, and there was quite a few Black ones. But it also was home to the poorest Black neighborhood at the same time in South Central. So
well, somebody up there in Baldwin.
I think it was a reaction to the fact that, number one, there was an increasing encroachment of precarity economically in Black spaces that was hitting not only lower working class Blacks, but even upper middle class Blacks because of the subprime crisis, right? And there was no racialized form of reparation for that loss to them. And second of all, the precarity was not just racialized as well. In other words, the economic crisis of the non-Obama recovery was hitting working class and middle class whites as well.
Right.
And what happens is that the traditional paradigm that that class has gotten used to is that, like, oh, black people are getting savaged by this system, but white folks are doing well. So it always gave license to their racial grievance politics. But what happens now is that, like, white folk, particularly college educated down with the mobile white folk, were realizing that they're getting screwed over by capitalism also. And they're starting to say things like, hey, maybe this socialism thing is a good thing. Maybe Bernie Sanders is interesting. And because that class realizes that puts their racial ventriloquism in jeopardy, and that is the sounding alarm for them, is to have black people turn to that politics. They go into full aggressive mode to kill that politics within black spaces. And that's what they did.
Right. Oh, yeah. And I think that's absolutely right, man. And I would add, too, that ironically, in light of the extent to which, the nothing has changed trope dominates, this kind of black political discourse, is that enough people, well-off black people, identified with Obama and his element and his program, that I think that more people imagined that, not necessarily consciously, because this is as much an affective or like an emotional thing as it is anything else, but imagined that the racial trickle down that was associated with the Obama presidency and its penumbra, right, like in the corporate world, but elsewhere, was going to trickle a little farther down than it did, right? But consistent with what Pascal just said, and Jason's point about Los Angeles, that there's enough rich black people to absorb all the damn trickling, right? Before anybody who has to work for a living, right? Right. I mean, I've when Darity calculated his, what was it, $12 trillion, right, or whatever, that black people. I mean, I figured by the time it got to me, it'd probably be like $46.50 and a pound of hogshead cheese from the Italian market on the corner, which I don't even eat.
No, it just demonstrates, right, that what we have is that the brokerage or clientage politics that comes out of black power, that manifests in the 70s with the first iteration of the post-civil rights black political class, who, because of their need to contend with movement figures that still existed, at least had to surrender to the charade of redistribution agendas and give some fat back and biscuits. Maynard Jackson did increase the black middle class with airport concessions. He did give some stuff to contractors. And there was a little, cheese, fatback cheese and biscuits given to, wealth redistribution programs.
Well, but he also fired 2,200 almost all black sanitation workers.
That's right. He fired black sanitation workers in Atlanta, the home of MLK, which is the man who went to Memphis to fight the same thing happening in Memphis and actually did the same action in the land of MLK, which was.
But also, though, Maynard, when he was vice mayor, actually left City Hall to go walk on a picket line with the union that had earlier tried to organize sanitation workers. So it's not just that Maynard was a bad guy, right? But there was like a structural thing going on.
The shifting politics.
Right. He was the mayor of the Black Metropolis, the first black mayor of the Black Metropolis, and that was a big undertaking. And I feel like he kind of walks into an economic gold mine and a media shitstorm at the same time with the.
That's right. Look, I mean, the whole time that he was mayor, moth, God, sorry, but the whole time that he was mayor, the default setting of the local media and opinion shaping people or institutions was that he was anti-business, And like, I don't know.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
What more Maynard could have done except blow the entire Central Atlanta Progress board on Peachtree Street downtown at high noon and boast about how good it tastes, right? I mean, but see, at the same time, and like this is part of the bumpiness around racial transition. Before Maynard, like the Chamber of Commerce and CAP, or Central Atlanta Progress, just ran City Hall out of the cash drawer, right? I mean, they didn't bother to go down to meet with the mayor. I mean, they selected who the mayor was going to be, right? Quite officially and explicitly, and they worked their policy stuff out in the at the Piedmont Driving Club and Capital City Club or other places of that sort. Maynard, being kind of old school black bourgeois type that he was, demanded that they come down and meet with him in the mayor's office because he's the damn mayor, right? So on one level, you had to support him in that, right? I mean, you can't, right? But like that just kind of is an illustration of the poignance of that bourgeois racial democracy moment too. But so yeah, I mean, and I mean, yeah, I've said this a number of places also. I mean, I thought I was really fortunate from an intellectual point of view to be in Atlanta during all that transition, right? Because I got to watch it all, right? Andy Young, Maynard, and was there throughout just about the totality of Jackson's mayoralty, and then saw a little bit of what came after. But it's not just seeing the administration; it's also seeing how the racial transition in local government creates new and different kinds of constituencies and social formations. I mean, like it's...
Well, one of the most important lessons that I've got from reading not only you, but the coterie of Black political scientists that have echoed your understanding of Black politics is that you've done something that you rarely get in the more liberal or even some more claiming to be radical analyses of Black politics. You demonstrated the Black political class at its worst or best is always going to be a reflection of the condition of capitalism that exists in America at that time, particularly relegated to urban municipalities. And that the confines of that politics are something that constantly gets the hopes and aspirations of Black movement activists or Black, people who want to exploit that racial politics crushed, angered, frustrated, or because they fail to realize that, listen, these cats can't work outside the confines of a system that's already designed to screw most of you over.
Well, and yeah, and one of the problems is that the radicals, you didn't have a clear enough analysis of what the system was in the first place, right? Like I've written this a couple of places too, but like it took me years to figure out that the problem with the radical Black power critique was that it wouldn't let go of an abstraction called the Black community as the normative subject, right, on behalf of which it launched the critique. So the line was always, well, who really represents the Black community? And the problem with that was, and I guess I should duck when I say this, there never was any such thing as the Black community.
Because part of the problem with the Black community is you end up looking at Black people as if they're 12 people sitting in a diner together.
Right. No, that's right. Or say on a bus going to the march, or I'm in the Million Closet Man
March. Oh, you didn't go?
Man, look, you know what I did that day? So what? Yeah, I'm going to out a brother here, but my good friend Donnell Walton, whom I had met, right? So I mean, I met him when I was up in Ann Arbor, and we got to know each other. And what I largely did on that day was just call back and forth with my boy down in Durham, who I've worked with since I was in college. and compare notes about bullshit we saw. Like at one moment, like my buddy called me and said, so did I miss something? But did Ben Chavis just declare Farrakhan God and himself, I don't know, God's gopher? But Donnell began the day with an email, and I was like locked in my apartment on South Shore, about 10 blocks from Muhammad's mosque, right? But he sent me an email at the beginning of the day that said something like, so is it just me, or is this the first time in history when people have called a protest march to protest against themselves?
I've used that quote before.
And I fell out, man.
Well, on that note, we got to head to the champagne room. We are over an hour, so you guys got some bonus. Adolf, I do want to ask Adolf some questions about racial capitalism in the champagne room. More jokes are going to be had in the champagne room. If you guys would like access to the champagne room, you can get access for a whole year for as cheap as $30. Patreon.com/Bitter Lake Presents. The link is already up. Give us 5-10 minutes. And thank you so much, Adolf, for coming on and hanging out with us. There's more questions Pascal and I have, but we like to discuss with you. And Pascal, yeah, go ahead.
No, man, how long should I wait?
Just click when I play the music. Just go ahead and click the.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Very good.
Pascal, it's beautiful to see you back on the screen, brother.
Yeah, definitely is,
man.
Yep.
So on that note, guys, we are out. We'll see y'all in a little bit.
If it was me, had that been me, I might have chosen differently. Maybe.
Like,
but it's all right. You going through your Marvin Gaye phase.
I'm going through my Marvin Gaye phase. Like that's the excuse that I'm using. This is the Marvin phase. This is just what it is. This is the shirt unbuttoned, the denim shirt unbuttoned to your navel. Responsible cocaine use phase.
I think you need to be Latino for how many buttons you have undone.
He said I'm official. I think it's only 2.
No, if you got 3,
yeah,
then you need to be speaking a lot more Spanish.
Fuck.
And it's allowed.
Good evening, everyone. I'm your host, Jason Miles, and welcome to another episode of This is Revolution Podcast. Before we start, if you're new to the channel, please hit subscribe and don't forget to hit that notification bell so you're alerted whenever we go live. We're constantly adding cross streams with other channels and adding new shows. Speaking of shows, yesterday was a bit of a busy day for me as I started off the day, the morning, being a guest on the Sublation Show with Doug Lane and Ashley Frownley, where we discussed my latest article for Sublation Magazine. Stakes is high, addicted to the spectacle. That talk continued into their patron-only Parrot Room, where I pushed back a little bit on Doug Lane and his, I don't want to say him going down a rabbit hole, but his concern for the state's involvement in suppressing free speech. And then that evening, I concluded with being the guest host for Give Them an Argument with Ben Burgess, where we kind of continued the talk that we were having on Sublation and talked about the sad public deaths of Jordan Neely and Banco Brown. And then I opened up the phone lines for the Give Them an Argument audience. Definitely several people called. We actually had to not take a call because we went over their allotted time. So all that is up. Please check that out. Also, as a bonus for TIR patrons, I was allowed access to the GTAA post game. So if you're enjoying what we do here and want access to that post show and all of our post show champagne rooms, past and present, there's only one way: become a patron. And Patreon is finally allowing me to do a free trial. Yes, that's right. For 7 days, you can have access to champagne rooms, past and present. Join us for movie night this week. Send messages directly to the crew. Go to patreon.com/BitterLakePresents and sign up. Wherever you are listening and watching, there are links in the description. For as little as $3 a month and $30 a year, it can all be yours. You can also be part of the live audience of the Mau Mau Hour. After this show, speaking of champagne rooms, MT Toussaint and I are going to be doing a fun breakdown of my new favorite rapper I came across on Instagram. I don't know if this one is better than the breakup heater of the year, Harry Potter, but it's a doozy. And before I bring in our guest and MT, I have a couple more quick announcements. Next Wednesday will mark the return of the man of the Mau Mau Hour, the Pascal Robert. Thank you, everyone, for all of your well wishes, prayers, and overall positivity. Pascal will be back and in rare form, and we'll be taking calls for that. And the only way you can be a part of that live audience of the Mau Mau Hour and get your calls taken is to become a patron. So you might as well sign up because it's free. And finally, we have to say a fat, giant happy birthday to everyone's favorite Death Star middle manager, Deep State Cuba. Happy birthday, Cuba. We wish we could be with you in the deep vastness of space, torturing Ewoks, celebrating this day with you and a bunch of, maybe subparly trained stormtroopers. But have a good one, you and the missus. That being said, let me bring in the faceless voice of reason, the one and only M. Toussaint.
Hello.
How are you?
Why, it's as if I've been with you here the whole time.
Listening in.
Being
a creep. Just being a creep, being an overall creep.
I'm good at it.
Teasing me about my Marvin Gaye phase.
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of the mustache phase of my life.
I'm glad the handlebar's gone. That was
the
the Larry
handle-
Blackman candy phase.
the handlebar is kind of like the mullet of mustaches, right? There's a lot of party on the side with the business in the front. When you get rid of the handlebars, you're letting people know that you're a very, very serious porn star.
Wow, that explains the buttons.
I told you.
Just
Got
left
too
the
buff
shoot.
for this shirt.
Sure.
You know, it's kind of awesome. Something happened with my system and I can't see the chat.
Really?
I'm really happy about that because God knows.
Oh. Autumn Leaves said he found a doom metal band from Mexico City called Terror Cosmico.
Actually,
And,
I know a pretty decent doom metal band from Juarez.
Really?
Yeah, I've been kind of wanting to go check those guys out. I've been kind of wanting to go to like mainland. I call it main. They call it the South here, which is anywhere in like mainland Mexico.
Mhm.
I've been kind of wanting to go over there and see some friends and.
So sorry.
That's how I feel about Cabo, because Cabo is the south of the state.
Okay.
I wanted to drive all the way down there just so I could see sunshine because it's been so overcast out here, and I saw that it was even foggy in Cabo.
See.
What is going on, dude? What did you do? I blamed Ben actually when he left, right before he left. I was like, you came here with your Eeyore energy and you brought all this fucking fog to
Poor
this
man.
beautiful sunny place.
He's already down and you just kicked him.
And he said, well, I'm gone now. And I'm like, yeah, and it's still here. That's how strong the energy was.
He's on the ground covering himself with his blazer and you're still kicking him.
What this blazer?
His
I think it was on.
blazer.
I think it was on Ben's show. I said something about people think he's got a Gucci blazer. I don't know why. They think the same blazer is like 12 different blazers.
It's Tom Ford. Excuse you.
Tom Ford. They think Ben is Jonah Hill.
Just hopped off the Tom Ford with his Tom Ford blazer.
They think he's got like a fucking rollie on. Not even set at the right time. He's like, I'm just so rich it doesn't bother me. Like, I don't understand how anybody can assume that. I mean, he wears a Rolling Stones t-shirt.
He has a Patek Philippe watch.
He's got a protection neck watch.
I'm protecting that watch. He's got a Swatch watch.
Dude, those things are expensive now.
That's why he has one.
That's why I need to switch his faces on him. Like it's like, eh. Were you on the show that day that Stefan was trying to fix his watch on the camera, but it looked like he was doing that old rapper thing where he was he was trying to fix his watch on the camera. I was like, Stefan, why you look like Puffy in 1998 right now?
So funny.
This shiny ass Casio. Okay, are you ready for this very serious show?
Very, very serious show. It's going to be fun, though, because learning is fun and thoughts are fun. It's a party of thoughts. He's laughing.
I can't see because I'm in the script page. So,
okay.
In 2016 and in this 2020 presidential campaign, Bernie Sanders brought language back in the United States lexicon that was deemed anachronistic political discourse. Socialism and Marxism were being seen now as viable strategies to fight off the perniciousness of neoliberal capitalism. In both runs, there was a push against the Sanders campaign that said it lacked a black agenda. In his first run for office, he was stopped mid-stump speech by BLM complaining about his quest for Medicare for all and return to Keynesian New Deal reforms not being black enough. Do you remember that?
I do.
BLM is an organization that is viewed by many in the public as the anti-carceral, anti-policing division of the left. Coming to prominence after the tragic killing of Trayvon Martin, they've been at the forefront of the protest movement to defund and in some cases abolish police. But after all their awareness raising around the policing issue, where are we now? Our guest Cedric Johnson in his latest book attempts to ask that question from his book, After Black Lives Matter. Given the sheer scale, magnitude, and diversity of 2020's resurgent Black Lives Matter protests, many pundits, scholars, and activists celebrated the George Floyd rebellion as a historic watershed, one where the possibility of real reform came into view. For too many, however, the euphoria of the moment suspended any critical analysis of what it all meant. This is a deeper problem on the US left. The tendency to read protest as always prefigurative rather than contingent, and as a manifestation of real power rather than a reflection of potential. Such wish fulfillment thinking, however, forgets that mass mobilization is not the same as organized power, and that mass mobilization is much easier now with the endless opportunities for expressing discontent provided by social media, online petition, memes, and vlogging. The scale of protests can be misleading, and their actual effectiveness, regardless of their size, is dependent on historical conjunctions, such as the balance of political forces, the organized power and capacity of opposition, and the clarity of objectives among activists. Throughout the opening decades of this century, ever larger protests have proved incapable of consolidating in a manner that might effectively oppose ruling class prerogatives. In recent memory, we have witnessed successive mass protests, turn of the century demonstrations against global capitalism, protests against the Bush administration's so-called war on terror, Occupy Wall Street encampments, anti-eviction campaigns, the March for Our Lives following the Parkland high school mass shooting, protests against police violence and ICE deportations, among others. But these have done little to depose capitalist class power and the advancing neoliberal project. If anything, the hegemony of finance capital, the war-making powers of the national security state, the criminalization of immigration, the power of the gun lobby, and the unaccountability of police are as entrenched as ever. That was from my friend and professor and author, The Reason Why Teray Reed comes on this show, the reason why Pascal Robert is my co-host. It all starts with this man right here. Please welcome Cedric Johnson. So
great to be here, man.
Very, very happy to have you. Thank you for taking the time to be here. I'm excited. We got the preview of this book. I actually went and bought it today. I bought the
appreciate you.
I bought the ebook today.
All right.
Where's the receipt?
Oh wow, you're gonna be one. You're really gonna be.
Yeah, I mean that's how these conversations go.
You hit me with this, huh?
We coming for you, nigga.
That's what you hit me with.
We just started. You can't play that.
That's what you're gonna hit me with. I've been on white people shows all day yesterday, and then you're gonna N-word me like that in front of company.
Right.
That's why you got beat as a child.
Oh. Ouch.
But Cedric, despite MT's comments, we both enjoyed your book, and I will pass on Pascal, who actually wrote the blurb from TIR. Also was a fan of your book. We appreciate the shout out. Someone sent me a picture of it the other day. They said, "Oh, I just bought Cedric Johnson's book." I think they saw that you were coming on the show, and they got the book, and they said, "Oh, I see you guys are mentioning it." And so I was like, "Oh, hell yeah!"
It's been like what, 3 years?
Yes,
since I first appeared. It's
yes.
been a while.
Wow.
Yeah. Back in the day. And we were talking about BLM in your first appearance. It was one of the first I cut was us talking about, what did lead to those things, because I felt then and still feel now that those things didn't happen in a vacuum. There was a lot that was going on, and you definitely talk about that in depth in your book. And I mentioned this to you before the show in a text message. that in reading this book, and I'm also reading another Mike Davis book at the same time. He's an author I admire. It felt like there was moments of it where I felt like I was reading parts of City of Quartz, especially when he talks about the carceral state. I think you examine that with a very, very sober lens, and also we mentioned James Forman locking up our own. I think we even mentioned it the first time you were on the show. I think he went even deeper than where that book goes in certain regards. And Toussaint even called me earlier today. She goes, "I really like this book."
I don't do that much. I don't do that much.
So wherever you guys are listening or watching the show, there should be links in the description. I believe someone has probably put links in the chat. Is that right, MT? Because I can't see it.
Someone can put links in the chat in a moment.
Does his name list? Now, Cedric, there has been some criticism about the book.
Right.
You had a really kind of large write-up in the New Yorker. I'm sure when you wrote the book, you knew you'd face some harsh criticism. When you shared with me a while back that review in the New Yorker, it felt it was a bit heavy-handed in its critique towards the end of the review. In my opinion, it kind of glorified the protest movement from almost a baby boomer type nostalgia. What is your response to the critics of your work?
I mean, so there's probably two main lines of criticism so far, right? When you look at the piece by J. Caspian King, which I liked, right, for the most part, towards the end, he basically returns to 2020 and seems to suggest that I haven't really wrestled with those contradictions, right? That I haven't really thought through the impact and the power of 2020 and what it means, and that we simply can't turn away from it, right? That was something that people said to me and to Ray in the heat of the 2020 George Floyd rebellion, and basically saying that if you're going to criticize Black Lives Matter, now's not the time to do it, right? You shouldn't do it now because look at what's happening in the streets. This is significant. This is the largest mass protest that we've seen in the history of the country. And so if you're going to try to be critical of it, you're just out of step, you're tone deaf, you're not paying attention to what matters. It was interesting to hear the New Yorker review kind of echo that same sentiment, because we've had 3 years to think about this, right? And we've witnessed some changes that have taken place, no doubt, right? A lot of legislation, I think, just in the first year after George Floyd, 140 pieces of legislation at the state level across the country, right? That was enacted. So,
but how much of that legislation is titular? I mean, how much of it is really substantive legislation? I mean, I know California's had the chokehold, for example, outlawed since 82,
right?
And the big George Floyd crime bill that Congress sets forth, and I know you're talking about state legislation, which is very different from federal, but that big sweeping legislation that was a response to this moment was like, we're going to federally outlaw chokeholds. But I think outside of Eric Garner, who died in a chokehold?
There's been other people who've died in them, I think. But the to your point though, right? The rates have remained the same in terms of civilians who've been killed by police. Since 2020, we see roughly around 1,100 people a year who are killed by police. So whatever legislation was passed, it hasn't necessarily made an impact on that, which we would hope for. But some gestures, I mean, I'm always careful to not say nothing has happened, because the things that have happened, it may take a while for them to actually have an impact. So, just seeing some departments begin to experiment with mental health crisis units instead of having armed officers respond to different emergency situations, I think that's progressive, right? Even if we don't see the impact of it right now, 2 or 3 years from now, depending on what phase they're in, it can make a difference, right? So I'm all in favor of that. But I just thought it was wild that King would return to that, the 2020 election and 2020 protests and talk about that as if we'll be enamored by it. We shouldn't be in a different critical mode in terms of thinking about what's happening now, right? And why haven't we seen reductions in the levels of police violence against civilians in the intervening years? So that was a problem. The other pushback I've gotten, and I don't know if you've seen some of this stuff as well, mainly on Twitter and in the dark wet parts of social media where people like to fester and criticize. People who haven't read the book, but who are upset that I would dare take up Black Lives Matter in a critical way, or dare to say that abolition as an ideology and as a political project may not be what we need, and may be actually out of step with what the vast majority of Americans want and need at this particular moment. So the book has been condemned in those corners for ideological reasons. And also, I think because I'm not a part of those academic cliques, just to be honest. I don't go to their conferences. I'm not invited to be on their panel discussions. I'm not on their dissertation committees. And so therefore I'm an easy target, somebody who they can take out on social media in a couple of hot takes without even having read the book.
Do you think it's because you're Black?
Look, if it's not because I'm Black, it's offensive to me because I'm Black, right? Because it's been 30 years since I started grad school, right? I started grad school fall of 1993 at Ohio State. And if the thing that you would want to do as a grad student that would completely disqualify you and get you pushed out of the program, it would be to speak up about a book without having really read it carefully, right? And so sheer hubris that you see in some of these social media contexts where people are willing to condemn, to revile, without even having any sort of knowledge of the the actual argument. To me, it's just, as an old-fashioned guy, right? It's anti-intellectual, and it's petty, and it's whack, right? I mean, that's the best I can say about it. It's fucked up.
Look,
to be honest.
we are in the era of engagement, Sid, and this is not cancel culture, but I want to speak to the manager culture. You definitely have a lot of cats that want to speak to the manager. You wrote this book,
right?
In the book, you say,
but I knew that was going to happen, right?
Well, yeah, that's I think you and Teray, recently we had Paul Prescott on the show, and we did a show about the GI Bill, and he wrote a paper about it. And it felt like a lot of the comments from a clip that I cut. And sometimes, I'll be honest, I try to have incendiary titles for these clips as clickbait. Sometimes it works. And Gene Bajlan actually has more fun making clickbait titles because he's way better at it than me. And I think he changed the title up slightly, but I think it was just like, I think it was reparations or a dead end, which is a quote from Paul, but it's taken totally out of context. And right there, it's almost like that made that thing show up in the algorithm of everyone that's got an
oh man, you're chumming the waters, right?
Yeah. It's like
you're throwing the fish guts and the blood in the water.
It's like everybody with an onk in their profile. I'm getting yelled at, and I don't understand. I don't understand reparations. One person said, who I thought this was the most beautiful thing, that reparations is not a racial project. It's interesting. Very interesting that you said that, especially in the context we were speaking in.
Well, you shouldn't talk so fast, man. I'm waiting for my check. Legislation goes through.
Well, that's why you're staying in California.
Shut your mouth, man. Exactly, right? That's why I moved here.
It's so funny. Me, Cedric, Teray, Pascal are in a group chat, and they never share news from California. These Negroes have been sharing this reparations news like they're watching the goddamn OJ trial.
Right. More exciting than the white Bronco.
when Gavin Newsom brings that check down, Cedric finna be like Sister Act 2. Oh, happy day. Back to the more serious matters. Cedric, in your book, you say anti-policing struggles must ultimately transcend the innate liberalism and ethnic politics of Black Lives Matter, which are political dead ends too easily usurped by the investor class and mainstream party politics, and instead directly address the underlying capitalist class contradictions that are driving police killing and America's overgrown carceral apparatus. The book, The New Jim Crow, as well as the 13th documentary frame and the 13th Amendment, also in the 13th documentary framework, have become commonplace in any discussion around the carceral system. A book that we have both referenced, Locking Up Our Own, tells a more detailed story without the fiery image of neo-slavery. What does The New Jim Crow and the powerful 13th documentary miss in their analysis of the carceral state?
Well, let me say something before I do that, which is, and I'm sure, you can recall this as well, right? During the late Reagan-Bush period, right? The first response we get, the first analysis of the carceral expansion comes from Black civil rights organizations, right? And there's a lot of different reasons for that, right? Part of it has to do with where some of the most well-publicized incidences of police violence are coming from, right? So if you think about Eleanor Bunkford in New York City or Malice Green in Detroit, right? When those people are killed in ways that we see as being unfair by police, the immediate groups that respond, or civil rights organizations, local activists, clergy, and what they do is they do what they've been doing, right? They simply frame those murders as an extension of the Jim Crow system that we thought we had left behind, right? They use that language when they're talking about it. And it's a powerful language, right? I mean, I was a teenager during the 1980s. And if you asked me back then how I explained, all of those incidents, I would say this is racism, right? Because I didn't have any other reference points. I didn't live in white neighborhoods or communities. And so I would respond the same ways. You also had hip hop music at that time, which amplified that sort of race analysis of what was happening. And what we should know by now, if we take a longer view, right? I mean, there were whites who were being killed by police back then as well, but they didn't have the same advocacy networks or apparatus in place to deal with those sorts of police killings. And so it took a lot longer for us to catch up, I think. And in a way, we still haven't caught up, right? We're still using the same frames, even though the reality looks very different, right? So what New Jim Crow gets wrong, what Black Lives Matter gets wrong, is that once we leave the urban theater, the numbers change, right? Blacks are in any given year a minority of those persons who are killed by police, right? And so it begs other questions. Why are people in general being killed by police? What are these different civilian police conflicts like? And it also misses who the victims are if we're just talking about Black people, right? Because they're not the same, right? We're not talking about members of the Black middle class by and large. We're not necessarily talking about Black wealthy people, but we're essentially discussing the most vulnerable elements of the Black working class who are being routinely targeted by police for harassment and in many cases involved in fatal conflicts with police. So I think that's what's missing, right? It doesn't even the Black predicament, right? If we're talking Jim Crow or Black Lives Matter rhetoric, right? It essentially gives us the sense that any one of us can be stopped, harassed, and killed by police in any given moment. And that's just not the truth. That's just not the case, right? I mean, think about the some of the most high-profile cases, right? George Floyd. Let's take George Floyd, Eric Garner, who you've already evoked, Alton Sterling, and Freddie Gray. That's some examples, right? If we look at these people as individuals, who were they? What were their lives like, right? They weren't bankers. They weren't college graduates who were working as part of the professional managerial stratum. They were people who were struggling to try to eke out an existence in the economy that doesn't necessarily meet the needs of people who are less educated, who are lower skilled, and who would have been absorbed in an earlier period of, high level manufacturing production in the country, but are not anymore, right? So, what was George Floyd doing in Minneapolis, right? He had moved there as part of a ministry that was about relocating men who were in recovery to help them put their lives back together and find gainful employment. And he had done a lot of different kinds of jobs, right? He'd worked as a security guard. I don't even know if I should say this, but he had also been involved in, he'd been a rapper for a little while. He'd also been involved in a little bit of sex work. And so there's different things that happened and that he did.
Mhm.
I'm saying that not to impugn him, but just to situate him as a person, right? Who is like millions of other people who are trying to eke out an existence. Eric Garner, same thing, selling, Lucy's in front of a convenience store, a bodega in Long Island, right? Alton Sterling selling, pirated CDs or used CDs in front of a gas station in Baton Rouge. And Freddie Gray, like a lot of people, was involved in, regular, drug dealing, which, again, not trying to impugn him at all. It's actually a really pretty grotesque aspect of our society where I've got 3 cannabis dispensaries within walking distance of my house here, but people in my home state of Louisiana are still being arrested for cannabis possession and distribution. I mean, that's just a gross injustice. But again, I think we need to focus on who these Black people are who are being targeted on a regular basis. I mean, I've been stopped by police many times before. I've been harassed before. I've been handcuffed. So I've had those experiences, but it doesn't happen to me on a regular or weekly basis, as it does with many working class and largely unemployed and underemployed Black country. So long response to what you're saying.
No, we like long responses. That was awesome. Very thorough. How do you feel about the example of racism given by some particularly Black men with money who talk about being pulled over in the fancy car in certain neighborhoods?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it happens, right? And I'm saying this because I'll just give a vague reference to it. In the last month, I've dealt directly with 2 young men who I'm connected to, my own son, but also the son of a longtime friend of mine who've had run-ins with police, right? And, without going into all the details, it can happen to people who are upwardly mobile. It can happen to people who are in, have a different class position. I think the way to explain that, and Touré is great with this, right? He actually says that the Black middle class tends to be collateral damage, essentially, in a strategy that's mainly trained working class and underemployed and unemployed people, right? It's not necessarily something that we're going to confront and face every day. And this is another part that James Foreman Jr. brings into focus. Once either of us gets caught up in it, right? Those of us who have means, we can hire a lawyer, right? We can figure out ways to work in the system to reduce the consequences of an arrest, even if we're guilty, right? If it's a DUI, if it is possession of
you can pay for a
different
DUI.
amounts of drugs.
Yeah, it's very different. Yeah.
Right. You're in a different situation than somebody who comes in unable to pay for basic fines and fees that the court may level against them, let alone be able to hire their own private lawyers. So when I hear people make those cases, and the one that folks always used to like to use was Skip Gates, right, being harassed in Cambridge. Skip Gates is not going to he's not going to go to jail overnight. He's not going to go to prison for life because he has the resources and the notoriety and the social networks and the power to avoid, being processed by the system in that particular way. I mean, what happens? People always lop off the consequence of it, right? Skip Gates gets into a conflict with the police. He doesn't get shot. He ends up having a beer conference with the president, right, as a result of it. So it's just not a good example to use. But it doesn't stop people from using it, right? From sort of using this as a way of bringing us back to a conversation about this being primarily about race and racism.
Well, they say it's just systemic. I mean, again, the comments that we got from the show about the GI Bill was like the negation of racism being this system. And one thing I did learn from Ture when his students say that to him, he goes, well, what's the function? Right. And generally the answer is going to be, well, white supremacy.
Right.
Which has actually happened within, someone has said that in our comments before, and I asked that same, what's the function? And their answer was the white supremacy, which is ultimately the devil made me do it. Right?
Yeah. I mean, for me, and again, this is coming from a social science background. If something explains everything, it doesn't explain anything, and it's not helpful intellectually, right? I mean, that's the definition of a tautology, right? If it explains everything there is, which is how people use white supremacy, then it doesn't help me to understand what's going on in the society. It doesn't help me to understand why I had to step over a white guy on the sidewalk today as I was trying to get back to my apartment, right? White supremacy doesn't explain that for me.
Well, that's his own failing. That's where it's like the game of intellectual.
He didn't take advantage of white supremacy,
right? The game of intellectual twister people play. They go, everything that you don't like is white supremacy, right?
Right.
So getting messed with by a police officer is white supremacy, and yada 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 yada. It's always wealth gap numbers, right? White supremacy. Right. But then when I say, well, the majority of people that I deal with in the homeless shelter are white. And, I've spent way too much time outside of major metropolitan areas in the United States. And a lot of those poor people that I met were literally white.
Right.
And they did not like fucking with the police.
Right.
And they didn't like, it was just like hanging out in the hood that I grew up in. But they seem to be failures of some kind. And then it's like, well, they have white supremacy too, but they just don't let it work for them. So it's almost like, so underclass ideology for white people in the middle of the country, and everybody else is just white supremacy. So it doesn't have to die in the thought process.
Yeah, and even like if you think back to the brutal beating of Tyree Nichols, right? Which, I mean, I stopped watching some of those videos just because it's just upsetting, right? And I watched so many in trying to finish this book, and read about read the police reports and read detailed, eyewitness accounts of what happened in some cases. You can only stay in that space for so long. But look at the response to that, right? I mean, it was almost the same response we heard when Freddie Gray was detained by, black cops, driven around Baltimore, and he receives injuries in the midst of his transport. With Tyree Nichols, I mean, you're watching these black men beat this other black man to death, right? And we know now that his death was caused by blunt force trauma to his head. I mean, there's not. I'm not using white supremacy to explain that, right? I mean, who does that?
Well, they have internalized racism, Cedric. That's
whatever. I mean, right, right.
Duh.
But I'm just thinking, like, we've been in situations like that where whether it's a barroom where somebody's fighting, where it's when I was a kid in school, I mean, people would fight. It would be pretty vicious, or a domestic violence situation. I mean, where does the responsibility of these persons come into play? And why do we have to use, internalized racism, the acrobatics of it, to make sense of what these people did? They behave the way other police officers behave sometimes, right? And they should be held accountable for that. There's no need to explain it by a retreat to internal racism. It just doesn't help us. I mean, they were engaging with who they believe to be some sort of ne'er-do-well in the way that they always do, right? Which is to arrest, to detain, to harass, to treat with impunity, and to expect, the fact that they have the legitimate use of power on their side to allow them to get away with it, right? In this case. So I just think, it's just not helpful, right? The whole internalized racism, it's just acrobatics, and it doesn't illuminate the problem as far as I'm concerned. Because here's the thing, right? So if we rely on racism as the explanation, it lets a lot of white people off the hook.
Cool.
Because it always becomes this third person narrative. It's these people over here. It's the racist cops. It's Derek Chauvin. It's these other people, Jason Van Dyke, who are the problem. It's not us. It's not those of us who rely on police protection and the reduction of petty crimes as a way of shoring up our real estate values. You know, people don't even think about that connection in most cases. And whites who enjoy, you know, and blacks as well, find parts of cities, who enjoy robust tourist zones in cities. All of those things are made possible by way of policing, right? But, you know, for a lot of people, it's much more easy to think about, well, it's these cops over here. It's either the black cops who've internalized racism, it's the Roe cop, you know, Mark Furman, Derek Chauvin, whoever else. They're to blame, right? And we need to rid our society of those persons versus reorganizing the society in such a way that nobody deserves to be harassed in that way for selling cannabis. I mean, what the fuck? Or selling CDs, right? Selling Lucy's, engaging in sex work. These things should not be criminalized forms of work to begin with. And so I think there's a different perspective that we should take. And there's some Black Lives Matter activists who are saying this. I don't want to act like I'm the only person who's making this point.
It's funny you talk about that. I was actually having a conversation about somebody here where I live in Mexico. We were talking about the fact that you don't get a lot of petty theft crime because the economy here is based around tourism, and you will get messed up by law enforcement.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there is no, and it's not pretty.
The law enforcement want the petty theft, right?
I mean, if that's the way you want to go, and it may not be just them. There's a lot of people that
I shouldn't say that. I still want to come down there. I probably
I mean, you can. I mean, they're like, look, if that's the way you want to go, it may not be the cops that mess you up. It may be somebody else. Like it's quiet here. We like it that way. We can't have trouble. What is your problem with defunding the police? Is it a dead-end strategy, or is it a simple hashtag that lacks nuance and is antithetical to large-scale coalition building? I'm asking the question. I don't have the answer.
Yeah, so this was another bone of contention with some abolitionists who have a problem with that part of the argument. I do, you know, in the book, there's moments where I say, hey, some departments should be right-sized, right? You know, there's no real correlation between the funding levels of the Chicago Police Department and the results that we get as citizens in Chicago, right? I mean, Chicago has higher rates of homicide and violent crime than New York and Los Angeles, right? And it has a bigger police department in some regard, certain metrics than those places. So I don't think that is the way to go, right? I think we can reduce crime through other means. So I am in favor, in part, of some defund arguments. The problem with it as a slogan and as a way of talking about the direction of you know, Black Lives Matter or carceral reform, most Americans don't agree with that, right? And I'm not saying that to dismiss the claim, but if you want to have a political impact, you should at least be thinking about, you know, how are you going to build on this? How are you going to get people to follow you? And if most Americans are saying, look, they don't like what happened to George Floyd, they don't like seeing, you know, viral videos of police killings, but they're also, when you look at most public opinion polls, not willing to support reductions in their police budgets, that's a conundrum for organizers, right? That's a conundrum for advocates of defund. And it's one that they need to wrestle with, as opposed to just simply balking at it and condemning anybody who would bring it up as an issue. I mean, that's real politics, to be able to say, how do we build a popular constituency? How do we get people to join our side, right? So there's that dimension of it. More broadly, I'm more opposed to the idea of abolishing police, right? And I know that's a controversial position for some people to take. The reason I say that is I can't think of a socialist country. Maybe you can. Maybe some of the people in the voice in the chat can think of it. Can you think of a socialist country that did away with its military and its police?
Nope. Right? Their police in Cuba, Soviet Union had police.
Right. Can we think of a modern society that's as populous as ours, right? That's as complex as ours, that does away completely with law enforcement? And how do you have a society with the rule of law without law enforcement, right? I mean, that's that's a problem that I think some people, and this again, I haven't talked to all abolitionists. I've had some who are students, some who are colleagues, some who are comrades, friends, family members. But it's a position that they don't quite think through carefully, right? How do we transition to the society we want without having a rule of law and without having law enforcement as part of that formula, right? And so in that regard, I'm more of a socialist who believes in the use of the state as a means of transition. I know that's unpopular in some corners now. People are committed to democratic socialism or maybe even more anarchistic ideas that don't really want to see the state involved. But I can't think of, again, just over the last 50 years, when we did see progressive strides made in the Caribbean, in parts of Africa, in parts of Asia, during the post-colonial period, we saw strides that were made by countries that ultimately were defeated from within and from without, right? They were defeated militarily, they were defeated through coup d'etat, and that's what ended that project. And so how do we expect to do the same thing in this country? We're going to redistribute wealth. We're going to change the ways in which urban budgets are distributed. And we're not going to have courts and law enforcement to penalize people who are rule breakers, right? I mean, it's almost like we believe somehow that the ruling class in this country is going to go along with the things that we want without any sort of punishment. I think the problem for us now is that we haven't lived through a period where we've seen true popular democracy, where we've seen working class ideas that are a part of the society and a part of the rule of law in a real way, right? And because we haven't seen that, a lot of us aren't really thinking about what it would be like to govern in a more just manner. And so once you're in that position, you got to think about qualified immunity. You got to think about law enforcement in a different way, right? Let me just give one quick example that might help to illustrate this. We wouldn't be sitting here, the three of us having this conversation, at least not in this format, had it not been for a second Reconstruction in this country that was not just about the passage of legislation, but about the enforcement of that legislation in the short term through force. And so, when we get, not just the Brown decision at the Supreme Court level, but the passage of the Civil Rights Acts, the Voting Rights Act, the Fair Housing Act, the Economic Opportunity Act during the 1960s, these things have to be enforced, right? It's not like Southern segregationists just were going to sit back and say, fuck it. Let these Negroes have the hotel if they want to stay there. Give them a king-size bed, right? Nobody did that. They had to be forced by the National Guard, by the mobilization of the 82nd Airborne, by the use of federal marshals, the deployment. And a lot of people have this view of the 60s that erases those moments, right? And I think, again, if we're going to talk about social justice now, right, we have to think about the relationship to force, and that means the relationship to the courts and to law enforcement, right? It doesn't have to look the way that we have now. What we have now is a police, apparatus that supports a highly unjust society, right? One that is super beneficial to capital, right? And I think that's what we're all opposed to. But I don't know if the alternative involves the loss or erasure of policing as a societal function. And I just haven't heard a good response. Maybe, again, somebody in your comment section might have a legit response.
They don't. No.
The comment section, I can see it now, so I'm trying not to. We have a situation.
Question real quick.
Sure.
Not to be that guy, but to be that guy.
Be that guy.
Be that guy who's like, hey, when I say abolish the police, I don't really mean it. I mean, reimagine the police.
Right.
What do you say to those people?
I mean, again, I think, this is part of the consequence of, echo chambers that operate both within academia, and I'm guilty of it myself. I'll admit to it. where, when we're in that space of the abolitionist, networks that we might be a part of, friend circles, organizations, that language makes a lot of sense, right? And it's edifying for people who are in that context. I don't deny that. I don't, I totally believe that's the case. But when you get out of that, right, how do you speak to working class people about these issues, right? Who are living in places like my hometown, which has one of the highest murder rates in the state of Louisiana now, and also has, one of the highest murder rates, for that matter, in the country, even though it's not a place that people would think of. Say to somebody in that context that you want to abolish police or even defund the police, right? They're thinking, what are you talking about?
Right.
We need arrests being made. We need closures for these homicides, right? We don't want a rollback of police function. We need more effective policing in these communities. Now, my abolitionist friends would say, but there's other ways to get at this problem of homicide and violent crime, drug economy, and that would be through more progressive interventions. And I agree with them. But again, how do you get into that conversation with people who don't live in New York City, people who don't go to these abolitionist conferences, people who are not a part of that discourse as it exists? Get them to think about these issues in a way that closes the gap between what their real felt needs are and realities and the kind of world that you're trying to push us in the direction of, right? So I'm sympathetic at times to a number of abolitionist claims. I just don't think it makes the transition from academic and activist subculture to something that might actually become popular within the context of the United States. You can't tell people that, right? Because they're thinking, well, everybody around me is saying this, right? But they're not in South Louisiana. They're not in,
Oakland,
Gallup, New Mexico, right?
St. Louis.
They're not in those places,
Kansas
right?
City.
Ferguson, yeah, exactly, right. They're not in those places where there's a ground in reality. Yeah.
Look, I was talking yesterday on Doug Lane's show and on Ben's show. I wanted to juxtapose the two killings of Jordan Neely and definitely of Banco Brown. Well, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Banco Brown. That's the young trans man that got murdered in San Francisco by a security guard. And in the Banco Brown case, which for whatever reason isn't really getting that much attention, which kind of makes me sad. And I think it has to do with a lot what we're talking about here, because people, again, love the idea of white supremacy. They love even putting it in, doing backflips to put it in whatever context they need for it to be true. No one here is saying that it never existed, but is it the motivational factor for people at this moment? So with the Banco Brown situation, he was a young man that was stealing in a Walgreens in downtown San Francisco, and the security guard and the company there had got orders, of course, from Walgreens that they needed to physically stop people when they saw them stealing. Because usually when you've seen those videos of people stealing and just running out and all the workers are just looking at them, it's because the store has a mandate that says if someone's stealing, don't go after them.
Right.
And in San Francisco, it's been getting somewhat bad, and a few people have been getting hurt. And so now security guards are armed, which I'm not the biggest fan of, armed private security. I'm not that big fan of cops, but I'm not a big fan of armed private security.
Right.
So even when I was there last with my son, we saw a security guard, in my opinion, get into a very unnecessary physical altercation with an unhoused man. That multiple citizens tried to stop because no one took out their camera first. But anyway, in this Banco Brown situation, he literally gets into a fight with the security guard as he stopped. He says he's going to kill him. The security guard has a dominant position on top of him, lets him up. And Brown says he's going to stab him and kill him. Security guard tells him to leave. Brown says he's going to stab him. Security guard unholsters his weapon. At that point, I don't think a cop would have unholstered their weapon.
Right.
especially for someone that doesn't have anything on them.
Mm-hmm.
But the cops have shot people unarmed before,
Mm-hmm.
and it wasn't like he gestured and said, "I got a knife," and like showed anything. He just was, John.
Mm-hmm.
And as he's John, and the guy has his weapon unholstered, he says he's going to kill him, and does this move right.
Yeah,
and it was just a
Fucks
gesture.
up on him.
Yeah, and he shot him. He spit at him, and as he spit, he shot. Now the security guard is black. The victim is black.
Mm-hmm.
District attorney in San Francisco is a black woman, Brooke Jenkins, who says she is not pressing charges. She read the report, read the eyewitness statements. She put the video public. The mayor of San Francisco, also a black woman, grew up in San Francisco as well. So it's interesting to me that so many people have, so much outrage for what happened in New York. And it's almost like they're confused at how to be upset, because in the statement, because originally the security guard got taken in for murder. He was cuffed. It was a wrap for him. And the body-worn cameras for the cops that took him in, as they're taking away the guy's weapons, the guy starts talking about his life. He himself experienced homelessness. I don't know if you guys know, even if you're a security guard with a gun, they don't pay that much money. And the Bay is expensive. He grew up with drug-addicted parents. And his younger brother was murdered while sitting in a car in East Oakland. And he said in his statement, I didn't shoot this man because he stole something. I shot him because I thought he was going to hurt me. I don't know if people that suffer that level of trauma should probably, be a security guard with a gun.
Carrying a gun, yeah.
But we also have to kind of acknowledge the fact that in some of these areas, there's legitimate trauma people suffer.
Yeah.
And it goes back to that old Public Enemy song, 911 is a joke. That song was about the realities of when we had problems in the inner city and called the police. And I hate when people say, well, they don't stop crime. It's like, well, I know that.
Right.
The point is, we want them to find the cat that did the thing, you dummy.
Right.
And so I remember when there would be bodies hanging around neighborhoods because nobody would come. I don't know if it was like that where you grew up as well. And I can't
for sure.
But where I'm from, it'd be like, oh, they didn't pick dude up for a day and he died. He got shot in my back.
Yeah. I mean, and that's something that I think, is lost. Foreman talks about that in his book, right? That especially during the Jim Crow period, but even afterwards, as you're pointing out, the big problem for a lot of Black communities was the lack of service, right? The lack of response from police. The problem of over-policing it comes much later, right? I mean, that's really, with the carceral expansion of the 80s and through the Reagan Bush period. But before that, I mean, this is part of the reason why so many different jurisdictions, civil rights organizations in different cities are pushing to hire more Black cops in the 1940s, in the 1950s and 60s, because, and again, the logic now we know is flawed, right? If you hire more Black cops, they'll know the good guy. They'll know the good guys from the bad guys, the upstanding from the ne'er-do-wells, and they will not treat Black people in the same ways, right? I mean, that was the logic that they had at the time. But again, it's coming from a place of not having enough support. I think the example you bring out from San Francisco is huge, man. I mean, and this is another problem, right? So on the one side, we've got abolitionists who are saying we should end qualified immunity for police officers, which means if you shoot somebody, you're not protected. You don't get a review first before any charges are leveled against you. So that people are calling for that sort of thing. But something more insidious that seems to be taking shape right now, right? You've got on the one side this vigilante culture, which is evolving, right? It's becoming much more pervasive with the spread of concealed carry in a lot of different states, and the use of force that can be, you can get away with. At one point, I remember as a kid, it was like you couldn't shoot somebody unless they crossed the threshold of your house, right? If they walk in through your door, then you can shoot them. Now that's not the case. You got stand your ground laws in different states, and it allows for all sorts of behavior to take place. Another dimension of it, and this is just worth mentioning, we've got over 1 million sworn officers in this country in terms of law enforcement. And we also have about as many private security guards, right? Who are not beholden. I mean, if we think the problem of sworn officers is bad, just imagine these people who are working for private security companies, and in many cases, as you point out, increasingly armed, right? I was in a grocery store close to my house last week, and I'm looking at this guy. I'm assuming he's a cop. He's got on a flak jacket. He's got on, he's got a taser. He's got a gun. He's a private security guy, right? So he has as much in the way of armament as a sworn officer, but none of the legal framework around him. I mean, at least a cop has a badge. There's other things that we're
there's someone he can
seeing.
answer to. Yeah,
right. He has a boss that that may have been elected by the public, depending on the system you're in. But I just think there's new problems that are emerging right now that we need to keep pace. And again, just the perpetuation of private security, the vigilante culture that's become so normal at this point. I think those things pose serious threats.
Before we go, Cedric, I want to ask you just a couple more questions. What do you think the camera has to do with some of the things we see with vigilante culture? I mean, I feel like there's certain instances where people just would have ignored stuff. But once the camera's on, everybody starts performing.
Right.
And I brought this up again, hosting Ben Burgess' show. I felt that, even stepping in and stopping something from happening, sometimes people just did instinctively. I've definitely broke up my share of fights on the Bay Area Transit BART and told kids to stop fucking with certain people.
Right.
It's not. I didn't need a camera, to do that. It's just what you did.
Right.
What happens again in this era of engagement? I know this might be a little drift. We're getting into a little Frankfurt Schoolish drift.
Right.
from the core.
The world is a stage, brother. The whole world is a stage now.
It feels that way. It feels that way, that everybody's got to be performing for the camera, negatively or positively, and nobody wants to be a quote punk for the camera. I mean, I think we showed and broke down the video of the hatchet man in the New York McDonald's that tore up that McDonald's and scared them kids. But cameras was on them, and I think that was a big reason why they felt so comfortable to hit that man.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, so the way I would come at it, I think what it's done, I think it is actually, it's a lot of those behaviors already there, right? Some of the same behaviors, whether it's the benevolent behavior, let me break up the fight, whether it's the person who's the bully, right? I mean, all of these things were already there. I think what it does to us, unfortunately, maybe this is taking a slightly different direction than what you're asking, it really spikes anxiety for a lot of people and sense of stranger danger, notions of agoraphobia, not in a clinical sense of somebody who's afraid to leave their house, but a social agoraphobia, people who are afraid of publics, right? They're afraid of being in public spaces. And so I think when we watch those videos, and if you watch one, then the algorithm is going to kick more and more of those to you, right? So after a while, you're sitting there looking at somebody getting their wig ripped off, somebody, getting knocked out cold in a Wendy's, right? So there's all sorts of things that you're watching, and it's sensational. It appeals to our own, sense for drama. But I think ultimately, and for people who are not really connected with working class Black people, people who are not used to inhabiting urban spaces, people who don't see the complexity of urban life, in all of its fullness. It leaves us with this siege mentality, right? Which I think, again, people have already had that going back to, the 1940s and 50s. You had people who were developing fears about cities and thought about cities in really dystopic ways. But I think with social media, it's really aggravated some of those sensibilities, and it can make you really scared of being in public space. And you're gonna respond in a certain way if you think that any moment anybody can attack you. I mean, right now, and there's real crime. That's the other problem, right? So I think there's a tendency for some people on the left to downplay the real crime that still exists, for some of us, people that inhabit certain kinds of spaces. But yeah, I was on the train here, which nobody rides anymore, right? I mean, people, not nobody, but working.
No, there's a problem with public transportation in California. It's a whole different show, but yes, you're right. Yes.
Yeah, but so what it's become, I say in Chicago, certain lines in Chicago remain for gentrifiers, right? They tend to be packed with people going downtown to work. But there are other lines that are primarily outside of rush hour. I mean, they have become like, the heroin express, right? I mean, there's so many people on who are like, I mean, I've literally seen people shooting up more than once. There's a lot of fights. A lot of stuff going on. Yeah. Here in LA, I was on the goal line recently and I got on, it wasn't even that late. It could have been like maybe not even midnight. And every car had at least 5 or 6 people sleeping in it, right? So it's become a mobile hotel, right? Essentially for, a shelter for the unhoused. And for a lot of people who are watching those videos, they're thinking, oh, this is a dangerous space, right? Homeless people means, potentially violent people. A person with a mental health condition means somebody potentially violent. In the mind of someone who is fed or overfed a diet of crazy fucking online videos, right? So that's just my take on it. But I hear what you're saying about the performative aspects, right? That people kind of take it to the next level when we're all in a reality TV series, right?
Yeah, that's
every moment of the day, right?
The era of engagement. The era of engagement. Cedric, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I do want to ask Toussaint, you had a question that you wanted to ask before we go. I want to ask this question to you, Cedric, because I want people to know what we're going to ask you a little bit in the champagne room and also kind of tease the champagne room. You want to ask your question, Toussaint?
What question is this? Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, you're killing me.
Is it the Norman Finkelstein question?
I thought you were going to do the Chuck D Iced Tea question.
Okay, let's do that one.
Did you hear Cedric say, oh, God?
That was good.
He's going to see Chuck D on the bus tomorrow.
Here's the Chuck
Let
D
me date myself.
I got a problem with this Negro the other day.
What are the shortcomings you see of hip-hop protest music as a protest? How did rappers like Chuck D and Ice-T in the 90s see the causes of policing similarly to BLM does today?
Yeah, I mean, the focus was primarily on race, right? And now, again, that's coming from, the charged environment of New York City in the case of Chuck D, right? Where you've got a series of different either police or vigilante killings of Black people that they're trying to respond to. But again, it's coming from that place of advocacy, right? These are the communities that, Chuck D, Flavor Flav, Terminator X, members of Public Enemy saw themselves as a part of. It's also coming from their Black nationalist ideology, right? Which sees race as the primary axis of conflict in the country. And Black people, kind of in a way that's similar to contemporary Afro-pessimist type arguments, Black people can't expect whites to be legitimate allies, right? And therefore we have to do for self, right? That was the prevailing ideology at the time. I think with Ice-T, you know, we get some of the same, maybe not in the same sort of racialized Black nationalist sensibility, but here on the West Coast, right, with the rise of you know, so-called gangster rap and you know, the shift of attention to West Coast, we might get a little more sociology from them, right? I mean, there's more of a sense of gang culture in this part of the world, and the ways in which violence unfolds for working class young Black and Latino people in Los Angeles and you know throughout the Southland. So I think we get a little bit more sociology from somebody like Ice-T. But again, there's no broader analysis of the country, right? And how this is not an exceptional situation, right? This is not something that's just happening to Black people. It's actually you know, it may have started with working class Black and brown urban young people because of where police departments really were the largest and most powerful. But you could see it in other parts of the country. You know, you could see it in other parts of the country as well. And there's still states like Kentucky where the majority of people in prison, in the penitentiary, are whites. So again, I think it's coming from a place of advocacy, right? These are people who want to do for their constituencies as they imagine them. It's not coming from a place of broad social analysis of the country as it exists. So I was all into those guys. I mean, like, again, you know, just to date myself, I was at New York as a teenager, right? I did all that stuff, right? I saw those guys in concert when I was like, you know, 14, 15, 16 years old, right? So I think, you know, it was powerful then for me because it was a voice that I felt I could identify with. But, you know, as a grown man now and looking back on it, you know, there were a lot of limitations to what they were saying. You know, there were moments where they veered into conspiracy theory. There were incidents that didn't really fit the analysis that they were providing. And there certainly wasn't a strong anti-capitalist politics in any of that stuff, right?
Well, hell no.
At all, right? And so it took me a while. I mean, I think, you know, after that kind of saw hip hop veered more in the direction of that, you know, era of the moguls, you know, Bad Boy and Death Row and all these other big labels kind of took over. And it drained that political content out, right? That was no longer a central part of the music. It became pretty clear, right? The limitations of it, right? And a lot of it, I mean, this is another problem. A lot of it, because there was no class analysis, it settled on us just doing better, right? We need to do better, right? So you can't allow this white supremacy to take you down, right? You have to live clean. In the case
you got to
of
be
Public
Trey.
Enemy.
You got to be Trey from Boys in the Hood.
Right.
You know, you got to, you know. You
Right.
work at the mall.
Yeah, you need a strong father figure in your life, right? Those things.
I will never understand that scene where, first of all, his dad doesn't really give him a fade in the kitchen. What 16, 17-year-old young man is
That's
gonna
the dad
like,
cut the hair.
you know what I mean? Like, unless your dad is like the barber, which that's the thing. But if your dad is just that nigga that sells real estate.
No, that's facts. I used to cut my son's hair when they were little, but at certain point,
wall clippers from a regular ass store. He didn't even pull out the shit that you get from the Korean beauty shop. When you saw that in that movie, you knew either the prop guy fucked up or this story is all fucked off. And then he tells that weird lie for no reason.
Right.
I was like, between this and, you know, why is there no black people on the walls?
Yeah.
But yeah, Boys in the Hood also is a movie I will watch so many times. Ben Burgess came in my car once and slammed the door, and I was this close to yelling at him. You slammed my door like a gorilla on the football field. Yeah,
that movie. I I actually went to a discussion about John Singleton a few months ago here, and yeah, it just sent me off on a nostalgia trip. I didn't watch that. I was like, I can't do that to myself.
You don't want to watch. Look, you live in
but at
LA.
the time, it was a big deal, right? At the time, I mean, think about that one scene where they're like in Compton, and he's describing gentrification to these guys, and then Grady from Whitman Mayo comes across
over here shooting and shit. What I'm gonna do for one smoke me? I gotta smoke me first. By the way, buy my mixtape.
Right. But you know, at the time, he was like, "That's deep," you know.
Bruh, there are people today that go, "This is the truth."
Yeah, of course.
That scene right there, I was like, when I grow up, I'm gonna be Furious Styles.
Right. Minus the bad haircut.
We ain't the ones bringing in the rock, but we selling the rock, pushing the rock. They want us to kill ourselves. That narrative fucks it up when like rich Negroes that ain't from the hood come in the hood, because everybody thinks gentrification is just white people moving in and gun. I'm from Richmond, California. I don't know where the gun store is. I mean, I know where you can buy cheap booze. The ice cream man sold dope, but they're acting like you just get guns willy-nilly. I'm like, I saw that in the South.
Yeah.
Well, thank you again, Cedric.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
10 minutes later. Thank you again.
If you guys are having fun with this, Toussaint actually wrote some great questions for Cedric that I do want to address. We'll be in the champagne room asking him these questions. We're also going to be breaking down some rap videos from some artists I found on Instagram. That is my new thing. It's finding rappers on Instagram. I love it. And I send them to MT and ask her if we should talk about them. And she said we can. And we talked to Cedric about it a little bit before the show, and he knew one of the rappers. So this
should be good.
This should be a good discussion. Also, if you guys want access to the champagne room, it's free. There's a free trial going on right now with Patreon. Patreon.com/BitterLakePresents. It's as easy as that. Free trial for the champagne room. We will see you guys there in Toussaint. We are
black.
That too. All right. I think we had enough of that Vice news piece. Welcome. Today is a big show for us. We have someone we have quoted several times on this show. We've all read his work. By we, I mean me and my co-host, Pascal Robert. Let me bring him in right now. Coming all the way from Miami, Florida, by way of New York City, You may know him from his articles in Black Agenda Report and sometimes Huffington Post. Pascal Robert.
Peace, my brother. Peace to the chat and the viewers.
Chat's already on fire. Also, thank you. Shout out to chat moderator John Ross. Please be kind. It's going to be a hot chat tonight, John, because we have a hot topic. Let's just bring him in. Pascal, would you like to introduce our guest tonight?
The one, the only, the known left intellectual, scholar, academic of Black politics, Black political history, Adolph Reed Jr.
Adolph Reed Jr.
Hey, man, good to see you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, thanks for taking the time to be on. This show's been a long time in the works. We've had your son on a few times. I'm looking forward to having your son on again. When the three of us get together, it's always a pretty good time. I think the last time we were all on, we watched Boys in the Hood and just deconstructed Boys in the Hood, and that for me, that is like the most fun when it can be us or four of us with Cedric Johnson. It's a good ass time. And recently we had on,
I'm sure it is.
Oh, recently we had on Preston Smith, which was also
great. Yeah,
that was a real good show.
Yeah.
So Pascal, I know you got some questions.
Yeah, it was,
Pascal's got enough questions to keep us on until after midnight. Your time, right? Not our time. Your time after midnight.
I just want people watching to know that for the most part, Pascal comes up with the questions, because at this point, this is all gone right now. And I don't have questions on the level that Pascal has questions.
Yeah, no, they're good and important questions. So I look forward to our discussion.
So Pascal, he called me up earlier this morning to yell at me that he had these questions and did I read them while I'm trying to fix my computer and get the show ready. Then he called me up again to yell at me if I read them. So I want y'all to know that are watching, share this shit out in your social media, because Pascal spent a lot of time trying to come up with the perfect questions for our guest today, brother Adolph Reed Jr.
Well, one of the reasons I did that is that people are so used to calling me a Reedian that would have thought I would have been just standing in a fan for everything that this out of your mouth. But
that's
instead of doing
the idea that there's something called a Reedian out there that people can toss around.
Somebody on the show called us. They said, called us Reedian.
You're too Reedian.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. I don't know what the fuck that means, but I was like, all right.
I don't either.
All right. I was like, all right. I mean, I don't really know. All right.
Am I some kind of Vulcan or something?
We got to get a special handshake or some shit.
Yeah, right.
But Adolph, I mean, I've been reading your stuff. We've been communicating back and forth via email, and I've been reading your stuff long enough to know that you got a lot of haters. And without a question, and contrary to what the haters would have believed, I'm going to ask you questions in here to challenge you, the core beliefs, and have you lay down the marker so they can hear how you, put up or shut up. And that's why I asked the questions that I did. So we're just going to take it from the beginning.
Okay.
All right. So, Adolph, one of the focus of your early academic work was in analyzing how, at the height of the 60s moment, the power elite in America were so able to start what we here at This Is Revolution call the 50-year counter-revolution, meaning the period from the rise of Nixon to today and the reactionary counter to the 60s.
Right.
In one of your essays called The Black Revolution and the Reconstituting of Domination, you discuss how simply blaming the attacks of the state through COINTELPRO and other oppressions are not enough to explain why the Black radicals were unable to effectively make an imprint in actual politics. You discuss how Black radicalism was reconstituted into ruling class. Can you elaborate on how Black radicalism post-60 was reconstituted into the prerogatives of the ruling class? And do you see the current manifestation of racial grievance politics from Black Lives Matter to reparations discourse suffering the same fate?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'd say a couple things. I think that what happened in the wake of Black Power, right, was, in retrospect at least, a predictable phenomenon, right? And frankly, I mean, both Cedric Johnson and Preston Smith have helped me see and articulate this this dynamic in a more textured way. Because Black Power was always two things, right? It was an expressive or a performative radical politics, right? And it was a de facto ideology for consolidation of a new Black political class that took shape over the 60s. I mean, really beginning, depending on where you were, like in the late or the mid to late 50s, and began to consolidate institutionally after passage of the Voting Rights Act. And it's so funny that so many people who want to talk about, the Black radical tradition or whatever, as they see it now, treat the Voting Rights Act like it was just a thing that happened. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't a very significant institutional development, like in American political life, but certainly in Black American political life. So what happened basically was this new class of, professional and managerial types who were able to respond to the expanded opportunity structures that opened after the landmark legislation of the mid 60s, which, by the way, included people like me, right? Were naturally came to form communities of interest, right? In the political realm that grew more tightly bonded over time, right? And what happened was, since so much of Black Power radicalism was performative, didn't have an institutional agenda, didn't really have a practical program that was possible to organize around, it just kind of fell by the wayside, right? And it fell by the wayside. Yes, COINTELPRO had something to do with it. Yes, Ford and other foundation funding had something to do with it. But the real story was a natural transition, into a class-based ethnic politics on a model that was dominant in post-war American political life in most parts of the country, and especially like in the realm of urban politics. So in that sense, it's not. And so this is why, as much as I liked and agreed with Bruce Dixon and also Glenn Ford, that's why I don't think that the misleadership class construct is particularly helpful, because the misleadership notion presumes that the Black political class has a mission to which it's more or less committed, of advancing the interests of Black Americans across the board. And that kind of misses the point. Like, they've got their own interests that they're advancing, and what they do, as classes typically do, is define their interests as isomorphic with the interests of the population in whose name they purport to be speaking. So I hope I didn't run away from the question.
No, but my larger question is that do you see this manifesting itself with the current racial grievance discourse politics?
Oh
we
yeah,
have?
right. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll say this. I mean, we got to remember, and yeah, I'll just answer the question that just popped up on the screen. Yes, I am, and it doesn't matter. But but the thing to keep in mind about this transition is that it's accretive, right? I mean, it's not like point B is entirely separate from point A. So I think a way to think about it is, the new Black political class consolidated itself over the 70s, say, to be charitable, right? And the ways of thinking about Black American political life and about race and politics that we all have inherited or are accustomed to, right, over the last 30 years are rooted in the common sense that was formed out of that moment of consolidation in the 70s. So I'm saying that to say that the forms of expressive politics like Occupy and Black Lives Matter and the reparations stuff took shape in a context, in a hegemonic understanding of what Black struggle is, right? I mean, for instance, that were already dominated and defined by the Black political class. So there never was any question really as to whether those radical expressions, right, were connected with the substantive politics and program, or a genuinely transformative political vision that people could try to organize around. So no, I wasn't surprised that they, turned out the way they turned out. And like, you don't have to be smart in particular to have seen the absence of an organic foundation for those political expressions, which is the reason I never that I resisted calling them movements, right? Because they weren't. I mean, they were actions, right?
Okay, well, you get into my next question, and you foresee that. Another of the themes, Adolf, of your earlier work, especially in Class Notes, was the attempt to explain why there had been no serious social movement, Black or otherwise, in the post-civil rights era, and the need to return to major movements to address the contemporary dilemma. These writings were in the 90s, yet all of the so-called movements that have manifested in the 21st century, from Occupy to Black Lives Matter, I've always read you being one of the early voices on the left stating that these things won't lead anywhere or are limited in terms of their long-term effectiveness. How do you reconcile your earlier statements on the need for a return to movement politics and your almost consistent pessimism when such movements in recent history have come up?
Right. Well, I wouldn't call it pessimism. I'd call it practicality. I mean, but I think the two perspectives are organically connected, because I've got a sense of what a movement would actually look like, and it would be grounded, like, institutionally among with an identifiable base of real people with names and addresses and stuff, right? And the real constituencies, and in fact, I mean, while I try to remain open to the possibility that one of the newer things, or the more recent expressions, could eventually develop something, or develop into something, I mean, like that. I think one of the problems that we have is premature proclamation of victory, right? Just today, I mean, I meant to check check the vote tally. Before I got on, but the last that I saw of the vote tally in the Amazon union vote was like over 900 no's and 295 yeses, right? So, and we knew it was going to be tough, and I just get, I find it maddening, right? How the left self-congratulation machine hypes, makes premature, or is given to making premature proclamations of victory, which make no sense. You know it's going to be tough, and if you proclaim the victory and then you lose the vote, then it gives rise to demoralization or whatever. And it's the same thing with Occupy, like in the rest of this stuff. I mean, it's the word isn't the deed, right? And you don't build a movement without careful, slow organizing and building the relationships with people and with organizations, right? You don't build it through Twitter, right, or whatever. I mean, you don't proclaim it, right?
What? You're saying, how dare you say that I can't build my pretend movement with a hashtag and a series of retweets?
Well, now you can probably get some foundation grants off that. Right,
I thought that was the whole game, right? I create a hashtag, I get a bunch of retweets, I shut down a freeway or two, and then George Soros gives me a check.
Bingo. There you go. That's it. And that's how we'll get free.
That's what Puffy told me. Did you see Puffy talking? Hey, did y'all see? Because I know there's a bunch of questions and I'm fucking up the flow, but hold on 1 second. I just want to get this in. So somebody sends me this article from Puffy, and it's not even an article, it's an open letter. Puffy sent an open letter to big business, and he said, look, I'm a media company owner, because he owns a small TV station, but I mean, he owns a TV station nonetheless. Puffy has a shit ton of money, and he's like, there's a lot of Negro dollars you guys get. It's like 1.4 trillion Negro dollars, and you're not giving enough of these Negro dollars to us Negro businesses, and we need these Negro dollars, because if you're not working with us, then you are working against us. And he started quoting Desmond Tutu.
Wow.
And all this other shit.
Yep. Well, look, and I tell you what, man, like that, if you think about it just a little bit, right? Like since George Floyd's murder, who've been the big winners, right? Where this tells you, right? This should tell all of us very clearly that this is a class politics. Right, Goldman Sachs is putting up what crazy sum is it?
Pascal, what was it? $10 billion for black businesses?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Black entrepreneurs. Yeah,
for black women.
Black women.
Black women. Right.
Sorry, don't get it twisted.
And more and more and more and more of that kind of stuff is the response. And so it turns out that all of the problems that black people have can be addressed by encouraging black business development. So what does that tell you? Right. And whose story is that? Right. I mean, that's not preserving jobs in the post office. Right. I mean, that's not a $15 an hour minimum wage. Right. Right. I mean, that's not the pursuit of affordable housing. Right. It's an idolatrous class program that, and look, I've been saying this now for like 3 or 4 years now, and I understand that it's a wrong-headed tendency, but it's a natural one. But I found myself on observing each one of these preposterous, apparent outrages, saying, okay, well, maybe this is the one that will get across to people who understand themselves to be on the left, that this stuff is a bullshit class program for the other class. and of course it never is, right? Because that's just not the way the world works, right? There's no, I mean, St. Paul getting knocked off the horse and getting up being somebody else, right? But it becomes more and more blatant almost daily, right? And I don't know. I'll stop my rant there.
I'm sorry if I threw you off or fired you up a little bit. I saw that like right before I was doing this, and I was talking to Pascal about it actually on the way back to picking up my 2-year-old. It's frustrating because either people laugh that kind of shit off,
right,
or
right.
It becomes there's an echo chamber too in the mainstream media, right, because he is such a large figure, and then it becomes just super racialized, right? His demand for this equity becomes super racialized, and then that becomes the conversation. Someone said in the chat, George Floyd would have never been able to benefit from some of the things that have happened in his name.
So true, right? That's so true. Yeah, so true. And I mean, even when people get ticked by the obvious hypocrisy, it's still just difficult to connect the dots, right? Because all these things are connected, right? I mean, it's like it's like not even a series of random class expressions, right? It's like Oprah and that $16,000 or $36,000 handbag, right? I mean, why am I supposed to give a shit about Oprah's handbag, right? About her
because racism is real, right? Yeah,
right.
It makes racism the real end all be all. And then as we talk about, you know, race being the end all be all, you have Kamala Harris, who is inserted for whatever issue you have, right? When this Asian violence was happening, all of a sudden Kamala Harris is the first Asian vice president. And she's talking about water rights. Right. And water being the next big fight we have, and it is. She's not the first person to say this or even talk about this. Mike Davis was writing about shit like this in the 90s, and for her to be somewhat flippant about it, like, hey, fuck oil. You're running out of good clean drinking water. Look at Tampa.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, yeah. I know. I mean, like, I'm on the board of Food and Water Watch, or Food and Water Action, the parallel group. And at our last board meeting, man, we learned, among other things, that that the Chicago Merc is preparing to set up a water futures desk, right? So, I mean, that tells you where the stuff is heading. And I mean, that's why the most important thing for us now, I think, is to figure out ways to try to reinvigorate a public goods approach to government, right? Because it's hard for us to organize around any reasonable reform, right? Just because of the level of mistrust and distrust that both the right and the neoliberal left have sown in ordinary people's views of government. And it works very well for capital, but like, it doesn't do shit for us.
No, it does work very well for capital. And even if we get into the whole quote unquote reparations talk that was happening in Evanston, Illinois, where, you know, if you live there and someone called you the N-word and didn't give you a house between 1919 and 54, then maybe you can get 25,000. Say again?
Not until 1969, actually.
Yes, it was,
Right, because Ken Warren and I both lived in Evanston, so I went to check to see if
you can get some money.
See if we can get some money.
But that whole thing is
cut off.
You didn't make the cutoff. You was mad.
No.
You was like, well, they called me a nigga 5 times before I left.
All right, man. Well, you can ask you can ask my son about this one, but I had an altercation with a bank guard in Evanston, who was following me around a bank when I was trying to write out a deposit slip, and we had sharp words. I'll put it to you like that.
Pascal, you wanna? I know I see you itching.
No, man, I like the back and forth. Next question. Adolf, one thing that you
Yes, sir.
One thing that you always made clear, and that I've often repeated, black politics is a class politics. What is your definition of black politics, and explain why you believe black politics is a class politics, and whether or not that has always been the case?
Right. Okay. Yeah. I was struck by that question too. It's another very good one. Well, and in this area too, like my thinking has been sharpened by Cedric Johnson and Preston Smith on this point. That what took shape in the post-war decades was the articulation of a black ethnic politics, basically. I mean, that's what political incorporation was, right, basically. And it was on balance, right, better than what preceded it, which was sort of a clientage arrangement. And black political elites got incorporated into local governing coalitions, at first at least, on an ethnic group basis. Bringing Preston in, from the 30s to well into the 50s, there were two distinct, more or less distinguishable, because they weren't always distinct in the moment, tendencies in politics among Black Americans, right? One is a tendency that he called racial democracy, which is liberal pluralism, basically, right? I mean, it's anti-disparitarianism, which is a model of a just society in which Black people would approximate their percentage in the overall population in all the social and economic hierarchies, or on all the levels of social and economic hierarchy, from the top to the bottom. So as Benjamin Wright, the brother of Nathan Wright, the Black Power preacher, and Benjamin Wright was an executive at Carceral, said that the just society would be one in which Black people were 10% of the corporate CEOs and the corporate boards, and 10% of the unemployed, and everything in between. That's the ideal of racial democracy, and that's what the pursuit of parity gets you, right? The other tendency that came out of the 30s and the CIO and the growth of a left politics, more broadly left politics around the New Deal, is a commitment to social democracy, right? To a social democratic agenda, which was a tendency within Black politics that asserted that the only way that Black people, or the best and the safest way to win benefits for Black people, is to win them for the society as a whole. And to the extent that Black Americans were disproportionately among the working class, winning benefits on a class basis for working people would also disproportionately redound to the benefit of Black people, right? So there's a logical tension between these two imperatives that sometimes erupted, sometimes didn't. But the long and the short of it is that by the mid 60s, and what happened during the Cold War and Red Scare and I mean McCarthyism and that stuff was definitely a contributing factor. But what happened was that the racial democratic tendency became dominant, right? And that's what's been driving in our understanding of what counts as Black politics ever since then. So, for instance, as Judith Stein said in a very powerful essay in 1974 and 5, that the way we came to understand Black politics was that if a group of black workers organized to form a union, speaking of Bessemer, then that didn't count as black politics. But if they fought against racism within the union they were in, then that did count as black politics. So in that sense, the class tensions have always been there in Black American politics, insofar as they mapped onto the class tensions in the society at large. And I mean, it's interesting to keep in mind in this regard too, that the idea of a distinctively black politics or a black political voice or whatever took shape, and especially the notion of black leader, right, took shape at precisely the moment when black people, the vast majority of whom lived in the South, were disfranchised and were basically stripped of civic voice, right, as ordinary people, right? And when, as Michael R. West has argued, the notion of race relations took shape, in part to make black people invisible as individual citizens, and to make them condensable, right, like into the persona of individuals who were identified as responsible voices for the Negro or I mean Negro leaders or whatever. But certainly since by the end of the Carter administration, black political elites had become increasingly less able to deliver even symbolic benefits to rank and file black people, and that's when we begin to see like the big question about what the Negro is going to get from a presidential administration, with stuff like who is going to get what appointments, and which black people are going to go to the federal judiciary or to the cabinet, because they couldn't win anything else, and then eventually didn't think about trying to win anything else that would do good for black people at large. But to the point that by 2016, right, James Clyburn, John Lewis, and Cedric Richmond, who at that point was the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, denounced Bernie Sanders for wanting to pursue a redistributive agenda that would disproportionately benefit black people. So,
okay, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you agree that there is a black political class in America? Do you agree that there is a black political class in America? And if so, how do you define it? What are the social mechanisms that give it life? And who is such class truly beholden to? How does such a class constrain the political aspirations of Black America, if at all? And is this only a post-civil rights phenomenon?
Okay. Yeah. Yes. I think to all that, right? I mean, you could have called, what Malcolm called the Big Six, right? I mean, you could have called them, something like a black political class, right? And it was easier to identify them because they were leaders of organizations, right, and had constituencies. Since the VRA, I mean, I think there's no question but that there's a black political class, right? I mean, they congeal around views of the world, sense of justice, and their material aspirations, and so forth. I mean, so they come together around common interests, and they are as much a class for themselves as they are a class in themselves. And I think that's become increasingly the case since the mid-70s, right? To whom are they beholden? See, I got a little. I'd make a modification to that question, because they're ultimately beholden to themselves and their own interests, and insofar as there's an implicit question in the question as to whether they are beholden to a Black constituency or a Black community. They think they are, of course, but what they take to be the Black community is a world of contractors and donors and their class peers, right? That's how it is that the issues that become understood to be the Black agenda never have anything to do with making working class people's lives better in a concrete way, right? I mean, that's kind of the definitive way of saying that they're a class in and for themselves. Now, I think there was another piece of that, the last piece of it. Oh yeah, I mean, I think it's become that's who won the civil rights movement, basically. I mean, don't get me wrong, like the rest of us got a bunch out of it too. And I mean, more broadly speaking, those of us who were in a position to take advantage of the new opportunity structures are the ultimate constituency for this Black political class, right? But it just doesn't dig any deeper than us, because you remember that what there is like, in their view of Black America, in their practical view of Black America, these political elites see a bifurcated population, right? There's like the Huxtables, for people who are old enough to remember Bill Cosby before his habits came out on him, and the underclass, right? And like their job is to go straighten up the underclass, both through moral suasion and the Dutch uncle speech, and I mean, like my son, I mean, I agree that Popeye's chicken in the morning can be really good, especially taking into account what you did the night before. It could be even better. But,
I'd also like to add that there is an all-you-can-eat Popeyes in Lafayette, Louisiana, and it is the only one.
Oh my
It's
God!
a magical place, right?
It's gotta be. Yeah. Well, like when I get back down there, I just might have to drive over to Lafayette.
On tour, it's a must. I actually lived for not too long. I worked in the Gulf of Mexico for a little bit, and so I was.
Oh wow, okay.
That was the closest
What,
place.
on a rig or something?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Wow,
sir. I cooked
okay.
on oil rigs.
Oh, did you? Wow.
Yeah.
So were you in a union or?
Them motherfuckers didn't have no union. They didn't unionize. That's where I learned. I'll be totally honest. My dad's worked union jobs the majority of his adult life, and going to the Gulf of Mexico is really where I learned kind of the power of unions and what happens when you work in an environment that is strictly non-union. And I don't think people understand things like Bessemer, Alabama. Like there's been a kind of a fight to keep unions out of big time industries in the South. So here I am working in literally the engine of Louisiana, and the Gulf Coast is oil, right? And it's not just non-union. It's we are going to fly in Filipino slave labor. And that was the first time I saw that in my life. Was them flying in, and I didn't understand until I actually some shit happened between me and the company, and I ended up staying in the Filipino barracks, which was a double wide trailer that these dudes were getting their paycheck just decimated for these like expenses, if you will, and they're stuck in the States because they have to work out a contract. So no, the Gulf is not a union environment. It's not as dangerous as it once was, but there were a few deaths while I was out there actually, and then I left before the spill.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, well,
moving on with the question.
Like I said, I'm gonna make that trip. I'm gonna make that trip to Lafayette.
Lafayette. Hey,
Well,
it's right there. It's right there by the Cajun Dome.
Oh, okay, very good. Pardon me, Pascal.
right,
Excuse me.
All right, hey, we gotta get to
Gotta
these
get my
questions,
Popeyes
Adolf,
on.
man. No problem. I understand, brother. I understand. Listen, I know you've written extensively about your critiques of the limitations of the Black Power movement. We also know that many of our comrades on the Black left who consider themselves revolutionary nationalists pride themselves on being acolytes of that particular era of politics. Explain to us what you believe is problematic about overzealous adherence to Black Power era nostalgia, and how do you deal with the detractors who will claim that your posture is "quote unquote" not revolutionary or purely integrationist? And you and I both know that a lot of those Negroes will say that.
Right. Oh yeah, no, I know. Well, I mean, I'm a product of that era and that movement myself, right? So, I'm only going to get bent out of shape about what anybody else thinks. But, so I tell you what, I mean, like the essay that you mentioned, the book chapter that you mentioned at the very beginning, the Black Revolution, was originally a paper that I did for a conference that I organized when I was teaching at Howard, and Preston Smith actually worked on the conference too. That was held in the fall of 1976, right? And it was a conference, most of the papers of which, or many of the papers of which, were published a few years later in an anthology called Race, Politics, and Culture, Critical Essays on Radicalism in the 60s. Ah, okay. Well, the point of that conference was to pull people together to discuss. That's it. Wow. Yeah, it looks good. To discuss why we had lost and what happened, right? Now, that's 1975. We were organizing this, and there were enough people to fill up like a day and a half, I think, conference to talk about how the movements of the 60s had lost and why. Okay. Black Power by 1975 had pretty clearly lost, or Black Power radicalism. The two or three tendencies that came out of it, which Sedgwick Johnson's first book is about, Pan-Africanism, what's cultural nationalism, and a kind of funny ass mechanistic Marxism, right? Were all evasions of the fact that the petty bourgeois politicians had won by the early 1970s, right? And it makes sense that they won, right? They had the resources. We didn't. We had an ideology, one that wasn't connected with people's needs on a daily basis, right? And once these Black people started to get elected to office, ordinary people, especially ordinary middle class people, could get stuff out of government, right? And these ideological tendencies were expressions of the inability of Black Power as a criticism to take account of what had been happening within Black politics, right? Robert L. Allen's book Black Awakening in Capitalist America came out in 1969, and it was a trenchant critique of Black Power. What I didn't figure out until a number of years later was that, I knew his conclusion was unsatisfying, but I didn't figure out until a number of years later that the problem that all of us had during the late 60s and early 70s about coming to terms with what would become clear as a class character of what was becoming Black Power, was that we persisted in holding the Black community as the norm, right? As a standard for evaluation of Black political behavior. Well, there is no community like in that sense, right? There's not a coherent voice, right? And I mean, the community was kind of like the masses, right? It's by definition mute. So like anybody could jump up and grab the microphone and say, I'm speaking for the community. And I can't tell you how many versions, and I'm sure you guys have seen this too. I mean, how many versions of the person who would come and say, I'm speaking for the peoples in the community because the peoples in the community is sick and tired. We've been waiting, so forth and so on. And the next thing you know, that person's got an anti-poverty grant, right? So Black power. So there's nothing to be nostalgic about. Well, see, I don't think there's a lot. I mean, I'm kind of like Mom's Mabley about this. She once said the only thing good about the good old days is that they're gone. And I mean, we have a history, right? And we learn from that history. You know, Black people get nostalgic for the old days. It always strikes me as kind of odd, frankly. But and look, it's unavoidable, right? I mean, I get wistful about being able to taste a honeydew melon, which I haven't been able to do for 30 years, right, or 40 years at this point, because they're all made out of wax, basically. But Black power didn't realize or didn't fail to realize its promise. It was naive after the fact. So I'll say this, mea culpa as a self-criticism too, to have imagined that it had that promise in the first place, right? I mean, let me say this too. It's a little bit of a red herring, but not much. I mean, when I first read, not the first time, but the second time when I was a little older, read Fanon, the Wretched of the Earth, it really struck me that what was then called or translated as the Pitfalls of National Consciousness chapter was one that nobody ever talked about, but it was the only one that had direct bearing on what was happening with racial transition in American politics at that point. But while everybody was talking about, you know, violent or the purgative character, violence, or going on about black skin, white masks, if there was anything to be gotten from Fanon, it's the thing that people didn't get from it, right? Which is, I mean, you know, you can, get a new flag, you can get a new picture on the currency, but if the political economic relations haven't changed, then the national bourgeoisie is a bourgeoisie right before it's national, right? And the Black political elite is part of the political elite more, and I guess I would say, like, the political elite is the noun and Black is the adjective, right?
I can dig it. We move forward.
Okay.
If we contend that race is a social construct and that Black politics often fails because it's a class politics, why shouldn't similar arguments be made about labor politics or feminist politics or any other politics? Why are the fractures or frictions in Black politics any different than those that arise in any other politics, making it any less legitimate?
Well, I mean, I don't know about if legitimacy is a standard, right? Because Black politics is legitimate to the PMC and the people who benefit from it, right? But I mean, I would think the same, or there's a similar dynamic in the women's movement, right? Because it has become now the voice of PMC women, right? Largely. Whose main objective is to win office and rise in the corporate world. Labor politics is kind of different because it's a class politics by definition. In the labor movement, part of the struggle is over how what's
Deep State got him.
So I mean, right.
I'm right here.
So that's it, I would say.
Okay. Moving on.
Yeah, there's just a weird message on the screen. I couldn't.
Oh, sorry about that. There's some things.
Yeah, no, it's not you, but it's gone. But so.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, as one who has written about the left politics, how the left politics was vanquished by the ruling class in America by sometimes reconstituting leftism into ruling class prerogatives, why were you or have you been particularly supportive of Bernie Sanders' Democratic Party entryism as opposed to viewing it as an ultimate vehicle for ruling class absorption? As much as certain Bernie supporters fetishize the New Deal, even according to FDR, was an effort to save capitalism. As a lifelong leftist and Marxist like yourself, why does Bernie Sanders' Keynesianism masked as socialist not portend to do order?
Well, yeah, that's a good question too. I mean, look, politics is like contextual, right? And what's appropriate in one moment may not be appropriate in another moment. And we've also got to be pragmatic, right? We got to walk before we can run, and crawl before we can walk. Now I'm on record as not being as enthusiastic at all about the idea of being able to elect our way right into social transformation. And I was skeptical about Sanders at first in 2015 too, for this reason. But then I began to see that what Bernie partly was doing was trying to use the visibility of the presidential primary to plant seeds out there to prompt other longer term organizing. I thought he was pretty successful in 2016, except actually not very many people took up the challenge. He was more successful in 2020, but like then the combination of the pandemic and the summer of the Great Awakening kind of undercut a lot of that activity. But I mean, the situation in the U.S. is like, I don't know, I spent 30 years practically preaching this gospel of the need, to do face-to-face organizing in trade unions and communities and elsewhere to build independent politics. And one of the things that's happened, and there are a number of reasons for it, I know, but over the last few decades, is that people have lost taste for that kind of organizing. And I thought the Sanders campaigns would at least help us out on that front. And look, like where we were working in South Carolina, we got 18,000 people, mainly Black and working class, to sign pledges indicating that they didn't want to vote, or they preferred not to vote for any candidate who didn't support Medicare for all. And that's the kind of, and we were making connections around the state, at the community center level. And that's the kind of work that it should be, and definitely would have been possible to build on after Sanders dropped out. And I mean, I was going back and forth with somebody. I think it was Brianna Joy Gray about this, that the inclination to parse what Bernie Sanders might have done differently is, in my view, completely wrongheaded, because he was as successful as he could have been. The inclination to ask that question I think rests on a premise that he might have been able to win the nomination if he had done something differently, which I never thought for a second. And nobody who, in my view, took politics seriously thought that he could win the nomination, except, for maybe a few hours after, the Nevada caucus. But even after that, people came to their senses pretty quickly. So, and look, I mean, sometimes, and Trotskyists are the absolute worst about this, of course, but I think a lot of leftists treat the Democratic Party like it's the great Satan, right? I mean, most of the votes that I've cast in my life have been for Democrats, right? And I think that's probably true of most of us, right? I mean, that doesn't mean that the Democrats stand for what you want, right? But there are all kinds of instrumental reasons, right, that it could make sense to vote for them. And frankly, in 2020, just like in 2016, not being Donald Trump was a good enough reason, right? And there are others like that too. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't see any conflict, right? I mean, I think we need the movement, and whatever ways we can find to jumpstart trying to organize it.
So do you think there is a progressive movement post Sanders?
No. No. I mean, I think the objective is to build on the little bit of space that the space that Sanders created for us. See, because I don't think that it's all, and maybe this is optimistic, but I don't think that it's all a matter of, or that it's all been wiped out by the pandemic. I mean, people have the same problems now that they had then, even worse, right? Especially around healthcare stuff. So I think as soon as it's possible to get out there again, we need to start trying to rebuild the networks that had started to come together during the campaign. But no, I mean, there's no movement. I mean, if there would be a movement, like we would have won something by now, right?
It's interesting you say that.
All right.
I asked a similar question to Mike Davis. Oh, I just realized we're at an hour.
Oh, okay.
Do you have some more time first? Hold on with your black ass questions.
Yeah.
Do you have some more time, Dr. Reed?
Yep, I have time.
Because usually what we do is we cut the show at an hour and then we go to our bonus patron only segment.
Okay. Well, I mean, whatever you want to do.
Is that cool? Would you be willing to come into the? It's just I send you another link to the patron only side. That's all.
Oh, okay.
It's the same simple stuff. Can we tease people? Can we tease people out with the question though? Can we tease them out with the question, Pastor?
Yeah.
We got to tease them. You have to give them wanting more. You can't give them all 75 of the questions in 1 hour. So tease them out with the question. Tease them out with the question real quick. Tease them out.
All right. Let me tease them out with the question.
Tease them out.
All right.
Okay.
Dr. Reed, this is going to be a heavy one here. How do you deal with the criticisms from black leftists who state that the white left is too racist and racially chauvinistic to work with and traditionally has always sided with the ruling class interests against black folk when things got hot? I literally heard that statement by some black left folk recently. These folk would argue that only a revolutionary black left socialist vision can address the needs of black people. What is your position on such thinking?
Don't answer that. We're going to save it for the bonus half.
Oh, okay. All right.
We got to tease it out. Thank you guys for watching.
All right.
Professor Reed, thank you for joining us for this free half. Now we're going to go into the bonus half. So give us like about 10, 15 minutes.
All right.
I'll email you.
To log out.
Yeah, I'm going to email you the link. Yep. I'll email you.
Okay. All right. Very good.
So thank you so much.
Thanks, Adolf.
So Pascal still got more fiery questions. He's not even halfway done. That's how many questions he wrote. It looked like a goddamn essay when he sent it to me. And he said, "Did you read the questions?" I was like, "No, because I don't have all day to read your 1,000-word essay." So my mom says she needs a link. No, Mama, you don't need a link because you've been talking mess about me the whole time in the chat. That's what you get for talking mess. Be a patron. I said it. I asked Mama to be a patron. No, I'll give you a link. So calm the hell down. Mama. By the way, did you know my mom is the only person that I call by her like mom or dad? I call my dad by his first name.
You call your mom by her first name too?
Well, I refer to her as Pamela Davis as my mom, but when I talk to her, that is my mom, like Mama. But my dad is Lionel. Okay. When I talk to my dad, it's Lionel. If I called him dad, he'd be like, "What do you want?" He would be weirded out.
I hope the viewers like the show, and I want to say point blank, one of the reasons why I did this today is because I wanted, unlike some of the white left podcasts who have Adolph Reed and never talk to him about his specialty, which is black politics, I wanted to actually talk to the man about what his specialty is instead of using him to justify what their paranoias are about black politics.
So yeah, Pascal's been fired up for a minute, and I'm excited. I'm equally as excited. This is a lot of fun. So if you guys are patrons, get ready. Give me a couple minutes to put the link up for you guys. If you're not a patron, let me put it up on the screen. Become a patron. It's easy. It's affordable. We could use the support. If you'd like to help the show grow, you want Pascal to get better lighting, maybe an Ethernet cable so we don't have these connection issues. We'd appreciate that. My mom says you're so passionate. Look at that. Look at that. Mom says you are so passionate. He is. He is very passionate. And he's about to let these motherfuckers have it. Yeah, Bitter Lake is the band. It started as the band. Don't ask too many questions, goddamn it.
No, send Adolph the link, man. We don't want to lose him.
All right. So you know what? We are out. Get ready. So if you're a patron, the link to Patreon is coming up, and we'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Remember Chuck Willery in 2 and 2.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another episode of This is Revolution Podcast. I am your host, Jason Miles. If you are new to the show, please hit the like. Please hit subscribe. Please don't forget to hit that bell, as we are constantly adding new programs to the channel all the time. For about the last 6 months or so, we've been doing This is Revolution Presents, or TIR Presents, on Wednesdays. Where we have a different show on Wednesdays, and the second Wednesday of every month has been a video essay. And last night we premiered the video essay called Welcome to the Terror Dome. And there will be an article that I wrote, similar to the script of that essay, a little more in depth, coming out on Sublation media, and if it's not out this Sunday, I believe it'll be out Monday. So take a look for that. I'll definitely be posting it all over social media. I'm very excited about that. Also, Pascal will not be with us tonight as he was with us Tuesday, and he definitely came on with me for the recap of the video essay. So if you haven't seen it, definitely when this is over, there's a whole playlist of all the video essays and the recap shows, but that was a real fun show. We even talked about it even more in depth early this morning when he called me. And yeah, don't worry, he is fine. I see people saying, is he okay? Yes, he is fine. It's just we're coming back slowly. You know, he fell ill, so don't want to throw him back in the fire. And bigger than that, there's a lot of writing that he wants to do. The moment he came back, he wanted to get back in the writing dojo, as we call it. So I'm kind of excited. And one of the projects, I don't know if I should say it yet. I won't say it yet, but I'll wait to ask him. And if I can, I'm very excited to announce what one of the things he's writing is, because I can't wait to read it. Also, I can see some of the comments, and someone named Slaytanic said they love the intro music. Anyone that has Slayer in their screen name that digs the intro music, that means I'm doing something right. And surely I'm not trying to overwork Pascal. That's why Pascal gets all these rest days. So Pascal is like Shaq now. If you remember the Shaq era of his time in LA where he had all this rest time, we're resting Shaq for the playoffs. Tuesday night is playoffs. So I have a special guest host. As usual, I try to find guest hosts that can help me with the big guest. And you guys know this guest. He's a legal scholar. He's a law professor. I can't walk into law professor guest without a guest host that's law professor adjacent. So our special guest has been working in immigration law. Is it 20 years? 15 years. 15 years sound about right? This young lady's also an Albany High alum. Please welcome special guest host, Jessica San Luis.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for helping. Some people don't know this, but I will say this behind the scenes. Sometimes Jessica actually helps me with some of the intro monologues, especially when they're very legally. And we did a show 3 months or so ago talking about Roe v. Wade, and Jessica actually helped me with getting into some of the weeds of the legalese behind Roe v. Wade. So give it up for Jessica. And let's bring in the man you guys are all waiting to see. He brings the fire every time he's on the show. He recently has a piece that is in Sublation Media right now. If you look at the description of the show, there should be a link in the description to the piece. He also has a book coming out on Sublation Media. Please welcome Professor Norm Finkelstein. What's going on, Professor?
I'm here.
You are?
I'm waiting to get to the content.
Oh my God. Okay. Jessica, you want to ask the first question?
Sure.
Jessica, maybe you can begin with just a broad background, since you know Roe. What is the topic of this evening's discussion, and why are we discussing it?
The topic of this evening's discussion is the original Roe v. Wade decision, and kind of whether or not it's rooted in constitutional law, and how it's important now because of the recent leak of the decision that may or may not be coming out soon that Justice Alito wrote.
And before we even get into the first question, do both of you think that there's a kind of a misunderstanding in the lay public of what the Roe decision is?
Absolutely.
Well, before we even get back to that question, before we even go to it, let me just give you some background in terms of my own life, because I lived at the time when Roe was enacted as law. One of the interesting things, and I have to be careful because there is another guest and I want to respect her opinion, so you'll stop me when I'm going on too long. I mean that. I was recently looking at the cases that preceded Roe, and it will come as a shock, I think, to most of the people in your audience, how recent so many of our rights, which we take for granted, are. So in line with the Roe decision, 1965 was the first time the Supreme Court ruled that married couples had the right to use contraception. Up until 1965, a married couple did not have the legal right to use contraception.
That's correct.
Now, just bear in mind, I know I give away my age, I was already 12 years old when that decision was, when that opinion was handed down by the court. Then 1967 was Loving versus Virginia. In the United States, there were about 12 to 15 states in which it was illegal for a black person to marry a white person. That was the law of the land. That what were called anti-miscegenation laws, anti-race mixing laws. It was the law of the land. By 1967, I was already 14 years old, and it was illegal in large parts of the United States for a black person to marry a white person.
But you're from New York, though. But was it a little more common to see those kind of relationships in New York, though?
I wouldn't call them common, but they were legal.
Okay.
We wouldn't call it common, but there was no question of the law. Just the other day, I reread the Loving opinion, and it would just shock you if you read what the judge said in the lower court. The judge in Virginia defending the anti-miscegenation laws, he just said God created 7 different races, black, white. He threw in this race called Malay, M-A-L-A-Y. I'm not even sure who he was referring to. And that if it weren't for these anti-miscegenation laws, all these races would be mixing, and that was against the word of God. That's how it was reasoned, the anti-miscegenation laws, as late as 1967. Then 1969 was the first court case which legalized your right, Jason, to look at pornography in the privacy of your home. Up until that, Jason, you could have ended up in successive jail terms.
I don't know who you think I am, but look, there's a Bible. I should go get it. It's just right on my nightstand because that's what I do. The Lord is my hands.
So
it's important to this conversation, though, to talk about how those cases were more or less rooted in the 14th Amendment protections.
Yeah, we'll get to that. I'm just trying to give you my generation's view on it. You'll be surprised, Jason, to learn, I think you'll be surprised to learn, that in 1986, in the case called Bowers versus Hardwick, our Supreme Court, now remember, by 1986, I am already 35 years old. In 1986, the Supreme Court ruled there's no constitutional law protecting same-sex sodomy. It was illegal. The Supreme Court ruled illegal as late as 1986, ruled same-sex sodomy not protected by the Constitution. That was only overturned, believe it or not, a constitutional protection for the right to same-sex sodomy didn't occur until 2003. Now, when were you born, Jason?
Say it again.
What year were you born?
1977.
So already 25 years after you were born was same-sex sodomy first legalized in the United States. And in my generation, the two litmus test cases were Roe and Bakke. Bakke, the affirmative action case, Roe, the abortion case. If you were a liberal, you supported Roe, or you support abortion, you support affirmative action. If you were a conservative, you opposed abortion and you opposed affirmative action. Those were the litmus test cases. So my generation, if you're a person on the left end of the spectrum, there is very little tolerance for disagreement on Roe, the right to abortion, because for our generation, it was the litmus test case. And I found that there has been a lot of hostility to what I've had to say in the topic, in my opinion, not because of my reasoning, but because I dare to question the Roe decision, because it was so sacrosanct for my generation. It was your Obama of my generation.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, because last year when we did that show, I found some old newspaper articles from Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden. They were both getting into office around the same time. And this was a big deal for they weren't even in the Senate. I think they were congressmen at the time. Bernie might even have been, was he the mayor first before he was a congressman? And so
I think it was mayor first and then congressman.
And that was part of, both of their campaigns, and they were at very opposite ends of the spectrum on the Roe decision. So it is interesting that you're bringing this up. Also, I did read an article. It was in, maybe it was Yahoo News. I don't think it was the Times, the LA Times, but it was Dr. Fauci had been studying bathhouses in the 80s. And I found that funny and informative at the same time. Because how does one study a bathhouse?
I guess just by going.
He played a critical role during the AIDS epidemic, Fauci. That's when his reputation began. He was criticized at the beginning, but as time unfolded, his reputation improved, which is one reason I felt one has to respect, at least in part, his judgment, because he seemed to have earned it during his tenure. I forgot what position he held during the AIDS epidemic.
I believe it was the same one he's got now. He's been in the position for the 6 presidencies.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's an interesting position to hold for that long time. But yeah, I don't want to say shocked, but I do appreciate the fact that Bernie Sanders has been Bernie Sanders since 1973. Right?
Well, very few people, I think, changed their opinion on Roe for my generation. It became almost in your DNA. And I noticed when I was sending around drafts of my current book, I noticed that when I sent it to people from my generation, they got very angry at what I had to say about Roe and what I had to say about Bakke. It really rubbed them the wrong way. Whereas for the younger age cohort who read drafts, those in their 20s, it didn't in the least faze them what I had to say. Maybe because they didn't live in pre-Roe, so they don't know how terrible that period was. But I noticed that their reaction was much more subdued. They were much more concerned about what I had to say about the transgender phenomenon or pronouns or things like that than what I had to say about Roe and Bakke.
Well, those are like, culture war
I think they're intergenerational culture wars.
The thing about Roe that was fascinating to me in doing the research for that show, and we did a few other shows actually last year on abortion, surprisingly, and I want to keep saying this. We did these shows not as a reaction to whatever the mainstream media was. We did these shows, we thought they were important shows that we needed to cover. And one thing that was fascinating to me was that there are so many laws in states right now that criminalize when pregnant women get in accidents. There was a case that actually caught some attention where a woman was shot while she was pregnant, and she got first charged with attempted murder. There was, I believe it was in Alabama, there was a significant backlash, and then the charges were later dropped. But there's a lot more cases you don't hear about in places like Michigan of car accidents and people getting charged, falling downstairs. It's rather frightening what's on the books now in different states.
At the state level, criminal charges can be brought, and a determination is made about an unborn child that, arguably shouldn't be made even at the state level.
Well, I do think there is some things that we need to explain, because I think a lot of politics on these shows get lost in federal and state. And I think people's understanding of states' rights might end with Civil War debates. But seriously, so talk real quick, Jessica, if you could, about the difference between the state and the Fed level when it comes to abortion rights.
Well, I mean, I can make it more general than that. There's language in the Constitution that basically gives states the right to codify their own laws to a certain extent, where the federal law doesn't cover. States have that right, and that's actually a really important right. And I think people lose track of that when they're arguing the politics of Roe, because Roe is the federal government coming in and making a decision for something that arguably should be a decision of the state legislature. I think Mr. Finkelstein's better at talking about the differences between those, but I mean, that is an issue, and it's something that we need to talk about, because there are many states in which abortion is already legal, and those were laws that were codified at the state level, and that's an important distinction.
I wonder if you can clarify that, because I myself am not fully knowledgeable in this area. You said there are states in which abortion is already illegal.
Legal.
Or already legal.
Correct.
Yes, and that was the case before Roe.
That's right.
Right. And the main issue with Roe was it discovers for a certain period in a woman's pregnancy, for a defined period in a woman's pregnancy, it discovers there is a constitutional right to privacy, which states cannot infringe on, therefore they can't legislate, and that protected the Roe decision, having discovered that right to privacy, protected the woman's right to abortion for a defined period. The period defined by Roe was up to what's called viability, which basically means the ability of a fetus to survive outside the womb with hooked up to machines, of course, medical machines. Up until that point, a woman has the right to an abortion. And that's a constitutionally protected right, which therefore limits the right of states to pass laws regarding abortion.
I mean, I think there's also something that I think we should talk about, is that there's a slippery slope in determining the age when a fetus can survive outside of the womb, because that's changing all the time. The age at which a fetus could survive outside of the womb in 1973 is very different than it is now because of medical advancements.
Actually, I was surprised it wasn't that different. In 73, it was 28 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's about 24 weeks. So even though a half century has elapsed, the medical technology has only moved up the period of viability about 4 weeks. I would have thought, a layperson looking at all the advances in technology, I would have thought the change would have been much bigger than it actually is.
There's a huge difference, though, between 24 and 28 weeks gestation.
Mm-hmm. I understand it has something to do with the lungs, correct?
That's correct. That a fetus's lungs start to develop a lot faster after the 25-week period. So, I mean, it seems like a small number, but in the gestation of a fetus, it's actually a big leap from 24 to 28.
Okay. Having said that, I talked with my best friend who's a pediatrician, so he filled me in. They're now trying to, there are some cases where the fetus can survive at 20 weeks by using steroids to to develop the lungs.
A lot of steroids. I was reading an article that was saying that they now are saying that 50% of fetuses at the age of 23 weeks can survive outside of the womb with significant medical intervention.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe let's now move from the technical side to the legal question. So I'm going to just briefly summarize my understanding of Roe, try to convey why I think it's wrongly argued, and then you can comment on it and tell me where you think I go right and where you think I go wrong. Does that sound right to you?
Yep. I think we're going to fundamentally agree on all of it, but absolutely.
I'm not positive about that because my views are really a layperson's understanding, having just sat down and read the relevant material, but not not having the kind of legal experience you've had over 30 years with the court system. So the way I see it is as follows. The Roe decision declared, based on its reading of the 14th Amendment, the 14th Amendment protects a right to liberty. And that right to liberty has been interpreted by the courts as including a right to privacy. And the Roe decision written by Harry Blackman says there's a right to privacy in our constitutional system, in our Constitution. It's not written into it, but there's a right to privacy. The court has developed a right to privacy. And Blackman says that that right covers the right of a woman to have an abortion up until what he calls the compelling point of viability. The compelling point of viability, I won't go into all the technicalities, but it basically means when a fetus can survive, a life of a fetus can be sustained outside the womb with medical technology. At that point, a woman loses her right to an abortion, except if it threatens her physical, and I think also, I can't remember now, and also I think her mental well-being, maybe just the physical, but also maybe mental well-being.
As far as I know, just the physical.
Just the physical, okay. So now, what's wrong with that decision? I'm going to list a couple of things that I think are wrong, and then I want to hear Jessica's opinion. And Jessica, please don't call me Mr. Finkelstein because it's either professor, doctor, or Norm, and I prefer Norm. So here's what I think is wrong with the decision. Under our there are three ways you can discover a fundamental right in our system of law. A fundamental right can be, one, it's clearly enumerated in our Constitution. So the right to speech, the right to press, the right to assembly, etc., the right to bear arms, not to be subject to illegal seizure, invasions of your home. Those are all fundamental rights. They're clearly enumerated in the Constitution. A second way in which there might be a fundamental right is what the court calls a right that's not explicitly enumerated in our Constitution, but a right that's deeply rooted in our nation's history and tradition.
Mm-hmm.
If the court discovers a right that's deeply rooted in our history and tradition, then it counts as, or it's regarded as, a fundamental right. So let's just look at those. Okay. And the third possibility is to discover within this fundamental right to privacy, what Harry Blackman pointed to see abortion as one variation of that fundamental right to privacy. Now, let's turn to abortion. Number one, clearly not enumerated in our Constitution. You're not going to find anything in our Constitution that says a woman has a right to abortion. So that we can discard quickly. Number two, is it a right deeply rooted in our nation's history and tradition? Well, Samuel Alito, in his leaked opinion, he goes through that history with a fine-tooth comb.
He does.
And he shows clearly that abortion was, in one form or another, illegalized or criminalized before and after what's called the period of quickening, where you feel movement of the baby in your body, the fetus in your body.
That's correct.
That from the beginning in our common law and our statutory law, there was no there was no right to abortion that's deeply rooted in our history and tradition. Quite the contrary, it was illegal or criminal from the beginning of our nation's history. So that doesn't work. And then you have the third possibility. Is it a form of privacy that is protected by our Constitution? And the way the court usually reasons is it looks for what it calls a line of cases. It looks for a pattern of cases.
And there are none.
Whether the right to abortion fits into this pattern. So Alito, fairly, in my opinion, he looks at the cases bearing on issues of sex and privacy that precede Roe. So there's Griswold, 1965, says a married couple has the right to use contraception in its marital bedroom. Then he looks at Eisenstadt versus Baird, where the court rules an unmarried couple has the same right of privacy to use contraception. Then he looks at Loving versus Virginia, which says a couple that's in love have the right to marry because marriage is something sacred to our personal lives.
That's right.
And finally, he looks at Stanley, which says you have the right to view pornography in the privacy of your bedroom or your home. And then Alito says those are the 4 privacy cases which are closest to Roe. But he says, if you look at the cases, they just don't raise the same core issue as Roe. Roe raises the question of that status of the fetus, that problematic question mark status of the fetus. That is a totally, and I have to say, totally different consideration than the other 4 cases.
It is.
That you're now trying to figure out
And
what is the status of that fetus, and does a woman's right to privacy trump the status of that fetus? And Alito says it's a separate issue. So the right of privacy, that constitutional right to privacy, does not cover the issue of abortion. The bottom line is, it's not an enumerated right.
That's right.
It's not a right deeply rooted in our history and our tradition. And it's not a right covered by the constitutional protection for privacy. And therefore, there is no constitutional right to abortion.
And I agree with you 100%. I mean, it's unfortunate. I don't love saying that I agree with Justice Alito on anything, but he's absolutely right. His examination of Roe is absolutely right. And that is the core issue. The question of whether or not a fetus can survive, when life begins, it's inextricable from the legal issue at hand. And the other cases that you mentioned, they don't have that problem. There's no existential question in any of those. And that's the real problem with Roe. And it's
I think, by the way, that was excellently phrased. And I'm going to use that in the future, because that, I think, cuts to the core. There is no existential question in the other cases, and therefore Roe does not form a line with them.
Right.
That I think is correct.
And that's the thing is, people don't understand about the Constitution, nor should they, because it's not something that everybody wants to pick up and read. But what people don't understand about the Constitution, it's not this, voluminous document that lays out, well, if the question is this, then this is the answer. If the question is that, then this is the answer. It really is kind of a study guide for good citizenship. And that's why we have justices, is to interpret the bare bones of the Constitution. And it was never meant to answer a question like, when does life begin?
And I would want to just add to that, it's not only that it wasn't intended to answer that question. The problem is the question can't be answered. It is not an answerable question. Now, what happens in both Roe and Alito's opinion is that they pretend not to try to answer the question. They think they can solve the enigma of abortion without answering the question. But of course, their answer on abortion presumes an answer on the question of when life begins. That sounds very cryptic, so let me be concrete. The Roe decision says a woman has a right to an abortion, but once you reach the compelling point of viability, a woman loses the right to an abortion. Now, the question obviously is, why does the woman lose the right at viability? Why is that the point? So, Roe says, we don't know where life begins. Roe says, philosophers don't know, theologians don't know, physicians don't know, so of course we don't know, and we don't pretend to know. Okay, that's what Roe says. But then Roe says a state has a compelling interest to protect, now listen to the expression, to protect prenatal life. I want all of your listeners to hear prenatal life. And the court determines that the state can intervene to protect prenatal life at the point of viability. Well, then what is the court saying? If it's saying that it's intervening at the point of viability to protect prenatal life, it's saying that life begins at viability.
Right.
And if, let's say, life began before the point of viability, the state would have had a compelling interest to intervene before viability because it's life. The court establishes we will intervene at the point of viability. But if you're saying you're intervening at the point of viability, you're in effect saying that you believe life begins at viability. Otherwise, why choose that point? Justice Scalia, who was absolutely correct, and he said, why do you say life begins at viability? All that happens at viability is a fetus can survive outside the womb. But that's a medical, a technical, a technological determination. It says nothing about when life begins. It just means the fetus can survive outside the womb. But life might have begun much earlier than viability. Viability tells you nothing about when life begins. So I thought Scalia was correct that this viability standard on the basis that's prenatal life presumes that the life begins at viability, but there's no basis for that. Nobody knows when life begins.
Right, and it's not a question that anybody should answer. And I think that's one of the big problems is people confuse the terms viability and when life begins. And again, I'll go back to what I said. That is an existential question. The age of viability is kind of set. It changes a little bit, but as you said, it doesn't change that much. But where life begins, I mean, that's a question that everybody has to answer for themselves.
I think that's correct. That's why Alito, it's amusing because Alito did the same thing as Roe.
Yep.
Let me just explain what happened. According to the Texas statute that was litigated, that's currently being litigated in the Supreme Court, they allow for an abortion up until 15 weeks. That's the current statute in Texas. Allows a woman an abortion up to 15 weeks. And then they say, after 15 weeks, says the Texas statute, to destroy an abortion, they call it barbaric. I mean, to destroy a fetus, they call it barbaric. Because you'll know much better than me, I don't know the technical stuff. The procedure that's used, dilation and evacuation, according to the Texas statute, it basically shreds the fetus. That's how they describe it. I don't know if it's true or not, but they describe it as basically putting the fetus in the meat grinder. That's the way it looks.
Not entirely an accurate medical description, but I mean, it's definitely got shock value and it has its purpose in the way it was written.
Right. When I read it, I'll be honest with you, I was shocked. And I read it to my class and they were kind of shocked also. So it had its shock value. But the point is, if you believe that life begins at conception,
right,
then it's also barbaric to destroy the fetus on day one.
Sure.
So
before you even know it's there.
Right, yeah. So Alito says, I don't know where life begins. I don't pretend to know where life begins. I have no idea where life begins. But then he says, the 15th week is a rational place to deny abortion at the 15th week. It's only rational if you think life begins at the 15th week. It's not very rational if you think life begins on day one.
I mean, if you think life begins at day one, then any woman that has a glass of wine before she knows she's pregnant can be charged with child endangerment. So
yes. So Alito, his decision, his support for the Texas statute, I think is as flawed as Roe.
Absolutely.
Because it presumes that up until the 15th week, it's not barbaric to terminate the pregnancy. But after the 15th week, it becomes barbaric. Why? Well, obviously, because you think after the 15th week, the fetus is a life.
I mean, that's part of it, but I think also the description, especially in the Texas legislation, of the actual procedure serves a purpose, because if you're talking about a procedure after 15 weeks, it's extremely different than a procedure at 8 weeks, right? And I think that's what people are getting confused with a lot. Is
the procedure may be different. I'm not going to quarrel because I don't know. The procedure may be different, but the consequence is the same.
That's right.
If you think life begins at conception, the procedure can be as gentle as a dove, but you're killing a child if you believe life begins at conception. That's why I said it's really beside the point whether the procedure of dilation and evacuation is brutal.
Right.
Because even if you use a quote unquote gentle procedure, if you believe life begins at conception, it's murder.
That's exactly right. And again,
so both of the decisions, both Alito and Blackmun in Roe, they're both, in my opinion, on the fundamental question, when does life begin? Number one, they both claim we don't know.
Right.
But on the other hand, the whole actual statute presumes that we do know.
Right.
For Roe, it's viability. For Alito, it's the 15th week.
And I don't think that's unintentional, because you can't create legislation based on something that you say you don't know the answer to.
I agree. I think that's totally right. That's what my student said. One of my students, he said, if you don't know when life begins, and you shouldn't be, you shouldn't be, you shouldn't have brought this case before the court.
That's right. It's an intentional confusion between those two terms, because they can't write a law based on an existential question like, when does life begin?
I totally agree. Jason, do you have something to say?
Sorry, I've been arguing with people in the chat.
Oh, I thought you were taking advantage of Stanley.
No, I actually was been going back and forth. I try to be somewhat active. There seems to be a discussion that someone has that I disagree with, that they made a comment that said that, oh, we're just trying to criminalize pregnancy. And I was like, I don't think that's the case.
No.
Criminalize pregnancy? No, I take the position, in my view, you have two very real problems. Number one, you don't know where life begins. It's possible that it begins at conception. It's possible that at a future date, assuming the planet survives, which I think is doubtful, but assuming the planet survives, I think it's possible that we will look with the same abhorrence at abortion as the humanity will look with the same abhorrence of abortion as we do now when we read Plato's Republic and he talks about disposing of children who have physical defects, and he has all these elaborate procedures for disposing of them. And then when you read Plato's Republic, you think, Jesus Christ, that's pretty fucking sick. And I think it's quite possible that judgment will be rendered on our protection of the right to abortion. On the other hand, number one, there are some really extreme circumstances where it's just hard to deny a woman the right to abortion in any good faith. Number two, we don't know what history's verdict will be. And number three, it's really tough to figure out the question where life begins. So with all those considerations, my own view, and it's as Jessica said, these are personal resolutions of the question. I think a woman should have the right to an abortion from conception to birth because we don't know too many things. On the other hand, because there is a reasonable possibility that future generations will consider abortion as barbaric as we look at child sacrifice or Plato's Republic, I think there should be a severe social stigma on abortion, not a legal criminalization of it, but a severe social stigma. Sort of like there is a commandment, thou shalt not kill. And that's a very powerful commandment in our society. On the other hand, we do make an allowance for self-defense. Now, even those who commit murder in self-defense a lot of times feel very guilty about it. They still feel very guilty about because of that severe social stigma, thou shalt not kill. But we recognize that right to self-defense has to be included with, or as a caveat, an exception to thou shalt not kill. And that's how I feel with the abortion. There should be a severe social stigma on it, but the woman at the end of the day has to decide whether I am going to violate that severe social stigma because I feel in this situation I have that quote unquote right to self-defense. In this case, right to commit an abortion. So that's how I, in my own mind, how I reasoned it. The problem I have is, number one, I believe in reason. I believe in truth. I don't think reason and truth should take sides. I've read Roe. I've read it once, twice, 3, 4, 5. I have it right here. I'm rereading it again tonight because I'm just trying to get absolute clarity on it. Roe has no basis in the Constitution, and it's internally completely incoherent because it says we don't know where life begins, but then it says the state has an interest in protecting prenatal life.
Right.
At the point of viability. So you have already decided life begins at the point of viability, and that's why the state is intervening and denying a right to abortion. So it doesn't make any sense, the ruling. And I get very angry when I hear people, trying to say Alito's this, Alito's that, Alito's this, Alito's that. Yeah, he's all those things. I'm not going to deny it. I don't even know the guy. I don't know much about him, but I'm perfectly willing to believe he's a sack of shit. Fine, I'm willing to believe it. But that doesn't change the law.
That's right. People like to...
You can say I don't give a damn what the law says. Fine, that's a position. You can say I don't give a damn. But you can't say, oh, the Constitution protects. I have my right to privacy. It's right there. No, it does not.
And people like to wield the law like it's the sharpest tool in their arsenal, and it's really not, because there are a lot of things in life, a lot of decisions to be made that aren't rooted in the law and never should be. And that's a problem that a lot of people have with the Roe decision is, and a lot of people say, oh, well, this is a law. This is legally incorrect, or this is legally correct. And a lot of times they're not right. And there are a lot of things that shouldn't be decided by law. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I mean, didn't you say the other day when we were talking about this, when the decision first came down and you were sitting there with a stack that you had printed out, reading the Alito, what is it called? Decision. Yeah. Did you say there's only 12 states where abortion would become illegal?
I was actually reading an article that was saying that there are 12 states that have actual laws on the books right now that make abortion illegal.
Now, here's my question to both of you very smart people. Why? And again, there has been cases for the last few years of women getting criminally charged.
So that's actually a misconception.
Why is no one talking about it? Why does it always take? And this is we had a show on Saturday kind of talking about how around the globe, the left is getting kind of obsessed with law, and there's a certain type of person that's saying they're a leftist, definitely more upper middle class, that's kind of in love with all this lawfare, but they're losing a lot of these cases. Well, so when we talk about where I disagreed with the verbiage of the criminalization of pregnancy, I think you really have to get into like poverty. If you really want to have that conversation, then you can't have it without talking about poverty and laws that center around social services. So if you get certain services, you are constantly being monitored. That's a whole different discussion. We actually had a little bit of that discussion on Thursday, if you want to get into that. And that's a little different of a discussion than kind of an across the board fiery statement that I think is just a little empty. But why is it that it takes the Alito brief to be leaked? And we did talk off air about the idea that it being leaked kind of speaks more to the undemocratic nature of the Supreme Court in general. But why does it take it for this to have a discussion about something that for a lot of people seems pretty undemocratic? I mean, how do these laws in these states get passed?
Well, I'd actually like to address the first part of that. It's a misinterpretation of and it's a bit of hysteria that abortion is criminalized in states. I see articles all the time. They're like, oh, this woman was arrested for getting an abortion. She's charged criminally. Civil penalties. There are lots of laws on the books in these more conservative states that have civil penalties, not for the women who get abortions, but for doctors who perform them. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I definitely don't support it. But there's actually in these laws that allow civil penalties for doctors to perform abortions, there are actually clauses that indemnify the woman from any kind of penalties whatsoever. So people that are going on and on about how, oh, abortion, you're going to get arrested, it's a class blah, blah, blah felony, that's not correct. The other thing I saw on Twitter, which is where you should never go for your legal advice, I saw on Twitter the other day, there was a lawyer who posted, I love this, Tennessee just made it a Class E felony to order mifepristone through the mail. That is the drug that's given to women to have an abortion. It's called a chemical abortion before, I believe it's 12 weeks in most states. That's also not correct. It is illegal for a private citizen to order mifepristone through the mail. It is 100% legal for a pharmacy or a clinic or a doctor to do so and to prescribe it in the states where it is still accessible. So it's this kind of misinterpretation and kind of hysteria that promotes those rumors, for lack of a better term, and it really gets people riled up. It's not accurate.
Well, my thing, and I said this before, Norm, you weren't on the show, and I said this. I don't like to get too much in the political weeds of electoralism, but the Democratic Party in this Joe Biden administration hasn't really done anything. But the one thing that has, in my opinion, kind of kept them somewhat viable is the fact that the far right wing of the GOP that is in a lot of these state legislatures is just so batshit with these over-the-top laws that it definitely feeds into a certain hysteria, and it definitely gets the donor dollars running. You know, my email hasn't stopped with they're going to overturn Roe. We're going to need $5. Can you believe this? We're going to need some money for the primaries are coming up. We can't let the fascists win.
Well, I'll tell you, that brings me to a point which we discussed off air, but it's very relevant to what you just said. For many years, it was always the Roe scare. That they're going to overturn Roe. They're going to overturn Roe. I said that's just nonsense. It's just fundraising, as you put it, the scare tactic. And then the last couple of years, I began to rethink my own view about whether it was just a scare tactic, because one thing you notice about Supreme Court decisions is Supreme Court decisions are highly, highly, highly sensitive to public opinion for a very obvious reason. Because once you come down with a decision, it has to be enforced. And if public opinion is overwhelmingly against the decision, you're going to have a hell of a time trying to enforce that decision.
Mm-hmm.
So the courts have to always have their antenna up for what public opinion is, what public opinion is willing to tolerate, what public opinion isn't willing to tolerate. So to take an example, 1986, the court rules same-sex sodomy illegal under our, or not protected by our Constitution, not protected by our Constitution. It knows the public's not there yet. 2003, they legalized same-sex sodomy. It's called the Lawrence decision, but they're very careful. They're very careful in that decision. They say it's only a right of privacy, that you can screw who you want in your bedroom. But it says this has nothing to do with formal recognition of the right. And it's very clear. They're very worried that somebody might interpret this decision as leading the way to gay marriage. And they know the public in 2003 isn't ready for gay marriage. So they grant the constitutional protection, but they say it's strictly a question of privacy. As you recall, when Obama ran for president in 2008, he said, I'm against same-sex marriage. I'm against it. Civil unions, fine, but marriage is only for a man and a woman, because he knew public opinion wasn't going to support same-sex marriage. And then comes 2015, Obergefell, the same-sex marriage. Public opinion is there now. Right. And so the court does exactly what it said it wasn't going to do in 2003. In 2003, it said, this has nothing to do with gay marriage. It's only, they'll be fucking in private, but it's not going to bother us, But now, 2015, they say gay marriage. So all along, the best barometer of public opinion is not Gallup, it's the Supreme Court.
That's right.
They tell you where public opinion more or less is. So what happened with the Alito opinion? What happened with the Alito opinion is the court is always trying to gauge the limits, the parameters of the broad public. But by the time we come to the Roe now, there is no broad public anymore. The country has become very polarized, as in the Senate, right down the middle, except for Cinema Manchin on one side, and sometimes Colin and Murkowski on the other side. There is no middle. It's gone. The center has not held. And so each side no longer feels the need to accommodate a broad public. And so each side is just going to go with its side. No accommodation, no compromise, no nothing. And that's why I had to rethink my view that maybe they will reverse Roe, because they don't care about the roughly 50% of Americans who support the right to abortion. They don't care anymore. And that's the nature of the court has changed, because our political landscape and discourse have changed. You go watch the programs now. If you watch Fox News, I don't watch television, but I was curious in this particular case because I've been studying it closely. They just call about the Dems, the Dems, the Dems, the Dems. And then you turn on the liberal press and it's the conservatives, the conservatives. Each side just lumps the other in one homogeneous whole. There's no center. And each side demonizes the other side as being freaks and totally out of touch with the proverbial American people. And so now you have a decision like Alito's opinion. The only one who seems, and it's unclear how much, the only one who seems to want to try to accommodate a broader center is obviously Chief Justice Roberts. But whether he succeeds or not, only God knows.
Well, we are at an hour, and if you guys want to continue this conversation with us in the champagne room, where the phone lines will be open. Oh, I said it. Phone lines will be open. So if you have something to say to me, you can say it to my face, ish. So I'm excited for the phone calls on this one. They will be brief. And someone said, "Oh Lord," exactly. Oh, Lord. But
oh Lord.
But here's the thing: I only open up the phone lines behind a paywall. No one hates you enough to pay to tell you to F off. We're leftists here. This was a right-wing show. You guys would pay all the time to tell me to F off. These are broke people. Someone's telling me to F off. I pay for it.
Outrage has a price tag.
Yeah. You attach a price tag to the middle fingers.
I'll pay for everybody who can show proof that they earn under $500 a year. and I want to see the income tax statement. Hey, I'm Jewish. Remember how Jessica said off air she hates those qualifiers like "you look great for your age"?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm Jewish and I have my qualifier. I'll pay for you if you earn under $500 a year.
So part of Jessica is
I know your viewers will hate that qualifier.
I can definitely relate.
Part of you can relate.
Part of me can relate.
Part of you can relate. Well, yes, definitely. Someone says means testing the call-in show. Yes. Always means testing the call-in show. And on that note, guys, thank you so much for joining us. We will be back. What is today? Thursday. We'll be back Saturday morning. We're doing a great show on Ethiopia. I have a professor coming in with a very long name. I don't want to say it wrong.
so I'm not going to say it. But I was on David Feldman's show with him, and we had a great talk about Ethiopia. And I was like, let's continue this on our show. And I'll have a special co-host on that show as well. Just special co-hosts all the time. Love it. Mixing it up. So thank you guys, and we are out. Me for being late because they think I'm the blackest one.
I think they think that you're changing your clothes.
Pascal is lighter than me, so
it's true.
It's light skin privilege. Pascal used light skin privilege to be tardy to the party. That's what we're gonna say. That is the official excuse, and have that be the press release.
Mm-hmm.
Pascal Robert uses light skin privilege. Good evening, everyone. I'm your host, Jason Miles, and welcome to another episode of This is Revolution Podcast. Thank you all for your patience. We're having a very interesting behind the curtain conversation. Pascal Robert flexed his light skin privilege. That's what this was. This is Pascal's fault. Blaming him. All of his light skinnedness. But we have a spicy one for you tonight. Joining us again is the one and only Norm Finkelstein. Always a good time when Norm is on. Always a deep discussion. Reading his book, I was excited to read actual conversations we had on this very program. But before we start, if you're new to the channel, please hit subscribe. And don't forget to hit that notification bell so you're alerted whenever we go live. We're constantly adding cross streams with other channels and adding new shows. Speaking of new shows, the light-skinned boy wonder, Pascal Robert, informed me yesterday that he will be teaming up with another friend of show, Jeff Kennedy, and adding a new show Friday morning called Frat Guy Fridays. It'll start this Friday. I'm very excited about that launch. Also, if you want to get a glimpse of of what you're going to get on Frat Guy Friday. Pascal just appeared recently on Black Power Media this past Sunday. Go check that out wherever you are watching or listening to the show. There should be links in the description to that appearance. Also, the wonderful moderator extraordinaire, M. Toussaint, will be dropping it in the chat.
Hello. Thank you. I will.
That lovely voice that you hear is the producer, moderator, voice, faceless voice of reason, M. Toussaint.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Good to be here. Finally, my current column in Symbolism magazine is up. Virtual Insanity, a freak show for left media. We discussed it a little bit on Saturday. If you get some time, check that out. Share and discuss with your people. Leave a comment in the Symbolism Twitter, because Doug Lane loves Twitter. He loves it too much. It's kind of sick. Also, if you guys are enjoying what we do here on TIR, would like to have access to the champagne room and patron-only events like our upcoming movie night. There's only one way to become a patron for as little as $3 a month, $30 for the year. It can all be yours. That being said, let's bring in the crew. Let's bring in the man who has a new show coming out on Friday. The Pascal Robert. I'm officially putting you in the pantheon of light-skinned Negroes, Pascal.
I don't understand how I'm light-skinned. I'm thoroughly paperback brown over here, man. I don't know.
You know what? When you sleep, I do paper bag tests on you in Florida.
And when did I become more light complexion than you? You have a tan. You live in Mexico. That's the only.
You live in
You
Florida.
live in Miami.
You are in Miami. You should be, as you put it, crispy. And you're not.
No, I don't leave the house.
You know what it is?
No, he doesn't.
When you do leave the house, Cisco Jr., you're slathering up sunscreen because you don't want to darken yourself up and lower your credit score. That's really what it's about.
I have no idea. I've never been called light skinned in my life.
Pascal has a parasol.
No one has ever in life called me light skinned.
A parasol.
I don't know how you call it. You are the same complexion I am. You got a tan and you calling me light skinned?
Look, Pascal. Wesley Snipes, chocolate brothers like myself have been dealing with light-skinned people like you our whole lives.
Bro, you'd have to put a whole lot of blackface on for you to like Wesley Snipes.
Pascal with a parasol. Whoever draws the pictures of like Cuba as Tintin, if someone can get a picture of Pascal with a parasol strolling down the Florida beaches,
drinking mint julep,
drinking mint juleps like a plantation owner.
Look at that.
Jamal, bring me the roses.
Wonderful day here in this beautiful brown metropolis. That's how Pascal talks when he's in Florida. Well, we all read, probably not all of Norm's book. I think it's the longest book that Symbolism will probably print for a while. Clocked in at what, 536 pages?
Bible length.
Well, his latest book is a scathing indictment of what was once called PC, or political correctness and intersectionality, as well as calling out some academic charlatans, some of the same ones we've discussed, with enthusiastic disdain as well. His book was passed on by every left publisher because of its fiery content until Doug Lane of Symbolism took it on. A quote from the book: "But to be effective, cancel culture doesn't require such crudites as a blacklist. On the contrary, it's more often than not affected with grace and aplomb. Professor Noam Chomsky popularized the phrase manufacturing consent to denote the mechanisms by which
incongruous facts and opinions are filtered out in an ostensibly democratic society. His theoretical account was in some sense autobiographical. For decades, he himself was the most effectively canceled intellectual in the United States, even as he was in possession of a most remarkable mind. And even as his intellectual output was prestigious, anti-war clergyman William Sloane Coffin once rued, "Chomsky writes books faster than I can read them." His publications were ignored. He never appeared on news programs, and his opinions were never solicited. Chomsky's worst transgression was criticizing Israel. The New York Times Sunday Book Review was the preeminent arbiter of literary taste. A favorable review made a book, an unfavorable one killed it. When Chomsky published his first book on the Israel-Palestine conflict, Peace in the Middle East, in 1974, the Times recruited Michael Walzer, one of the signatories on the now famous Harper's letter, deploring cancel culture, to cancel Chomsky. Were it not for the place he has made for himself on the American left, Walzer informed readers, I doubt that any publisher would have accepted these articles in their present form. In other words, this book and its author's opinions could be safely ignored. And so they were. When Chomsky later published his searing indictment, Fateful Triangle, the United States, Israel, and the Palestinians, 1983, it was such a hushed affair that hardly a U.S. periodical noticed it. Along the way, Chomsky was tarred with the canceling epithets Holocaust denier and self-hating Jew. One signatory to the Harper's letter, Barry Weiss, was, until her flamboyant departure from the Times editorial page, the reigning queen of cancel culture as she promiscuously hurled the epithet anti-Semite at any and all of Israel's critics. If the Times recruited Weiss, it wasn't because of her gifts, which, judging from her overview, fell squarely on the deficit side of the ledger. Rather, it was to throw a bone to its readership base of Jewish billionaires on the Upper East Side of Manhattan who, unlike millennial Jews, still swore by their holy state. Please welcome friend of show, friend in real life, wonderful human. He's actually a lot nicer in person. If you guys think he's harsh, you see him on these shows yelling at people, he's very friendly in person. Toussaint, you met Norm, right?
I met Norm very briefly. He asked me where the bathroom was, and I showed him where it was. And I was so excited. That was the highlight of my day.
Please welcome. Is he the most canceled man in America? Well, not today. Please welcome Norm Finkelstein.
Thank you for having me.
Bring him.
You didn't mention the occasion where I asked you where the bathroom was, and I don't think I want to know.
It's the highlight of my day. I'll take it.
Norm snuck into the event real cool.
A very uneventful day.
That was a fun day. So I don't know if you remember the launch party we did last summer for Sublation in New York.
Yeah.
And I would describe Toussaint to you, but since we try to keep her a wonderful little chocolate secret here on the show, I will not. We'll wait till after the show, and she'll tell you.
I don't know these milieus at all. I'm being honest with you. There's such a huge age gap, generation gap, and it's very, very alien and frankly disorienting to me. This past weekend, I was asked to do a book reading at this magazine called Mars Review. Are you familiar with it?
I don't know. Pascal, do you know Mars Review?
Not familiar at all.
Okay. One of the interesting things, I don't want to get lost in tangents, which I have a tendency to, but in the terms of culture right now, we're in a model of what you might call competitive capitalism, where you have just these tiny units, a Mars Review here, a compact magazine here, the Drift there. There are 10,000 little units out there. It's like the era of competitive capitalism. And oddly enough, in my era, it was the era of monopoly capitalism, which is to say in cultural affairs, you had very defined precincts. You had the so-called left, Dissent magazine, The Nation magazine. You had the center liberals like New Republic and New York Review of Books, and then you had the right-wing Commentary magazine. But it was just like monopoly capitalism. There are 5, 6, or 7 units, very defined, and everybody was in one stream or the other. Now nobody even knows each other. Like, you don't know Mars Review. Mars Review doesn't know this and that and the other. It's a very, for me, it's a very unusual cultural scene right now, because there's no dominant force. There's no, as it were, hegemonic cultural forces in your generation.
Do you think that's because of the internet?
I think it's two things. One is the internet, and the other thing is when Trump was elected, Nancy Pelosi made the fateful decision to join the resistance. The center disappeared. The Times is now just a tabloid. It's a woke tabloid. It wasn't that in my day. Now, I'm not saying the Times didn't have its agenda, but there was a pretense. The Times in my day was called the newspaper of record. And part of it being the newspaper of record was you had to preserve a certain kind of dignity. And right now, the Times has completely jettisoned any pretense of being a newspaper of record. It's now the organ of the woke wing of the Democratic Party, or really of the whole Democratic Party. So with the collapsing of that broad defined center, there's now been a lot of room opened up for all sorts of magazines and journals, and obviously web-based journalism to command an audience. But I mentioned as a backdrop, so I was invited to speak at the Mars Review. We were having an event around Washington Square in Manhattan near NYU. And I have to say, and I don't want this to sound wrong, but I felt very ill at ease. First of all, it was solidly white. When I say solidly white, I mean there were only 2 non-white people in a room of about 100. Mm-hmm. Secondly, even though they dressed, so to speak, shabbily, you had a feeling of wealth there. These people were graduates of the Ivy League, or roughly in that tier. And thirdly, and I know this is going to sound very harsh, there was there was readings from the current issue, and I'm in the current issue of the Mars Review. It was so saturated with sex, kinky sex, wild sex. There's an expression, I don't know if they coined it or whether it's a commonplace in your generation. The expression is gooning, G-O-O-N-I-N-G.
Grooming or gooning?
Gooning, G-O-O-N-I-N-G. It means basically being transfixed with porn, video porn, for like 24, 48 hours straight. If straight's the right word there. And it struck me, now I know this is going to sound harsh, but it struck me that even though this crowd considered itself bohemian, and even though this crowd considered itself, what would you say, anti-establishment, it struck me this was exactly the crowd that would go over to fascism. It had that feel of even though they consider themselves anti-establishment, it had that kind of uncomfortable feeling of these folks, if the moment of truth arrives, they're going to go over to the fascist side. And
is this the Mars Review of Books? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, the Mars Review of Books.
Yeah, I just looked them up, and they said the Mars Review of Books is a magazine in print and on Urbit,
which combines ruthlessly intelligent and fearless sense-making on subjects of global importance with today's most stylish, belletristic writing on contemporary arts and culture. And I'll be very intellectually honest, I had to look up the word belletristic.
It sounds like a goon to me, man. It sounds like goons to me.
I felt very uncomfortable, and it told me two things. It told me, number one, things are very much in flux, but told me, secondly, the left has to get its act together. We're headed towards I don't want to sound like a Cassandra, but we're headed towards very, very tough times. And unless there is a counter force, we're headed towards a real disaster. And I felt as if, unless our side gets its act together, there's going to be a very big problem up ahead.
I do want to pivot from gooning for just a second. Because anything over 5 minutes, too much gooning. I want to talk about your book, which I'm really glad I picked up. Your pen spared no fools with this book. I'm not going to lie and say I finished it, but I'm enjoying what I'm reading. You are tap dancing on landmines with this book, much like you did in our first appearance on the show, an appearance that Glenn Greenwald said was one of the most important conversations he's ever heard. Mainly because of a major section of the show that discussed gender, that is an area many people choose to stay away from because of the feared cancellation, if you will. Now, on this show, we don't say Karen or cancel culture, not because we don't think they exist, but not in the way it's phrased. People want to, as we say, talk to the manager. We are in a moment, as you write in your book, it's not new, a sense of entitlement that anything you don't like to hear is oppressive and requires you to have a superior punishment for your verbal crime. Is there nothing that speaks to neoliberalism more, Norm, than the I want to talk to the manager culture, or as you call it, cancel culture in your book?
Well, I say at the very beginning of the book, I think I begin by saying, what's new about cancel culture? And I say not much, but more than often meets the eye. And I think that since many people have put the emphasis on the continuities between, say, PC political correctness of my generation and the current cancel culture, I think I ought also, for the benefit of your audience, to stress the discontinuity. And the key discontinuity, in my opinion, is, I'm not sure how old you guys are, but during the era of PC, political correctness, it was a pretty marginal phenomenon. As a matter of fact, the very term political correctness was coined by leftists who were mocking their own political correctness. And it exercised very little. It had very little influence. It had a very small impact, certainly on public life. And the only place where it really existed was in universities, campuses. Even there, it had a very marginal impact. The big difference with cancel culture is cancel culture has leveraged identity politics. And it's leveraged identity politics, basically, in my opinion, for three reasons. Number one, the Democratic Party needs to fill the void at its base because large numbers of white workers became alienated from the Democratic Party, or for whatever reason, they drifted over to the Republican Party. So the Democratic Party needed a base, and it decided it would create a base from various minority groups, various sexual minorities, ethnic minorities, and so forth. Secondly, the Democratic Party had a problem in its base, and that problem had a very straightforward name. It was called Bernie Sanders. And Bernie Sanders was trying to mobilize the base of the Democratic Party to create a class-based movement. And that class-based movement, I think it's often forgotten, even though it's a short time ago, that class-based party movement came pretty close to winning. As I'm sure you guys will remember, up until South Carolina, it looked like Bernie was going to win. People like James Carville were having heart seizure on TV at this
Chris
time.
Matthews said Bernie Sanders was going to execute everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Chris Matthews.
Yeah.
So I think he said in Central Park or in Times Square.
Yeah.
Really weird. You know, Bernie was the nightmare scenario. So they needed this identity politics to derail, to dislocate, to destroy the Bernie movement. And at that moment, what you might call the moment of truth, all of the identity politics icons, the Angela Davis, the Ta-Nehisi Coates, the Whoopi Goldberg, the Joy Reid, they all joined in attacking Bernie for being, as Ta-Nehisi Coates called it, weak on the reparations question, as Angela Davis called it, weak on the Black question, as Joy Reid did. She brought in a body language reader to prove that Bernie was a congenital liar. And then there was Kimberly Crenshaw, who said that all the real action is occurring over at Amazon, with Jeff Bezos, having a special day in recognition of Black Lives Matter, and that the real revolution, she said, is not, and I'm now paraphrasing her, it's not these old white Jewish schmucks like Bernie, it's the corporations. And if you look down the line, at that moment of truth, it was the identity politics which was weaponized in order to stop Bernie. And the third function of identity politics is to give a kind of progressive or radical sheen, surface, veneer to a politics which requires no sacrifice. There's no, in my generation, one of the reasons we revered people like Paul Robeson or somebody like W.E.B. Du Bois is because they didn't just talk the talk, they walked the walk. And when the moment of truth came, Robeson was willing to accept the explosion of his career or the shattering of his career. He famously told the McCarthy inquisitors, he said, "I will not retreat 1,000th part of 1 inch." Du Bois, when he was 80 years old, he was led in handcuffs, which you can imagine what a mortifying experience it must have been to him. He was led in handcuffs into the courthouse because of his alleged sympathies for the Soviet Union. So when we thought about radical politics, we thought about people sacrificing their lives, sacrificing their careers, sacrificing everything for the cause, for the belief. And nowadays, what is radical politics? You know what radical politics is? When Judith Butler announces that she's changing her pronouns. That's a big headline getter in the web. In 2020, Judith Butler announced that she's going to henceforth be referred to as they, them. That's what radical politics is. What happened to Angela Davis? Say what you want about Angela. Number one, she was a brilliant young woman. Number two, she stood by her beliefs, her convictions. And number three, she had real raw physical courage. I mean, she was in jail for about, I think, 18 months at the Women's House for Detention. Agree with her politics or not, you have to respect her. So in that era, Angela Davis, I don't want to call her Angela anymore because I feel it's disrespectful, because I don't even feel for her as a comrade anymore. But in that era, Angela Davis was on the FBI's 10 most wanted list. And now she's on Martha's Vineyard's 5 most coveted list. When you see the people she appears with, you yourself look. When she's at the University of South Carolina, she's giving a talk there. Who is she introduced by? The second richest person in South Carolina, a billionaire's billionaire, happens to be a woman. And this woman gets up and only half jokingly, she says, me and Angela, we have a lot in common. You know, me and Angela, we have a lot in common. That's what identity politics has become. It's this completely fake pretense of being radical, but radical whereby you get to have your cake and eat it. Nobody has to sacrifice their wealth. Nobody has to sacrifice their privilege. All you have to do is have on your program some trans person and you're radical. You know? So that to me is what identity politics is. I don't look at it from like its intellectual genesis. I don't much care if it's Foucault or it's Heidegger or it's Deleuze. I don't give a flying fig. You know, for me, it's a political issue. And politically, it's wholly reactionary. It has no redemptive core to it. It's simply a weapon. And for those who are the beneficiaries, the Ta-Nehisi Coates, the Ibram X. Kendis, it's a great racket. I mean, it's a very lucrative racket. I read this yesterday that Nicole, what's her full name? You told it to me earlier before the program from the New York Times.
Nikole Hannah-Jones.
Yeah, Nikole Hannah-Jones. Last year, she made $1 million in college appearances. Ibram X. Kendi, he got $10 million from Jack Dorsey, the former CEO of Twitter. You know why they get all the money? You know why? These are insurance policies. They're life insurance policies. That's why Jeff Bezos, he gave Van Jones $100 million. He gave Obama $100 million. You know why? Because Bezos knows there's going to be a moment of truth at Amazon at some point. And we can be certain on which side Mr. Obama and Mr. Van Jones are going to be when that moment of truth comes. These are life insurance policies for the rich. And one of the unusual things, because times have changed in terms of that distribution of wealth. In my day, there was a program on TV. It was called The Millionaire. And The Millionaire, it was a series, a drama series every week. And what it was about was this very rich man, I guess John Ferris Tipton, I think his name. And he would give out $1 million to some anonymous do-gooding soul every week. And for us watching it, it was like, oh my God, $1 million. It was like $1 million was beyond the moon. It was beyond the universe in my generation. And now we live in a time, forget $1 million. It's $100 million. $100 million. And it's a very rare soul who can resist that sum of money. And so all of these people, the Barack Obamas, the Ibram X. Kendis, the Nicole, et cetera, I always forget her name. They're just being bought off. They're just being bought off.
No, I'd like to respond in detail to what you're saying. I want to respond to the allegation that they're being bought off. To say that they're being bought off assumes that at any time they had any politics or worldview that had any allegiance to any type of toiler, grassroots, proletariat, mass politics or movement in the first place. These people were not bought off. This is a class project. They bought in. They bought in because their class allegiance has always been aligned with the liberal left flank of capital, with the ruling class, because their function is to basically say, we don't want to change capitalism, and we don't want to allow any politics that will interest Black people in changing capitalism. We just want to be 13% of the 1%. In other words, we want a nicer view on the Titanic and just rearrange the deck chairs on it and give us 13% of the chairs.
Totally agree with that. But there are people like Angela Davis. You know, she did have a radical politics. I didn't agree with her politics. She was just a pro-Soviet Union hack. However, there was a radical aspect to her, in my opinion. So, but in general, I henceforth I'm going to use your expression. They weren't bought off; they bought in, and I think that's correct. The only amendment I would put to that is they bought in under the pretense with their dreadlocks and their X, which they inserted in their name. They bought in as if they were radicals. Now that they weren't, yeah, I think you're right.
Well, this is the thing. I have a problem with the dispatch of the term radical because it's a term that people appropriate and wear like it's a t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? We have the show, we call it This is Revolution Podcast. It is a rhetorical name. None of us are talking about taking up arms to physically challenge the state. But we would like to believe that we are ideologically moving people in a direction where, not necessarily violently, they're trying to change the situation materially to make it a better place for as many people as possible with as much radical politics. But what that means for us is not going out and saying, "Mau Mau the bourgeoisie," as some of us would like it. That means applying the most ideological and effective force on the status quo to compel it to make concessions to your demands, because it will take too much force to terminate the status quo and rebuild a new force, which will be what some people would consider a real revolution. My position to you is that no one out here is radical. We're not radical. No one on the left, black, white, or other ones is radical, because none of us are doing what it really takes to indulge in what would be necessarily the class warfare that would be required to be radical.
Well, radicalism has different aspects to it. There is the agenda, the objective, the goal. But there's also, to my thinking, there's another aspect to radicalism, and that aspect is mobilizing masses of people. To the extent that you're mobilizing or attempting to mobilize masses of people, which is what the civil rights movement did. What made the civil rights movement such an extraordinary event was how deep were its roots in the most ordinary people, the most down and out people, the most powerless people, and that the capacity of the movement to bring alive those who had been completely, totally shut out of the political system and had no concept even of being active participants in the transformation of their lives. So even though the objectives you could say were not radical, in the language of the old left, the Marxist left, those were quote unquote, I'm not going to restore the language, I'm just going to use the language for a moment. Those were bourgeois democratic demands, the right to vote, the right to form unions. Those are all demands which historically have been seen as within the parameters of the capitalist system. But even as the goals may not have been radical, I still think the approach to politics, the attempt to bring in, mobilize, galvanize, and most importantly, enable people to feel the power that they possessed if they manage to act collectively, if they manage to find the right slogans and goals, which were both energizing and substantive and had a real possibility of being realized. Having said that, I consider, and we can argue and debate, and I hope you will, dispute me if you feel so inclined. Slogans like a prison abolitionism. Now, you might say that's a radical goal and a radical objective. I think it's the most apolitical slogan humanly imaginable. It has nothing to do with the real world. That's why Angela Davis, with her friend Gina Dent, go around from one Ivy League school to another, and all the presidents of these schools introduce her with total exhilaration, nearly breathless, and then there are these all-white elite audiences who come to hear Angela speak about, and Gina Dent speak about
prison abolition,
because it has nothing to do with the real world.
Well, I just want you to hold on, Norm, 1 second. I just want everyone to know, I got to say this before anything else. So we did have UC professors on the show. Norm made sure that never again will any professors from the UC system come on this show. Did you hear what he said, Pascal?
I did hear what he said. I would like to respond if you would indulge me. I'm just up to you.
Look, hey, you know what? You've been indulged.
No, I want to address that. First of all, I want to. You said something interesting. You said that large numbers of white people go to hear all of these quote unquote radical slogans: abolish police, abolish, defund the police, Black Lives Matter, so on and so forth. First of all, let me address that. Number one, there is a saying from Harold Cruz that I was educated to by Cedric Johnson, one of my favorite political scientists who I like very much, who I would suggest you read more of because he critiques all of these phenomena.
He was my professor.
What'd you say?
No, Cedric Johnson.
Cedric Johnson, not Cedric Robinson. Cedric Johnson.
Cedric Johnson. He was the fellow who ended up at Santa Barbara.
No. Cedric Johnson teaches at University.
Cedric Johnson's like 50. Cedric Robinson passed away recently. 2 years ago.
Cedric Johnson.
Yeah, I've read his stuff. I read it in Jacobin. I've read his stuff.
Yes, okay. There are, as you know, many on the black, well, maybe not know, on the black left who's taking this on, but that's besides my point. What I'm trying to say is that the quote from Harold Cruz is that one of the problems that the left has with black people is that they think that we're all storming the barricades ready for revolution. In other words, there are white people who consider themselves liberal, progressive, touchy-feely, or left, or whatever, who fetishize seeing Negroes look like they're ready for the Mau Mau. There might be some who watch this show.
I just want to add that I did say this on Saturday, so.
Okay.
Just remember.
I don't know what kind of perverse, kind of sick, kind of like exotic racial fantasy. Maybe it's like I'm seeing a monkey in the zoo kind of thing it triggers in their mind, but it's an actual reality.
I agree with that. But remember, that was part and parcel of what was called the revolutions in the third world. That was part of the 1960s, where many white radicals, genuine radicals like Paul Sweezy and others, thought that the white working class was hopeless, had been bought off. There was no possibility of revolution here. And so people looked to Cuba, to Latin America, to China. They looked to the third world. And the African Americans were seen as a component of that third world revolution. So it was not necessarily, though I totally agree with you, there is that element of the exotic and all the negative. And
it's frustrating.
I was part of it. I don't want to ever pretend that I'm holier than thou. I'll embarrass myself by saying I still remember when I was around 16 years old, I used to wear this like safari jacket, and here I had a black, red, and green button. You know, the Garvey button. But I was part of all that, and part of the reason I wrote the book was it's a warning to young people. The the book was not written for my age cohort because I knew they would hate it. I knew, when I started to have second thoughts about things like abortion, I knew I would lose everyone in my age cohort. But it was written for 20-year-olds because, as I said, their moment of truth is coming. We're heading in a very bad direction. So I wanted to say, don't do what I did. Don't make those mistakes. So I agree with you. There has always been that element of exoticizing Black people and thinking all Black people are on the ramparts. But on the other hand, you have to also admit that the greatest transformation in the United States in the post-war era was the civil rights movement, and it did mobilize, unlike any other movement, it mobilized the grassroots of society. It was a truly heroic, deeply, deeply inspiring chapter in American history. And one of the odd things about Ibram X. Kendi, amid all his other oddities, is he's completely, totally contemptuous of the civil rights movement, thinking it was a complete waste. It didn't transform anything. It was white people who transformed everything during the civil rights era. It was like such a weird.
Well, Abraham X. Kendi, I'm sure he wasn't contemptuous of those white people when they were looking at his application to get a job at Boston University, and particularly the ones who were giving him foundation money to finance his little institution at my alma mater, Boston University. So we at This Is Revolution are very, very familiar with I want to talk tough to whitey Negroes who get the fat back and biscuits checks from the foundation world, from the industrial, the whole non-government industrial complex, blah, blah, blah. The point that I wanted to continue about those white liberals, leftists, so on and so forth, that fetishize the posturing of Black radicalism is that it's not simply about, ooh, let's watch the monkeys in the cage look like they're going to throw bananas at us. It's so attractive. It's that the institutional mechanisms of the foundation world and academia for pretty much 30 years, maybe more, have been financing that and mainstreaming it in the university intentionally, largely in areas of Black studies.
Well, this is what I want to get to, Pascal.
Instead of having disciplines that actually challenge the material reality and the condition of what Black, brown, and poor and working class people are. The large point I'm trying to get to you, Norm, is that I understand why all of this is frustrating and angering to you. But for me, Jason, who are much younger than you are, who are not academics, who've been doing this show for a while, and we do a lot of reading, and we talk to a lot of academics, this is part of what we talk on our show, one of our favorite slogans, the 50-plus year counter-revolution that is a continuing reactionary movement, not in the reactionary like everyone's wearing a Klan t-shirt, but neoliberalization, hypermarketization, moving away from materialist politics, moving to the right in terms of a type of capitalism that starts in the late 60s from 68 and moving forward that is a bipartisan consensus to neutralize the New Deal Civil Rights Coalition, which definitely was a liberal bourgeois consensus that was not as radical as the old left of the 30s and 40s. And I understand your affection for the civil rights movement, and it was a significant transformation that did decrease the rate of poverty from Black people in 1959, which was 55%, to what it is now, which is no more than 19%. So if Ibrahim Kendi, ex-Kendi, and a lot of those other Negroes say that, integration is what messed us up, I'd like to know if they want to go back to 1940 when over 65% of Black people were picking cotton or cleaning up white people's houses.
Well, I wouldn't say two things. No, I want to hear you, Jason. Just as a comment, number one, there were significant substantive changes as a result of the civil rights movement. And number two, we should never forget how deeply heroic and courageous those people were. When people like Bob Moses, who attended Hamilton College, and he was a brilliant fellow, he eventually went back and got his philosophy degree from Harvard. But when people like Bob Moses, they came from up north, they went down south. What they did was They used to go into these tiny hamlets where the chief of police was in the Ku Klux Klan, the chief judge was in the Ku Klux Klan, every official was in the Ku Klux Klan, and they went from door to door, knocking on people's doors to get them to go down to register to vote. That took real courage. That was so deeply inspiring, the selflessness, the sacrifice that these people like Diane Nash. I mean, I don't know if you know her, but she was just a spectacular figure. And these people were 20 years old. Bob Moses was a little older. He was like 22. Most of them were like 19, 20. Yeah, James Foreman was a little older also. I think he was around 28. But most of them were 19 and 20-year-olds, or they were 60 and 70-year-olds. It was the garbage men. It was the Senate, when that in my era was called the garbage men. It was the maids in the homes. I mean, there was real sacrifice, real courage. It was a deeply moving experience. And when I see these so-called radicals piss on them, what did Ibram X. Kendi do? If you read his work, the only thing he does is he claims that he scolded his second grade teacher. That's it. There's no radicalism. There's no history of any kind of activism, sacrifice, courage. And then when I see these people go on Democracy Now! And Amy Goodman is drooling over them, because he's got the dreads. He's got the dreads. It fills me with nausea. Patrice Cullors with her 4 homes.
Well, no, there's a problem here. This part is a problem. There's a major problem.
I wrote all these questions.
One of the major problem that is here, Norm, is that in the eyes of the world, pretty much since 1972 and the Garrett Convention, the black left has not existed and does not exist. There is a black left. It's pretty much as much people that you can fit in a diner and a few friends, or maybe a college basketball court. But the point of the matter is, there is no black left that is recognized outside of the circle of mechanisms and institutions or organizations or publications that we in the black left, whether we be revolutionary nationalists, revolutionary socialists, or simply democratic socialists, or trots, or whatever we call ourselves, are put in a space where we're largely talking to people who already agree with us, number one. And number two, we're also put in a space where the mainstream liberal political therapists like Joanne Reed, like all of these other people, Ibram X. Kendi, all of these MSNBC Negroes, they don't want the majority of mainstream America to know we exist. They don't want black kids to know that there's over a 100-year tradition of black socialists, leftists, and black people challenging capitalism with or without white people in this country. And one of the main reasons why all of this woke crap was dispatched was not only to neutralize Bernie Sanders, which was definitely part of it. It was to neutralize Bernie Sanders because the people who hired Ta-Nehisi Coates with his Black Panther father, who hire these Negroes, know that if black people catch on to socialism in America, it's a wrap.
Pascal, you are extremely fired up today. Wait.
Okay, I want to allow Jason, because I preempted him, so I'm going to defer to you right now.
Well, I can't say it now. He already asked a fiery thing, and now I got to follow up with the fiery thing.
Well, you had a question, or
I did, but then the firebrand spoke, and now it's going to seem it's like anticlimactic now.
Let's try and see what.
Well, Pascal, to your point, that's why I'm having all these damn kids. So there you go.
Hey, you're making a left of your own.
I'm making my own left.
Okay.
Damn it. To Pascal's point about the word woke, the term is making the rounds again. Are we wasting our time trying to define this colloquialism When should we stop trying to engage with what Jean Bajlan on this show calls HR liberalism?
Well, I consider HR liberalism a menace, but the good thing is, even though it casts a pull over many a college and university, its actual impact on the students, for example, is, I would say, pretty marginal. So I'm not going to speak now about what goes on in corporate life, where this HR liberalism obviously has a more, or seems to have a more pernicious impact. But for example, for the past 3 years, I've been doing adjunct teaching, basically a substitute teacher. I've been doing adjunct teaching in the City University of New York. Currently, I teach at Brooklyn College on occasion. I teach in Hunter College on occasion. And I've had to date about 300 students, I would estimate. And of those 300 students, I would say, and I could say, no, it's not a rough estimate, it's an exact number. Only two of those 300 students expressed any concern about their pronouns to me, one person in emails and another person after class. This whole obsessiveness with pronouns is, it's a top item in among HR liberals, but among the students themselves, obviously, my students are mostly first generation immigrant families or working class families. All of them put in solid, 40, 50 hour day, 40 or 50 hour week jobs, and also are really burdened with, they all still live at home, and they're really burdened with family responsibilities. So their pronouns is not going to be very high on their daily agenda. So I don't believe that it's had, in that respect, a huge impact. I would say, on the other hand, it has destroyed, and I'm using that word with I'm consciously using that words. It's destroyed a large number of disciplines in the university. I'll give you an example. I had a student who had some troubles with the law, and he decided to do a turnaround. And at the end of one class, he came up to me and he just very boldly said, "Will you be my mentor?" No student had ever asked me that. I don't want to tell you, I'll just say he's from the Caribbean.
Okay.
And no student had ever asked me that. I was dumbfoundedly impressed. So I said, sure, no problem. I asked him what he said, "I want to be a first-class criminal lawyer." I said to him, "What's your major?" He said, "I'm majoring in psychology and in business." I said, "Those are not majors, those are trades. You need to get serious majors. You should major in philosophy and minor in English, because law is mostly about reasoning and it's about writing. So you need to master your logical faculty, that's philosophy, and you have to master your writing ability, that's English." Around a week later, he called me up. He said, "I changed my majors." I said, "What did you change it to?" He said, "I'm a philosophy major. I'm an English minor." I said, "Fine, that sounds like you're on the right path." I said, "Now we have to find the courses for you, because there are a lot of courses which are worthless, but there are also a lot of courses which are solid." So I said, "Let's go look at the offerings in the English department." Now you may disagree with me. You're free to disagree with me. I'm never closed to disagreement because I have no monopoly on truth. But I wanted him to get the classical English language because I wanted him to be competitive with the students in the Ivy League. I don't want him to be second class with the students elsewhere. So we go look at the English offerings. Now it happens that I had dinner the other night with two people who doubted me on this question. So you can go yourself. I can't name the college because I'll lose my job. I'll tell you afterwards. We went to the English offerings. What were the English offerings? One survey on the British literature, just a whole survey of British literature, one survey in British literature, one seminar on Shakespeare, or 300 level, which means the senior level on Shakespeare. So what did they offer? Well, they offered Filipino-American lesbian writers. They offered
How many of them are there?
American lesbian writers. They offered women this, gay that, trans this, gay that, like 30 courses. 30 courses. 30 courses. There was one 300 level seminar on Shakespeare. In my day, you had to take Shakespeare comedies, Shakespeare tragedies, Shakespeare histories, like Richard III. That was 100 level. That was like the entry point. And what infuriates me is while these courses are being inflicted, and I mean inflicted, on these students in places like City University, you can bet your bottom dollar that when Breonna Joy Gray went to Harvard, she was reading the classics. She was reading the classics. That's why Breonna is so well spoken. Just listen to her vocabulary. I listen closely. I'm that kind of person, a bit of a pedantic on that point. She speaks with real elegance because she went to the top schools, and those top schools, they make sure their students read the classics. And then when you get to our schools, like the City University, they're reading, I'm sorry, it's sheer nonsense. Because you can't have a whole course on Filipino-American lesbian writers. How many Filipino writers are there in the United States?
I don't know, but you just pissed off all my babies' moms.
Well, Norm, first of all, I hope you don't think that Jason and I don't have the educational qualifications to be eloquent and loquacious. I mean, gosh, because we didn't go to Harvard. We're not double Harvard. I mean, I went to a decent.
You understand what my point? Everybody compliments Breonna Joy Gray. She's very, very clever, and she's a very good arguer. And I say, well, first of all, Breonna's clearly very smart. But secondly, guess what? She went to Harvard Law School, and she was a corporate lawyer for 6 years. So she learned how to argue. She learned how to probe an argument. And I want that for my students. But then when I open up these catalogs, these disciplines have been destroyed by this nonsense, woke, cancel culture, identity politics. And it's very painful. Now, this student, I'm not going to take all the credit, but we carefully went through the catalog, okay? Now, we found some things. I want to just give you, so to speak, the last page. So this student looked like he was headed to be put away for, let's just say, a very, very large number of years, okay? Last semester, he got 3 A's and an A+ in tough courses. And this semester, he's headed in the same direction. I asked him how he did in his midterms, and he said he gave me his grades 100 in one, 95 in another. And I said to him, buddy, you never cease to amaze. These people have real potential. And it's very painful for me to see how that potential is being sabotaged. Systematically sabotaged by ridiculous courses, these courses which have zero intellectual quality, courses in which the language with all their X's and their slashes and all of this crap that they put into a sentence, which is like taking a knife to the Mona Lisa, it disgusts me.
Well, Norm, first of all, I'm going to make a quote by a very famous scholar of Black thought, father of Black history. You may not be familiar with his work. He was a contemporary of Du Bois. His name is Carter G. Woodson.
Yeah, I know.
I suggest you read The Miseducation of the Negro. Very famous quote from Carter G. Woodson. Harvard has ruined more Negroes than bad whiskey.
You know, I'm going to tell you something. I told you before. Before we went on air. I respect achievement. I respect accomplishment. Now I know Carter Woodson also went to Harvard.
That's why he said that.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, there I disagree. I think you get a first-rate education there. We shouldn't be in denial about that. Du Bois came out for the better from that education. Cornel West came out for the better. I don't agree with Cornell's politics in many respects. However, facts are facts. Extremely smart guy. I mean, his range of knowledge and the depth, not just the range, and the depth, is very impressive. And same thing for Brianna Joy Gray. We shouldn't underestimate the advantages that people get, and not just the advantages in terms of networking. It's the advantages you get in the quality of education. A simple example. If you're at some place, you're going to a place like NYU. You know how many students are in a class? Many classes are 6 students. There are 7 students. In a place like I am, right now I'm teaching a class, it's 36 students. Now you might think, what's the difference? You know what the difference is? When you're in a class of 6 students, you get to learn how to speak in public. You develop that sense of confidence because you're in a seminar, you're being treated as if you're an adult mind. The professor is engaging in a dialogue with you, and you learn how to conduct yourself.
Norm.
And my students don't get that. I try to give everyone a chance to speak once in class, in front of the class, but even that, a semester is 14 weeks. I teach 1 class a week, and there are 36 students in the class. So how often do you get that kind of opportunity? And we shouldn't, be dismissive of it. It's a huge opportunity.
Norm. Some of the greatest rhetorical talents of Black thought in the late 20th century were autodidacts. James Baldwin, Malcolm X. One of the greatest intellectuals of the early 20th century, who I would argue would be able to intellectually debate Du Bois down to the ground, was an autodidact, Hubert Harrison. So even though I'm a product of, I didn't go to Harvard. I went to Boston University School. I went to pretty decent schools. I am not one who fetishizes the capacity of institutions that are designed to social engineer the function of capital to keep people in check as mechanisms to create some kind of radical transformative ideological thinking.
Look, I have no doubt about that. The ruling class knows what it's doing. It has rich experience. It's not really, in many respects, it's very shrewd, not always, but it has a deep confidence. You bring in people, they sound radical, and they're going to, have their, in my day, it was the dashiki and the afro. And then after being there, you have the opportunity, 99 out of 100 joined the ruling class. However militant they sounded when they were undergraduates. In my years, the only real one who stuck to his guns, you may know him, he goes by the name of Lawrence Ham. He's the head of this organization called the People Organized for Progress in Newark, POP. Brilliant guy, but he remained faithful to his roots. But in general, the ruling class knows, okay, let them sound off as undergraduates. But once they have that degree and they know the doors of Wall Street are open to them, the doors of that 1% are open to them, yes, it's true, they will sell out. And it's a rational calculation on the part of the ruling class. But having said that, it's very striking to me that a lot of the great figures, whether it's a Frederick Douglass, who was an autodidact, but we must remember he was an autodidact who really mastered the English language. It was basically, as I understand it, he read Robert Burns, he read Dickens, he read, of course, the Bible, and his rhetoric was extremely impressive. Dr. Martin Luther King was, well, just that. He was Dr. Martin Luther King. And even if you read, for example, Letter from a Birmingham Jail, Letter of Birmingham Jail is studded with references to all the classical philosophers as he's trying to justify, that being King, trying to justify why it's right to break a law, because that was a big issue then. On what basis, people were saying to the civil rights movement, they were saying to Martin Luther King, you want us to enforce Brown v. Board of Education. You want us to enforce the law. Then why are you counseling people to break the law? And so King goes all the way back to Plato, to St. Augustine, and to, many others. He knew the classics. He knew the classics. And then you take somebody like you take someone like Paul Robeson. He wrote a very tiny little autobiography called Here I Stand. But there were parts of it to me which were quite illuminating. His father, who was a preacher, a reverend, was a real taskmaster. You had to learn the Latin and you had to learn the Greek. And you couldn't read any of the Latin or Greek classics in translation. Robeson describes how he sat down with his father and he had to read everything in the original. And he said, I took 4 years of Latin in high school, and I took 3 more years of Latin in college, and then I took 3 years more of Greek. So to me, and we know Paul, Cornell West, he graduated the degree in philosophy, that's not small change, from Harvard in 3 years. And his masteries, it's very impressive. He's way beyond me. I mean, I lose him 99% of the time when he's giving his talks. But we shouldn't underestimate the value of that education and how much, you take someone like Malcolm X. As you know, Malcolm X deeply regretted the fact that he didn't have a classical education. It was a source of deep lamentation to him. He did his best to compensate for it. And of course, he was quite successful at compensating for that lack of education. But he felt it. He felt it. He wished he had had that opportunity of having a quote unquote classical education. And so it deeply pains me when this woke culture is destroying that classical education, not because I'm wedded to dead white European males, as they were called in my day, dwem, we call them, dead white European males, not because I'm wedded to them, but because they give you a level of competence. So one thing that people comment about Brianna Joy Gray, I don't want to keep coming back to her, but I'm not a big web watcher, but I do watch her. They say she's unflappable. She'll have people on who have called her the nastiest things. She never gets excited. She always stays calm because she has great confidence in her intellect. She knows I just have to listen. I can dissect the argument. I've got the training. I was a corporate lawyer. I know how to dissect arguments, and I can prevail. And one of the things I like most about Brianna Joy Gray, nobody treats her as a Black woman. They treat her as a formidable intellect.
I've been on her show several times, Norm.
Yeah, they treat her as a formidable intellect. And the fact that she got past the identity issue, Black woman. No, it's not Black woman. It's smart person. It's smart person. And it's no small part that comes from the training. And just to go back to where I said, there has been, in significant respects, the woke, what you call HR liberalism, has been marginal. The students, they don't take it seriously. They roll their eyes. Those students are extremely respectful of each other and all of their different orientations, this, that, and the other. It's a very moving sight. It's a very moving sight. I mean, I'm old enough to remember the old days. And now in my class, as I say, it's mostly first generation, either immigrant families or it's working class families. And one of the things that deeply touches me is the solidarity. The solidarity. What do I mean by that? A student gets up in front of class. I said, I'd like to give everybody a chance just to experience what people in the Ivy League experience daily in their seminar classes. I want my students to learn how to think on their feet and develop that confidence and self-confidence. So when students come up, as you can imagine, it's going to be a mixed performance. Some are good, some are weaker. Okay? But when anyone finishes, however weak their performance, the class always spontaneously applauds. You know, it's very touching, that feeling of solidarity. And that's what gives me hope. I saw the same solidarity during the George Floyd demonstrations. They were, you would say, they started out 50% black, 50% white. After 2 weeks, it was more like 75% white, 25% black. But I felt the spirit of real solidarity there. And it wasn't the patronizing white solidarity of my era, you know, the white radicals, yours truly included, where there was always the kind of noblesse oblige, or as you correctly and I appreciate candidly said, the exoticism of black people. No, this is not exoticism. The George Floyd demonstrations were not exoticism. They were solidarity by people who, yes, blacks suffered more, but the white middle class had hollowed out, and many of the whites were just a notch over the blacks. You know, in places like New York City, they're living in the same places. The roommates are mixed. You know, you'll have a black person, a white person, a gay person, a trans person. Very common in New York now. I'm sure Jason can attest to that. You know, in places like Greenpoint, Bed-Stuy, it's a very mixed. It's the new you know, what your generation calls the precariat, and whites are part of it. And there's that solidarity. There are many things, even though time is of the essence, there are many things to be hopeful about. And as we're hopeful about certain developments, we also have to be, in my opinion, we have to be unabashedly critical of things which are either having a destructive or distracting effect on what could be a positive development.
Well, let me take some time.
Wait, time out, Pascal, before you take time. We're over an hour. So you can hold that for the champagne room. We've gone on quite an hour and 15 minutes. We're 15 minutes over. Toussaint, you have some super chats for us.
I do have some super chats for us. One moment. Let me pull them up. Second. Hold on. I got starstruck for a minute.
What happened?
Okay. I got him. Ian Aldenstein asks, I'm curious what Norman thought of his convo with Robin Kelly and Barbara Smith. They seem to find common ground, but there still seems to be a difference of emphasis with their intersectionality. Love the Luxembourg quote. I don't know if we addressed that already. Do you feel
we did? That was one of the questions that I had that we didn't get a chance to address, but I did want to ask Norm about that debate. I mean, I'm going to use inverted quotes when I say debate with D.G. Kelly and Barbara Smith. There was a moment where you got into the African American Studies program. We were talking about this a little bit off air. And you called out the lack of a Black working class history in the curriculum. And Kelly and Smith defended the lack of a Black working class history in that curriculum. You know, you pretty much said it without saying it, that this was a bit of a class project, that that curriculum. And sadly, I don't think you got a chance to actually speak your piece because you kept getting interrupted because of the fact that your whole thing is really attacking this class project. So I want to give you the floor kind of to uninterruptedly speak your piece about the lack of a Black working class history in this studies course that was so highly maligned. by Ron DeSantis?
Okay. First of all, what is identity politics? Is it in contradiction to the classical left politics? Not in my opinion. The classical left politics, going back 100 years or more, there was always concern about special kinds of oppression that were not reducible to class oppression. That's why, as I'm sure you know, there were huge bodies of literature, scholarship, and agitational literature devoted to things like what were called back then the woman question, the Negro question, the Jewish question, meaning forms of oppression which were not automatically and easily and simply reducible to class oppression. So the identity, the idea of identity politics goes back to the left, or the socialist, Marxist, whatever you want to call it, left already a century ago. So that being said, what is identity politics in our current moment? Identity politics is the identity aspect, the woman question, the Negro question, the Jewish question, the identity aspect, but the class aspect has been lopped off. So the class, if you read Robin DiAngelo, you read Ibram X. Kendi, you read Ta-Nehisi Coates, there are a few stray fragments. You can count them on 3 fingers of one hand. There are a couple of stray fragments referring to class oppression. So, and those are just, as you can imagine, token mentions. The class element has been lopped off. And what you guys have been saying all along, it's basically a class project of those who want to place among the 1%. Now, that will bring me to that curriculum. The boogeyman of that curriculum is said to be Richard DeSantis or types like him who are trying to suppress the radical core of African American history or African American studies. However, in my opinion, the problem with that curriculum was not the pressures exerted from without by the Richard DeSantis types. The problem was from within, namely the curriculum as it was conceptualized and as it was articulated. One of the eminence grise, the person standing above it all was Henry Louis Gates. The problem was that it was an identity politics curriculum, which meant emphasis on identity stripped of class, except one class. There is that section on, quote, of the curriculum entitled "The Growth of the Black Middle Class."
Yeah, bingo.
And that's what they're concerned about. And in that section, what do you think they talk about? They talk about the disparities, how angry they are that rich whites are richer than rich blacks. And we have to end that disparity so rich black people are just as rich white people. So that was my main disagreement with R.D. Kelly. I don't think the issue, in my opinion, was not primarily the conservative, suppressive forces from without. It is that the curriculum was an articulation of what you call the class project, namely identity politics stripped of class.
Well, should we go, Jason?
Yeah, we gotta wrap it up. We gave you guys 23 minutes of free champagne. So I hope you guys appreciated the show. Last time we had Norm on, we talked for 3 hours. It was a Saturday free show. We had no idea where the show was going to go. Definitely, Pascal and I looked at each other on the screen and said, "This was a fun, quick ride." But we didn't get "quote unquote" canceled, and people liked that show. It was a good show. It was a good show. Like, this was a good show. I'm sure people will agree and disagree with things. If there's anything you guys have to say about what you heard today, especially if you're rewatching the show later, leave a comment. Let us know what you have to say about what was said here. I think Pascal and Norm, you guys knocked it out of the park. Oh, sorry, wrong button.
Here it comes!
I don't know, man. I'm worried that Norm doesn't think that my Boston University School of Law education makes me intellectually eloquent or sophisticated enough.
Look, Norm was trying to make sure Brianna. Look, Norm. Let's be honest.
Norman wants everybody to get a chance. I want to see everybody get a chance.
Listen,
he was killing my chance with Brianna's chance you killing Norm.
You know, it bothers me when I see the second-rate education my students get because our institutions are so financially strapped. And it bothers me when these woke people advocate for all of this woke curriculum for others, while they send their students to the best schools. Their children, excuse me, they send their children to the best schools and get a classical education. That annoys the heck out of me.
Well, I do agree with you that Brianna Drake Gray is very brilliant and very intelligent.
And I agree that Norm
she has the innate gifts, but she also has, and it's no shame to say, she has the training. She has so much confidence. You know, I don't know if you ever watch her on The Hill with Robbie Suave. Is a very nice fellow, but sometimes I feel like she's a Sherman tank rolling right over him.
Well, look, Norm, you player hated me all out of the Brianna Joy Gray sweepstakes. I thought I was there because of my appearance on her show on Valentine's Day, and all of a sudden, you come on here and then bam, blow the spot up. And now it's just,
No, my brother.
And so I can't,
You know what Jimmy Cliff said. You can get it if you really want. If you try, if you really try.
Well, if you guys haven't got it already, Norm has a book out right now on Sublation Media. It's called I'll Burn That Bridge When I Get to It. Wherever you were watching.
A lot of people told me don't publish it. And a lot of people said it was going to be a bomb. But it's still early in the game. It's only a month and a half out. But the reaction, even to my surprise, has been quite positive. And I felt like, okay, this time, like when I wrote The Holocaust Industry, I was warned. But I think I read the tea leaves correctly, that people had reached a point of being fed up. You could feel the winds shifting. You know how you could tell? Because woke people, super woke people, like Whoopi Goldberg, are now attacking the woke culture. She started to criticize on The View these books that were being edited so as to take out all the racist, sexist, blah, blah, blah. And she says, what are you doing? This is our history. Why are you trying to change it? Now, of course, Whoopi always has her finger in the air, and she knows the winds are shifting, and there's an increasing. On one end there's hostility, but there's also just an increasing frustration with this cancel culture and where it's going. And so I felt like, the book landed at the right moment. That people who told me don't publish it, one person, a close friend for 30 or 40 years, said don't publish it, it's going to destroy your career. People won't respect you anymore. Two of my former publishers refused to touch it with a barge pole, one of whom was deeply insulting to me. And notwithstanding, it seems like the reception has been at least a certain amount of, let's call it, curiosity and willingness to listen. Disagree with me? Fine, but a willingness to listen. So I'm consoled by that fact.
Well,
I did a program, with Sabi, your friend.
That's not my friend.
Oh, she's not your friend?
No.
Oh, okay. I did a program with her. I did a program 2 nights ago with Glenn Greenwald, and I'm going to do a longer one with him on Friday. And
you get invited to all the hot left.
You're making the rounds. You're making the rounds, man.
Doing Black Power Media.
Hey, shout out to Glenn Greenwald. Even though we don't really talk to the guy, he said that conversation that we had on the show a couple years ago was one of the most important conversations he had heard. And he's like, I'm not listening to this 3-hour show. And he said his friend sent it to him and said, after you hear it, you're going to be mad it wasn't longer. And Greenwald said, you know what, you're right. I was mad it wasn't longer.
Yeah, there's a certain Negro on Facebook who thinks that Glenn Greenwald is part of the Red Brown Alliance, and the fact that he likes TIR means that we are trying to court the MAGA communists. I'm dead serious.
I'm sorry. I literally just wrote about that. Literally.
Dead serious.
Really. Did you forward him my article?
When you're black and on the left and your politics is not stuck in 1972, sucking Black Power kneecaps, people have a problem with it.
Well, look, there's a lot of confusion now, and the confusion is a big problem because we're headed towards, from everything we're listening to, we're heading towards a war with China. That's no joke. And judging by the reaction of the so-called left to the war with Ukraine, there's a lot of confusion in what's called the left.
Yeah.
And you have to look at conservative and right-wing people to get any sense on the Ukraine. When you have to look at he's a personal friend of mine, who I like a lot, but John Mearsheimer would never describe himself as a leftist. He's a West Point graduate, and he's pretty conservative in his impulses. When you have to look to John Mearsheimer, or you have to look to these right-wing generals to figure out what's going on in the Ukraine, and then you have the left, what's called the left, people like Bernie Sanders saying, quote, I trust Joe Biden's judgment on Ukraine. We have a very big problem. So, MAGA communists, there's a lot of confusion. And we don't have the luxury of allowing history to slowly unfold and to make sense of what's going on. We have to act.
I'll send fast. I'll email you my my article I just wrote on MAGA communism.
I will definitely want to read it. I'll definitely want to read it.
It just came out. Monday, so I'll send it to you. Thank you, Norm. Wherever you're watching and listening to the show, there's links in the description to Norm's current book. I'll burn that bridge when I get to it. And we will see you guys in the champagne room. Thank you, Norm. Have a very good night. I'm gonna hit you up tomorrow, Norm.
Okay. And when you make it to New York, both of you, I live down by Coney Island. The weather's warming up. I go for a jog or a walk every day there. So you can join me on one of those days.
Can Pascal walk with a mint julep and his parasol? That's the only thing that matters.
Whenever you guys have conversations like that, I feel really left out.
Oh. Oh.
I feel as forlorn as looking for a bathroom at a double-A event.
Well, it's good to know we are the only podcast that makes sure Norm Finkelstein doesn't leave without laughing. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Pascal?
Bye.
Toussaint? We are
out.
Out.
Hello and welcome everyone to another episode of This is Revolution Podcast. I'm your host, Jason Miles, and I'm sure for the few of you that are watching this early, you're like, Jason, you're usually always late. Why are you starting early? Well, in honor of our guest today, Cedric Johnson, some time ago last year, Pascal and I were doing a video essay series for Zero Books when Doug Lane was still on there. Now that he's gone, we got a lot of the material back that we were using for Zero. And one of the things that we did for Zero was a video essay based on Cedric Johnson's essay about Huey Newton, the forgotten Huey Newton. Excuse me. Well, now that we have that back, we aired it on our channel probably a little early this year. That essay actually has a lot to do with what we're talking about today, the fetishization of the Black Power era. So before we bring Cedric in, we thought we'd start the show a little bit early, play the video essay so you guys can comment and we can actually have a conversation about this in real time instead of you guys watching the essay and then in comments, maybe we see it, maybe we don't. So that being said, let me get us started.
I'm Carl T. Rowan. As the new director of the United States Information Agency, I have the privilege to present to you a dramatic document of man's continuing search for dignity.
I plan to go on with our expansion and also to make even a stronger tie with the struggling people of the world because they represent 2/3 of the people. The colonized world or the developing countries are also the colored world. And American imperialism is implicated in all of those puppet governments that control these developing countries. In other words, if America withdraws its support from Greece, that Greek regime will fall. If America withdraws its support from the puppet government of South Vietnam, the Vietnamese war would end. So what I'm saying is we have to hook up internationally. You can only understand the situation internationally. And in order to do this, that we are going to commit troops. We're going to commit troops to the Vietnamese people, the National Liberation Front, to fight the cowardly American aggressor. And the Black Panther Party.
August 1970, Roy Wilkins, the sexagenarian leader of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, used his syndicated column to criticize Huey Newton for urging the formation of an all-black fighting unit to assist the Vietnamese National Liberation Front. Newton co-founded the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense with Bob Seale in 1966 and had recently been released on a technicality after spending 33 months in prison for the killing of Oakland police officer John Frey. Wilkins saw Black Power militancy as cynical and misguided. The Viet Cong may be hurting, Wilkins wrote, but nothing like the hurting of John Q. Black American. Of course, Huey knows about this suffering. It was the resentment over this treatment that led, at least in part, to the founding of the Black Panthers. But Huey, for all his talents, is also a revolutionary. Revolutionaries get confused. When he emerged from prison a month earlier, Newton addressed his supporters from atop the hood of a car. Wanting to bask in his newfound freedom, Newton took off his shirt, revealing a taut frame, the reward of a punishing jailhouse regimen of push-ups. Young and defiant, he was the physical embodiment of the new militancy that contrasted sharply with Wilkins' graying demeanor and bourgeoisie comportment. And yet, in contrast to the popular image of the fiery Black Power orator, Newton was charming but soft-spoken, and his public speeches were delivered in a nasal, breathless tone and a more deliberative manner than the soaring rhetoric of his contemporaries like Eldridge Cleaver and Stokely Carmichael.
The police are there not to, in our community, not to promote our welfare or for our security and our safety, but they're there to contain us, to brutalize us and murder us, because they have their orders to do so. Police in our community couldn't possibly be there to protect our property because we own no property. They couldn't possibly be there to see that we receive the due process of law for the simple reason that the police themselves deny us the due process of law. And so it's very apparent that the police are only in our community, not for our security, but the security of the business owners in the community, and also to see that the status quo is kept intact. When we first started, we had a police alert patrol, and we would patrol the community. If we saw the police brutalize anyone, we would put an end to this. Usually the police wouldn't brutalize anyone if we were on hand because we were armed, and if the police arrested the individual, we would follow him to the jail and bail the individual out, whether he was a Panther or not. And we would gain many recruits like this. So therefore the community started to say that, well, these people are really concerned about our welfare.
In his response to Wilkins' accusation of misplaced priorities, Newton defended the party's domestic survival programs: free breakfast for school children, free health care clinics and sickle cell anemia screenings, free clothing and shoes, loans to welfare mothers, and bus trips for the families of prison inmates. Newton charged that Wilkins' criticisms reflected his obvious class interests and identification with the ruling circle, and belied his commitment to a reactionary internationalism, namely his support for Israel. Black people in America have long been affected in a negative way by America's war of imperialism, Newton wrote. We are internationalists because our struggle must proceed on many fronts. While we feed and clothe the poor at home, we must meet and attack the oppressor wherever he may be found. Newton's withering critique of Wilkinson's ideological capitulation and hypocrisy came at the height of the Panthers' popularity. In a few short years, the Black Panther Party had grown from a local organization created to confront police brutality on the streets of Oakland and Richmond, California, to, as Students for a Democratic Society put it, the vanguard of the Black Revolution, and in the eyes of Federal Bureau of Investigation Director and arch anti-communist J. Edgar Hoover, the greatest threat to the internal security of the country. If the Black Panther Party was the most iconic organization of the Black Power era, Newton was easily its most popular, recognizable figure. The early propaganda photo of Newton seated on a wicker throne with a carbine rifle in one hand and a spear in the other captured the spirit of the age and continues to haunt popular memory and lore of the 1960s, decades after he was gunned down at only 47 years of age during a drug dispute in 1989.
Basically, The whole black nation has to be put together as a black army.
Like the broader movement he gave birth to, Newton's life was at various turns inspirational and tragic. Following his release, Newton struggled to integrate back into party life. The international campaign to win his freedom had made Newton a powerful symbol of the organization, but in many ways the party had outgrown his command and others vied for influence beyond the Bay Area. The combined weight of heightened police repression and his own paranoia fueled Newton's addiction and reprehensible behavior. His rhetoric and political courage inspired thousands to stand against war, racism, and imperialism, and yet at other moments he succumbed to personal acts of brutality and self-destruction. Newton's political formation came amid the new nationalist militancy of the early 1960s, but the primary period examined here is a brief historical window, a mere 6 years from the establishment of the party in 1966 to Newton's pronouncement in 1972 that the party was putting down the gun and finding ways to work within the American system. This time frame also corresponds to the birth of Black Power as a political slogan and the consolidation of radical and moderate forces around black ethnic politics at the 1972 National Black Political Convention held in Gary, Indiana. The year 1972 also marked a critical turning point in the Cold War, with Nixon embarking on a diplomatic visit to Mao Zedong's China, beginning the process of normalization between the two nations and foreshadowing the turn to liberal economic reform under Deng Xiaoping.
Good morning. It is 7:30 p.m. in Peking. President Nixon has been in the capital of the People's Republic of China for some 9 hours now. He has already met with Chairman Mao. The president went to Mao's home for a talk that the White House described as serious and frank. That's all we know about it. With me here in New York is Dr. Jim Thompson of Harvard University. Dr. Thompson has lived in China, so he knows a great deal more about it than the rest of us. What significance do you attach to this early meeting with Mao, Jim?
Frank, I think it's a very significant development. It underlines the deep seriousness with which the Chinese view this trip. It's unusual to see the chairman that early. It's unusual to see him for an hour. This is no pure ceremonial occasion. There is deep substance at work.
Yes, well, the talk described as serious and frank. That in itself indicates that they really got down to business.
I would suggest so, yes.
Yes. Well, at this moment, of course, President Nixon is due to be attending a banquet.
Tonight, the dinner in the Great Hall of the People. That began with several rounds of handshaking and formal pictures, and many courses of China's best food, and apparently relaxed small talk between the Nixons and Premier Zhou, the host. And then Zhou went to the microphones for his toast.
The social systems of China and the United States are fundamentally different, and there exist great differences between the Chinese government and the United States government. However, these differences should not hinder China and the United States from establishing normal state relations. We hope that through a frank exchange of views between our two sides, to gain a clearer notion of our differences and make efforts to find common ground, a new start can be made in the relations between our two countries. In conclusion, I propose a toast to the health of President Nixon and Mrs. Nixon, to the health of our other American guests, to the health of all our friends and comrades present, and to the friendship between the Chinese and American peoples.
This period is one of the most celebrated by historians of black radicalism who venerate the Panthers' left internationalist politics. There is a willingness to openly criticize the liberal bourgeoisie politics of black elites, the misogyny and sexism of black radicals, as well as the essentialist and escapist elements of black cultural nationalism. But the left internationalism of the Panthers and other tendencies is typically sparred from critique. Newton and the Panthers deserve to be studied and debated because so much of their analysis and political practice address ghettoization, racist policing and incarceration, mass unemployment, and failing schools. Problems that define the urban crisis of the 1960s and have grown more intense and graver in our own times. But while I am sympathetic to the historical project of left internationalism the Panthers embodied, I want to offer a critical analysis of some of the central ideas offered by Newton that were at times widely shared among black power radicals and continue to shape left approaches to U.S. inequality. Newton's political ideas evolved from a formative nationalist period where he and other black radicals embraced concepts from decolonization struggles to a more speculative left period after his 1970 release from prison, when he offered more original approaches to thinking about American empire and potential path to socialism. Whereas the former period grew out of his experiences in Oakland's black ghetto and were organized around the pursuit of black national liberation through armed self-defense and serving the people, the latter period was shaped by the expanded platform Newton gained as a celebrated political prisoner and focused increasingly on a notion of socialist revolution predicated on popular control of the forces of production. These transformations in his thinking were also undoubtedly influenced by the process of black political incorporation that was unfolding across the nation. The concomitant expansion of the black professional managerial class and hyper-segregation of the black urban poor would spell the end of the black colony as a geographic reality and as a central thematic of black political discourse. The colonial analogy was powerful as a means of connecting both the second-class citizenship endured by blacks and the grim human toll and social contradictions produced by American commercial and military power abroad, made so visible by counterinsurgencies and coups d'etats around the globe, from the Congo and Indonesia to Cuba and Vietnam, actions orchestrated by the Central Intelligence Agency to undermine left populist movements and destabilize socialist regimes. As Newton discovered, however, such attempts to transpose modes of thinking born in the colonized world onto the advanced industrial context of the United States could not pinpoint the specific political and economic manifestations of empire that Americans faced on the domestic front, nor deliver an analysis that might have united black and white, suburban and urban, unionized and non-unionized, waged and unemployed into a counterpower capable of transforming American society. Newton came to terms with the limitations of the colonial analogy and offered precious insights regarding the unique problems facing Americans who would oppose empire from within, but he reached these fresh conclusions just as the social struggles of the 1960s were entering a phase of demobilization.
Where did you see the Black Panther Party headed by the end of '68? At that point, you're in prison. You've been convicted. Seals, indictment. Cleaver is out of the country. What did you think? What did you think was going to happen?
Well, again, that I wanted to emphasize the community development aspect of the party. We were at the time that we were just creating we were planning our creation of a community school. We were having busing programs to prisons where we would pick up community people and take them to the various penal institutions. I felt that we should turn away from the arms because too much had been made of them, and I thought that the arms had served their purpose as far as being a catalyst to gain the enthusiasm of the community.
But what did you think was going to happen? I mean, were you aware that the federal government was on the Panthers' tail at that point?
Oh yeah, I was very well aware of that. Was one of the reasons that we didn't want the. We were.
I'm sorry, if you could just rephrase.
All right. During the period of '68, '69, the federal government had declared all-out war on the party, and they were breaking into headquarters across the chapters, breaking into chapter headquarters across the country, and filming weapons and saying that, look, they have guns. It was never mentioned that the guns were legal weapons. They were doing everything to make the community afraid of the party, and of course you can't organize when people are afraid of you. So I was inclined to try to develop more local politics, to run local members for various offices, and develop our 10-point program, which was a housing, food, and health program.
Thank you guys for watching that with us. Can't wait to hear you guys' comments on that when we bring Cedric in. If you are new to the channel, please hit like, please hit subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell, as we are constantly adding new shows to the channel, new programs, and we do things like this, where I decide to start 10 minutes early and play a video essay so we can have a deep dive conversation about this topic. Also, I want to remind people, go check out Deutsche World. It's DW on YouTube. Pascal was featured on there recently on a news story they were doing about Jamaicans and reparation. And also, if you don't check it out, every Monday, Pascal and I are on the David Feldman Show. And we usually do a small 30-minute segment. And this past Monday, Pascal was on there doing the segment solo. So let me bring in my co-host, my homie, my dog. He is the man of the Mau Mau Hour. He is the Pascal Robert.
Peace and greetings to the chat. Peace and greetings to the audience. Peace and greetings, Jason Miles. Hard for me to realize you are in Mexico because you look like you're in like Alaska.
It's a little chilly. We had a storm here last night. My daughter arrived safely. So Junior is here. She's resting.
That's what's up.
We're hanging out in downtown Rosarito, and then took her to another city not too far from here, and we had a late lunch. It's a wonderful thing to get to hang out with your kid. So she's enjoying Mexico. So this is a wonderful day all around. We get to hang out with our boy Cedric, who never comes on the show because he's always so busy writing some important thing. Hey Cedric, can you? No, sorry. Doing something important. Can't fuck with y'all right now. Why don't you call Teray? I can see Ced chuckling in the green room. Well, let's get to it. This is an important show, and time is of the essence. In a moment when the divide between the elite and the poor and working class is becoming more cavernous, the government continues to turn a blind eye to the plight of the people still negatively affected by COVID and its economic aftermath. Many look to the past for leadership guidance. Decades after its demise, the Black Panthers are still the avatar for domestic civil unrest. But are the politics of Black power enough? Is revolutionary rhetoric, just that and nothing more? We'll ask these questions with Professor Cedric Johnson. He is an associate professor of African American Studies and Political Science at the University of Illinois, Chicago. We often cite his book, Revolutionaries to Race Leaders, on the show, and he has a new book out. Provocative title, just to let you guys know. Generally, we'll find out the truth here. Authors don't have that much of a say-so in the title or the cover art. But maybe Cedric had more say-so, we don't know. The Panthers can't save us now. So, please welcome the Cedric Johnson. Good evening.
Brother Cedric, Comrade Cedric, my man, 50 grand, Cedric Johnson. You literally looking like you just walked in from Studio 54 and dancing. I don't know what's going on with that look you got there, man. You look like you was like listening to the Bee Gees or something, man. What's going on?
Right. Hey, man, it's great to be here.
Glad you're here.
I want to say this. So I've been bugging Cedric over the last week. The moment, I wouldn't say the moment this book came out, but when there was a date for the book, we talked about bringing Cedric back on the show. And when the book finally was able to, be available to the public, Pascal and I got copies, and I kind of lagged on reading it. And as soon as I opened it, I devoured it because it definitely was fitting in with something that I'm writing and working with. And I'm constantly hitting Cedric up. I'm like, man, you don't understand, brother. Like, I'm working on this thing right now, and everything you're saying is coming right out of what I'm working on. And then there's something in this book that I found rather interesting, and I don't know if this was something you wanted to do. If so, I think it's really interesting. But you have dissenting opinions about the essays that you wrote in this book. Was that a you decision or was that an editor decision?
So yeah, let me just say again, thank y'all for having me, and thanks for the video essay. As I was watching that, I was like, man, you make it sound better than it did on paper. I just got to tell some of my people not to watch that when they tripping on shrooms. That might not be a good exercise, Give us some of those visuals. Yeah, so as far as the book, right, that book was born out of a symposium, right? And the symposium included different essays. It was originally published in New Politics. And, there were people who were invited. I should say there were many more people invited to participate than the ones who were actually published. And so 3 of those essays appeared in the original symposium that was published by New Politics, Jay Arena, Touré Reed, and Maya White. And then they continued to publish a few other pieces that fit within the same frame or responding in some way to the Panthers essay that I wrote for Catalyst. And so Kim Moody's essay was one of the more substantive and longer pieces that was published by them. And so those were included. I mean, they needed to be included. And that was my decision, right? I should say also that this book was originally published by a group out of Madrid called Libros Corrientes. They approached me about just publishing the Panthers Can't Save Us Now essay. And when I told them about the other essays in the symposium, they were like, well, we want to translate these into Spanish and, publish it as a book. So the Verso book, in some ways, it grew out of that original project that was published last year.
Okay, that's dope. But I did really enjoy reading some of those dissenting opinions. Definitely, you guys could probably tell I was reading them a little late in the evening because I knew I had to get up early to pick my daughter up from the airport, and I couldn't really sleep with nervous excitement. And nothing grounds you more like frustration and anger. And I definitely felt that reading some of the dissenting opinions. But Pascal has posed some fascinating questions because your book definitely is centering around a lot of what we're talking about of late on this show. And it hasn't aired yet, but we had a wonderful discussion with Dr. Joy James and definitely I believe I quote, if I didn't quote you, I definitely mentioned your name in that discussion in this current book that we're talking about too.
Mm-hmm.
So Pascal, you wanna fire off?
Absolutely, absolutely. Cedric, it's always a pleasure whenever I get a chance to interact with you on the phone, through text, or on the show, because you are, actually one of my favorite political scientists. You probably know all the other ones that I like, and you probably know most of the ones I can't stand, because they probably are similar in that regard.
Right,
But
right.
one of the things I've always appreciated, man, is that you have an encyclopedic mental Rolodex of all various, nooks and crannies and crevices of Black history, political thought, political history, intellectual history. And I always, whenever I had to do any project at all, and you say, Pascal, this is good, that means a great amount of stuff to me, man, because I know how much you take this seriously, more seriously than many, many people should. So I'm really going to start off with a basic question that I think is going to get us off to a really good start. Many people, even scholars, have an idea of the Black Power movement that is rooted in militant posturing and challenging the system with revolution. Can you define what you mean specifically by the Black Power movement and explain why the actual political goals and nature of the movement were much more conservative than many people realize?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, man. So thanks for the kind words, man. I really appreciate that. Of course, I'm also a fan, right? So we can engage in some mutual fandom. It's odd that I appeared on the show when it was only Jason, and then I knew you through other circles, right, and through the Black Agenda Report. And so to see you two join forces, is just such a perfect combination, right? I don't know I don't want to go too far with a comic book reference of some dynamic duo, but I just think it's great to see you two join forces and to be the voices that we need, right? The kind of programming we need at this particular moment that does these deep dives. So yeah, thank you for the kind words, and I return everything 1,000-fold to you as far as the energy. So in talking about Black Power, here's where some of the confusion begins, right? I mean, Black Power was a term that was used by all sorts of different people before '66, right? It was a term that was used as the title of a book by Richard Wright when he traveled to newly independent Ghana. It was also a term that was used by people like Adam Clayton Powell in some of his speeches in the early to mid '60s. Many authors on the pages of Liberator magazine used the term Black Power. And of course, people within SNCC were using it in many ways in relationship to the campaigns they were staging in places like Lowndes County, Alabama, right, where you had, Black people in a numerical majority in some of these Black Belt counties, but at the same time, completely powerless and unrepresented in terms of formal government. And so we should start from that, right? That it always was a phrase that had different meanings for different speakers, for different audiences. And it's when Stokely Carmichael popularizes a chant, which he didn't invent. It was actually invented by Willie Ricks, another member of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And when he popularizes that during the 1966 Meredith March, right? James Meredith was shot in ambush as he was taking a solitary march from Memphis down to Jackson. When he's shot and his protest or his march is taken over by SCLC, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and SNCC, it's in a moment when there's already debate, within these organizations about their future direction. There's impatience. There's conflict between clergy and different student cadre in the movement. And so when the phrase becomes popularized, immediately, right, it's condemned by the more conservative elements within the civil rights mainstream, right? So as Malcolm X would call them, the big six, in particular, Roy Wilkins, who was no fan of Black Power from its very beginning, would condemn it. And other people, of course, even King would try to distance himself from that concept in the immediate moment. The problem, again, is that it's a slogan, right? And so what does it mean? It speaks to a certain sense of disenfranchisement that many people still had at that particular moment. But it's not until when Carmichael and Charles Hamilton begin to pen and give a sense of their operational definition of Black Power that we really get to see what it was all about from the very beginning, right? So I think there's a way in which it's evocative, right? And there was a particular kind of response from whites, in particular, people who were afraid of Black Power as some form of Black domination, who had a problem with it. But in its operational form, what it came to mean basically was Black integration into the institutions of governance at the local, state, and national level. And I know some people might say, well, that's just a particular wing of the Black Power movement. But by the 1970s, I mean, across the board, even the Black Panther Party would engage in electoral forays. And so I think we should be clear about that. Part of what precipitates Black Power's popularity, even among Blacks, is the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which opens the door by restoring Black voting rights, opens the door for Black political participation across the country in the South, but also in urban areas in ways that were impossible during the Jim Crow period. And so there's always rhetorical edge to it, but underneath it, it is about, really pursuing the path of ethnic group incorporation that many other groups had pursued beforehand. And I think once we take away the rhetorical flourishes and the most militant rhetoric, that's essentially what we're left with, is how do you take control of governing institutions, but also economic institutions and others in your immediate communities.
How do you exactly, I'd like to talk about that, because some would argue that the ultimate goal of the Black Power movement was encapsulated in the Black Panther Party's 10-point program. Some would say that the ultimate goal of Black Power was self-determination of the community. I always find it interesting when I hear people say self-determination. Well, what part of the self? Is Clarence Thomas part of the self? And so, I mean, you always say self-determination as well. And some people say that control of the internal colony, or believe that Black people are an internal colony, or things of that nature. Or some would say that the goal was to revolutionary overturn the capitalist imperialist state. How exactly do you respond to those kind of various positions or arguments some would make in terms of what the true essence of Black Power was, as opposed to what you're saying is that when it comes down to it, it was basically a call for a Black version of ethnic patronage politics?
Right. I mean, for all of those different, manifestations you just mentioned, I would say it was all of that, right? That is part of what gave it its vitality, right? Is that in the wake of, these various successful desegregation campaigns in the Deep South, in the wake of major civil rights legislation, there's a tremendous amount of efficacy among Black publics across the country. And this is something we gotta, again, think about the particular context, right? I mean, we lose sight of this in so many more recent or contemporary discussions. There's a tremendous amount of efficacy. What I mean by that, many people now believe that their efforts matter, right? That their political organizing can matter. It can change things. It can, if you dial back a decade, people probably did not think that not only would Jim Crow as a set of institutions be dismantled, but they would also be, maybe not as confident that you would see mass protests against an American-led war, right? Think about the 1950s. Who would have anticipated not only the civil rights triumphs, but also the protest against the Vietnam War and what that meant for the transformation of the society in some ways. So I would say to that person who wants to point to other things as more essential, all of those things were a part of the tumult, right? And the debate that was happening at the time. And part of it grows out of that sense of efficacy. So many people now believe that they can create an organization that will address the issues in their immediate context. The Panthers, of course, are the ones that everybody focuses on, and that we can thank, many white leftists in some ways for that. But there were many other organizations, a lot of Black nationalist organizations, cultural nationalist groups, a lot of local groups who may not have defined themselves in such strict terms, who presented their own visions of what they wanted in their immediate surroundings, but also what kind of society they wanted to live in. And so I think, my sense of it is that there is dynamism. There's all sorts of different, positions that are being taken. But there's also, this overriding institutional pressure, right, to move in a particular direction. And I think this is where many Black radicals and many contemporary folks who study the Black Panther Party or the Black Power period tend to go astray, is to not think about that broader context and what it meant for what would become Black Power in operational terms, right? So you not only have the major, civil rights legislation that, again, cracks the door open to Black participation in a way that wasn't possible before, but you also have, in the form of the Economic Opportunity Act and the War on Poverty, massive investments in cities and the doling out of grant funds that would go directly into the hands of many people who were activists at that time, well-positioned activists, who would later go on to become the first generation of Black elected officials across the country. Many people who we don't typically associate with the Community Action Program and War on Poverty initiatives. I mean, people like Bobby Seale even was involved in a Community Action Program initiative. Kenneth Gibson, who was the first Black mayor of Newark, New Jersey. Many people, during this period were involved in this kind of federal intervention, where they're trying to provide local communities with funds to solve their own problems, right? To use the term that's coined used by people like Daniel Patrick Moynihan, they wanted maximum feasible participation of local communities, right? And even though they talked about Black communities as being essentially poor, the folks who would lead these community action programs, again, were the most well-positioned, right? People who already were either coming out of the civil rights movement, coming out of labor activism, but folks who were already at least partially initiated into the world of formal politics, right? But even if they weren't so initiated, this would provide them with a way to really begin to build their base, right? And make it even more significant forays. So to all of those people who talk about the essence, right? Again, you can talk about what particular tendencies you feel are important in the Black colony, revolutionary nationalism, whatever else. But there is this overriding, institutional investment coming from the federal government on down for more Black integration into American public life. And that ultimately becomes what Black power is, whether, we anticipate or desire other things or not.
So basically you're saying is that, ultimately what ends up happening is that the mechanisms that existed with the government largesse coming out of the Johnson administration in the Great Society created a kind of incorporation of radicals within the movement infrastructure into the normal kind of quotidian day-to-day aspects of governance and policy. And as a result, regardless of how radical the rhetoric or discourse or posturing or actual program may have started in the beginning,
it basically ended up kind of becoming a political participation type of agenda around the fact that members were being incorporated into state apparatuses as a product of anti-poverty policy that were coming out of the Johnson administration. Is that a correct way of kind of framing what you're trying to explain?
Yeah, and I would just add, because I would hate for somebody to hear us talking about this and imagine that there's still some authentic grassroots Black politics that was lying elsewhere, that's left behind or excluded from the process. I mean, there's a lot of pressure from Black constituencies, right, to get to see people in power, right? So there's also from the very bottom. This is not just about elites being bought off or co-opted, is a phrase that many people use, and abuse, right? But rather there's organic pressure, right? Many people across the country really feel that if they're able to elect Blacks to office, if they're able to, and this, Carmichael and Hamilton say this, exactly. I mean, I don't have the direct quote in front of me, but they literally say that if you can elect a Black person as sheriff, in a place like Lowndes County, you won't have as much police brutality, right? If you can elect people, to important governing institutions, if you can get majority city councils, there's a possibility that you can, create more in the way of jobs programs or other kinds of anti-poverty programs that might actually be effective. So, and this doesn't just start in the 1960s. We can go back to campaigns in places like DC and even Atlanta, where people, fought to get more Black cops hired, right? Because they actually thought that if they could have more Black police officers working the beat, that for one, these officers would be able to distinguish between Blacks who are troublemakers and Black folks who are law-abiding, right? And so this idea that, African Americans in their own spaces wanted more Black representation. This is not something separate, right? Or outside of the picture, right? It's very much a part of this process of political incorporation, but it's of course it's fraught with all sorts of contradictions, right? So once we get into the first and second wave of these regimes, we begin to see, right, the contradictions clearly, right? We begin to see that, in a place like Gary, Indiana, Richard Hatcher admits that he cannot address the kinds of concerns or demands people have for jobs because he is not U.S. Steel, right? U.S. Steel occupies that particular role and exercises a tremendous amount of power in a place like Gary. When we get to other cities like Detroit and Coleman Young, I mean, Coleman Young brings down the hammer on people who are committing crimes in a place like Detroit, and really engages in the same kind of law and order policing, expansion of the police department, aggressive tactics, and pretext stops that we would associate with later regimes like Giuliani. But people like Coleman Young he's doing this in the 1980s as the democratically elected representative of Black people who comes out of the trade union experience, right? So again, it's those contradictions, right? That Black people wanted these things, given the sense of what their interests were in the 1940s and 50s and 60s. But once these regimes manifest, right, and you do have in most major cities Black mayors, as well as Black-led city councils, right, you begin to see the real interests at play.
Well, can I raise you this? Right now we have a situation where there's a Black woman that's looking to go onto the Supreme Court, and there seems to be an automatic, and of course this isn't much of the scuttlebutt here where I am in Mexico, but what I see in the wide world of the internet, there seems to be an automatic backlash at a lot of Black people in power. Does it feel like there's almost a hero psychosis
that a lot of us get into when we get figures into elected positions, that we don't really see the entire situation for what it is. To your point about the mayor in Gary that says, hey, I'm not the steel company that just got out of Dodge and took all those jobs away. I can only do so much. We've talked about this a little bit on the show. Maybe you can get into it. Both of you can get into a little bit more in depth, but when a lot of these black mayors were getting elected, this is at the same time where a lot of these black mayors are getting elected into deindustrialized cities, where the job base is leaving, the tax base is leaving in the urban areas, and it's really, really hurting the communities. And a lot of the programs are starting to leave as well.
So, absolutely right. I mean, you've got that contradiction from the beginning. My best source on this, an article I assign, religiously, from semester to semester, is Adolph Reed's The Black Urban Regime, Structural Origins and Constraints, that really lays out exactly what Jason just described, right? That there is, built into the birth of post-segregation Black urban regimes, this situation where they're being expected to balance a very high needs, high expectations, electoral constituency of Black neighborhoods and precincts against the needs of the city more generally, which require catering to capital, right? Because we know that one of the things that these mayors realize, and all of us realize from the 1970s onwards, is that capital is mobile, right? It can go to different places, but cities are not, right? New York can't move to find jobs. It has to spend time incentivizing corporations to move into their jurisdictions to hopefully, produce jobs. So the overriding logic from the 1970s onwards, in the midst of, capital flight and manufacturing decline, is to increasingly try to subsidize, right? To use public coffers and incentives to attract investment, right? And this happens through, tax breaks, land grants, waiving labor laws, waiving environmental regulations, all sorts of things to seduce and lure investment back to cities. And Black mayors play an important role in this, right? And this is where I'm frustrated, when I read certain articles and just online commentary where people assume that Black elected officials are somehow powerless, right? That they don't really play a significant role. And I would argue in response that they actually play a role that white elected officials cannot play, in that they're able to cement popular support. They're able to secure popular support, oftentimes for pretty dreadful things, by virtue of the kinds of racial appeals they're able to make, right? There's plenty of examples of this, right? Where we see that, Black elected officials are able to say things and do things that others would be reviled and rejected for saying, right? And I guess the case of Coleman Young, is one good example, where he's a Black mayor who's very powerful, who is very, crass in some ways. If you read the biographical background and some of the things he said while he was in office. But, the thing about it, he had people that were loyal to him. He had, people who helped to get him elected who were loyal to him. He had certain neighborhoods that were loyal to him. And you got to wonder, would a white mayor have been able to push for law and order type policing in that context, where you still had an energetic Black public and Black publics in a place like Detroit? Would a white mayor have been able to accomplish that during that critical transition from the civil rights period and the ending of Jim Crow to the full rollout of neoliberalism as we know it, right? So I just think, again, black mayors play a role in terms of securing consent from black publics in ways that whites cannot. I mean, the greatest example of this, of course, is Barack Obama, right? I mean, here is somebody who, rises to power, or at least is elected, rises to acclaim at the precise moment when many people are increasingly skeptical about capitalism as an order, right? So think back to the Katrina disaster, which rattled people's faith in American institutions, reminded people of deep inequalities that existed in the society. A few years later, we have the subprime mortgage crisis, which was already beginning, I should say, even in the midst of the Katrina crisis. The subprime mortgage crisis and the Great Recession, Occupy Wall Street. We can think about all of these different events. We can also throw in, the murder of Oscar Grant in the Bay Area, right? So all sorts of different events where people are openly challenging the legitimacy of capitalism as an order, right? And at least talking openly about deep inequalities in ways that folks have not in a long time. And Obama enters into that particular breach. He's a figure who comes in, a symbolic representation of America's longer history of, racial segregation, of slavery. He's somebody who has enough of a command and gesture towards New Deal liberalism that he entices so many folks. But in the end, he is deeply committed to the maintenance of the capitalist social order, right? He is deeply committed to these things. He is somebody who has an antipathy towards, old school state interventionism of the type that we associate with the New Deal. And so, Obama, is one of these figures who, again, is able to pull people back in towards supporting the society as it exists, right? One last thing I'll say, this wasn't just true for, people who are already liberal leaning. I mean, I was in the room with people who considered themselves Black radicals, folks who had demonstrated histories of activism, who wanted to get into a shouting match with me, during Obama's first election, because they were so adamant about seeing this man win and becoming the first Black president, right? I mean, it was shocking to be in that position where, I'm talking to people who I have deep respect for, people who, one figure in particular who had been involved in major marches, here in Chicago with King, right? But was pretty adamant about Obama as a figure. So I think, long response, but the key point is that Black elected officials can really play that role. Whites cannot. And I think we need to be clear about that.
Well, Cedric, you're familiar enough with my work and our work here, where the Black political class and problematizing the Black political class and getting people to understand that we have a Black political class and why there is a Black political class and the role that they play, and the fact that they basically function as social control agents at the behest of the ruling class on the ruling class's agenda, and usually to the detriment of the masses, is something that is beginning to slightly penetrate the political imagination of, I would argue, two categories of Black folk. Blacks who are online often, and I would also say working class Blacks who have been so damaged by these policies that they fundamentally have lost faith in the political system. But the problem is that there is the Black petite bourgeois or Black professional managerial class who control the ideological superstructure of Black politics through churches,
teachers organizations, black institutions in the black communities, that every election cycle perpetuate this ridiculous fealty, oftentimes to the corporate faction of the Democratic Party. And what you're finding, from my personal and humble experience, is that these people do not want to let go of the symbolic representationalism because it validates and vindicates them. It validates their presence in the overall corporate capitalist hierarchy of their various professions, and it vindicates them from the abuse that they get from their white coworkers, because they can say, look, my president is black. We're running things now. And not to make it seem like the discourse is that reductionist, but in many levels, that's actually the motivating binary. I'd like you to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the broad outlines of what you just described. I mean, I just think, so that's the criticism, right? I mean, that's the common thread, I think, that binds a lot of the work that we all identify with, we all share. This particular way in which, the empowerment of a certain segment of the Black population, definitely has had the effect of squeezing out, silencing, marginalizing other kinds of voices, right? At the same time, I mean, I would still argue, and this would be where I would want to add more in the sense of contradictions, right? And contingency, right? There's a place where my politics are anti-capitalist. They're not necessarily always anti-elite, in the sense that I see elites as always occupying the same social role, right? So if we think about the civil rights movement, I mean, there are people who clearly constituted elites within the Black population who, in that moment, even as people deeply committed to a bourgeois, democratic politics, played a role of a progressive social force, right? And so I think that would be where I would add maybe a bit more in the way of contingency and contradiction to the discussion, right? I still think there's some Black elected officials in certain moments, in certain contexts, that can play a progressive to radical role. And even with the Democratic Party, I mean, I think there's a way we have to shuttle back and forth between the broad condemnation of, new Democrats in the corporate wing of the Democratic Party, and how the Democratic Party is experienced at the local level, at the grassroots, right? I mean, in some places, especially where I grew up, the Democratic Party is the only game in town, and for some Black people, even now, in South Louisiana, where I grew up, many of these folks still, they're committed to the party. They see it as a vehicle. There's some moments when the Democratic Party is better than the other option, right? Especially in a place like Louisiana. And so that would be the only place I would try to connect, the broad argument that you made that I agree with, that critique, but with how it's experienced, and some of the contingency within it, right? That I do think, I wouldn't completely write off, all Black elected officials as playing the same particular, role of social control all the time. We know that there's moments when, they actually play a progressive role, in particular kinds of contexts, right? And I mean, that's just the way that I tend to think about politics, that it's always shifting, the context is changing. Maybe one good analogy would be if you think about, the game of football. I know we're out of football season now, but
it's never out of football season.
Right. That's what my head and heart still is.
you stop that foolishness, brother. It's football season year round with me.
Absolutely, man. So I guess the way I would talk about it, there's roles that all the players have to play, right?
Yes.
But over the course of a season, we know that people can shuffle in and out of roles, right? That people can, somebody can get benched. Somebody can come off the bench and become a star overnight. Somebody who has high expectations on them can be a complete failure. And so I just think that there's that dynamic at play that we just have to be aware of and talk about. It doesn't cancel out the broad criticism, but I just think
Well,
that's
I want to address
another
that
dimension.
specifically because you
Hold on,
obviously
Pascal. We got to. We're over an hour.
we had a short show today, man.
Yeah, we're over an hour. We got to go to the Champagne room. We got to go to the. We have to put the rest of this conversation behind a paywall. The revolution may charge admission.
Just as we criticize capitalism.
There is a super chat. I am brown and do not trust whites who claim interest in flashpoint race issues without any evidence of interest beforehand. This seems to be the majority of white racial activism. What are the panel's thoughts on this? We will answer this question.
Okay, that's fair. I don't trust bourgeois Negroes who say they care about black people. So I mean, you
know. But what if they hugged a black person as they said it?
I mean, that's actually what I wanted to get to Cedric about. What you're saying is like, well, some black. I said, listen. We are. Besides Jason, both of us come from kind of upper middle class or working class kind of backgrounds. We're degreed, we're pedigree, and obviously we have a politics that are interested in mobilizing working class black folk. So, I mean, anyone who's a student of left political history in the world, I mean, Fidel Castro did not come from the proletariat. Neither did Mandela. Neither did Che. So obviously, there are Amilcar Cabral. These men were middle class. They were petit bourgeois. So there's no question, of course, that there's a possibility for petit bourgeois figures to become radicals, revolutionaries, leftists, or even progressive. I would argue at this stage, after being so far from movement politics, that you're going to have to show me some bona fides before you do that, and it's going to require something like what I like about Amilcar Cabral, which is class suicide or class traitorism. And until that point, I'm going to assume otherwise. And I will not give you the benefit of the doubt because there's too many examples in history of just like Borjaves is worrying about the treachery of whites. I can point to as many examples of black elite treachery of neutralization of black working class radical formations.
Well, and on that note, Cedric, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. The conversation is going to get very spicy in the Champagne room, as I'm going to double down on your football analogy and make
I think y'all should change it to the boom boom room.
I think that might neutralize about 50% of the population.
And anyone that is interested in Cedric's new book, wherever you're watching the show, there should be links in the description to the Versa website so you can check it out. Thank you, Cedric. On behalf of Pascal, we are out.
evening, everyone, and welcome to another special Black History Month edition of This is Revolution Podcast. I am your host, Jason Miles, and if you are new to the show, please hit the like and subscribe button, and don't forget to hit the bell, as we are constantly adding new programming to the channel. So we want you to be ready and alert anytime we go live with something brand new. That being said, we have been busy in the This is Revolution universe. I was a guest yesterday on the David Feldman show. It's up on YouTube. I've been sharing it out on the Twitter, so please check that out. Tomorrow night, I will be on Bad Takes with Joe Payne and, of course, creator of the Anglo-Pessimism shirt, J. Andrew World, where we will be talking about one of my favorite movies, Better Off Dead with John Cusack. Also, my co-host and I, in our partnership with The Real News, have a new interview up with Yanis Varoufakis, where we talk techno-feudalism, but more importantly, we have a small debate on what's better, Star Trek or Star Wars. So without any further ado, let's bring in my homie, my dog, my co-host extraordinaire. He is the Pascal Robert.
Peace and greetings to the chat. Peace and greetings to the audience. Peace and greetings, Jason Miles. And all of you who have not gone to check out our Yanis Varoufakis interview on the Real News Network, do so to tweet immediately. It's a great interview. I checked it out again. Everyone who had told me they watched it, they liked it very much. So that will only probably be outdone by this interview.
And he really was throwing up Vulcan gang signs. Like, it's not a joke. He was about that Star Trek life. He made that shit very serious to me, that Star Wars is for punks, and he was living that Trekkie life. And so watch it just for that. And then he's going to come on our show, and we're going to have a debate on what is better. And I'm all for it. Yanis, bring it. I know you're the finance minister and you know everything about this. Ain't about economics, goddammit. It's about quality cinema.
Okay.
That being said, does anyone know the album behind me? Pascal, do you know the album behind me?
Nah, man, that looks like some Evil Knievel shit back there.
It's close. Before we bring in our guests, we made a clip. And by we, I mean me. So get ready for tonight.
Editor Horace Wells. Well, any newspaper is inclined to follow the thinking of the majority of the people in the community, and this community and I myself have favored segregation all down through the years. Back when this lawsuit was filed in 1950, we did everything we could to maintain segregation by trying to provide the Negro students with good, equal, but separate facilities. And that was the way the community felt, and that's the way the community wanted it.
As a systemic social order, the purpose of segregation was to impose through law and social regulation a doctrine of white supremacy that established boundaries on the politically thinkable in much the same way that the anti-communism would nationally during the post-World War II decades. It is worthy of note as well that the victorious ruling class didn't impose the regime in most places until blacks, and many poor working class whites, had been taken out of the political equation by disenfranchising them. As Adolph Reed Jr. writes in the introduction to The South, he is constantly struck by how much the ways that things had changed in the South seemed to underscore the ways they hadn't. This idea of continuity being inextricably linked to change is one of the most important points to take away from this reading, in large part because it highlights the fact that Jim Crow was, in some respects, a malignant symptom of an even greater cancer that we have barely begun to address, how the architecture of the social system directs the content of people's lives and the individual and collective sense of who they are and what they deserve. We'll discuss Adolph Reed's latest book, The South, and more. This is Revolution.
And the South, with a new sense of dignity and destiny.
Negro Americans, my friends, are on the march for their rights.
Thank you for watching. Please don't forget to...
Well, all right.
Well, all right. Before we bring in our guests, we have a surprise guest. It's a surprise. Didn't know we were going to get a twofer. We have coming all the way live from somewhere in the bowels of Illinois, the Toure Reed.
What?
The family affair, right? Here we are.
How did this happen?
The magic of texting and screaming.
What?
We were talking about this right beforehand. So
You were, but you told me you had other obligations.
I do, but I'm here briefly. I just wanted to show my.
You got double read. They double read. You get double readed.
There it is.
Oh, y'all are making my Black History Month special. Y'all are making this. It's not even black. It's cream colored because we got two light skinned niggas here.
Yes, and
one
usually
vocal
when we
round.
have light skinned people on, it's to prove that we're not racist.
That's what it is.
Well, thank you for your service.
Yeah, and then when you leave, I just want you to know I make all the light skin jokes I possibly can, because I do believe you people are the ones that created the rumor that Negroes are always late. I say, no. Us darkies are on time. It's the light motherfuckers that's late.
Well, I do my part to be late as often as possible. It's my thing. It's my signature. See? So I'm ruining it for everyone.
Jason has his own kind of internal machinations with the light skinned folks. I try to give him some therapy to combat.
I grew up in the 80s and the 90s when light-skinned dudes that looked like Howard Hewitt with chest hair that looked like a shag carpet was taking all the women. So
By the time you came around, that started to change, man. You were in the Michael Jordan.
He's on the West Coast. He's on the West Coast.
That's true. That's true.
is different. They was like breeding them. All the mixed dudes, DeBarge.
It was like that in the 70s when I was coming up, but Michael Jordan and Wesley Snipes put the kibosh in that.
Wesley Snipes, Jungle Fever scene 1 definitely put a kibosh on that. All the light-skinned dudes was messed up. Sorry, Teray.
I had a great time in the 90s, so speak for yourself. That whole thing was overblown, in my opinion.
Well, changing subjects. Often when we think of the past, we view it through the lens of a flattened understanding of the times. Segregation, as our guest explains in his latest book, and I would say a bit of a memoir, The South, was enforced on whites as well as blacks. That reality is obscured in a contemporary perspective that flattens out history and context into a simple polarity of racism, anti-racism, and reduces politics to an unchanging contest of black and white. That perspective compresses historical distinctions between slavery and Jim Crow and ignore the degenerate of struggle, often enough biracial or interracial, against ruling class power over defining the... sorry. My screen just went out on my words. Damn it. Sorry about that. I fucked up. My screen just went out.
All right, Captain.
So without any further ado, I will make up for that loss. The Adolph Reed.
Hey, how you doing?
Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for dealing with my technical difficulties.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Like I said before, I'm just like I'm sitting here with a virtual shot of vodka, so we're gonna have a good time.
No, we're gonna have a good time tonight.
But I was looking at that photo that you guys found, man. But that was from an IATSE strike action in like Hyde Park in 1996 or 7. It's wild.
There's a lot of photos of you, you and your son, because you guys are professors and you write books. Of course, you have to have headshots, and I hate headshots. I hate taking headshots as a
Right.
person that's been in the music industry. I don't know how to stand for them, so I try to find action shots. But either one of you are like musicians, it's hard to find action shots. But I was surprised to find that when I almost asked Teray if he had any throwback photos he could send me from the mustache years. I think
Jason likes to go into the Wayback Machine and find the oldest picture of you he can. Forget all the other rationalization. If you could find a picture of you in 72 trying to have an afro in off, and I know that wouldn't be happening, he would have taken it and put it on.
You might have had an afro.
What about that driver's license picture?
Yeah, I'm going to send it. It's an ID picture, but yeah.
Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah, I'll send it to you right now.
It's like Ron O'Neal as a hijacker.
Yeah, right.
Like Ron O'Neal when he was in Red Dawn talking Spanish, and he was like,
Ron O'Neal is Superfly, but commandeering an airplane en route to Cuba.
But listen, I know there's going to be a lot of comedy that's going to pop off while I got you here, but I just want to say, Torre is a very good friend of mine. We talk frequently. Jason, I see all the time, so I don't have to acknowledge him right now. But Torre is a good friend of mine. We talk all the time. We've been emailing back and forth for probably over a decade. And,
I think that's right. Yeah.
And but me becoming close to Torre, I feel like vicariously I get all the 411 on your life through him because as most people know and detest about me, I'm very much influenced more so from Bruce Dixon, who exposed me to you. Both of you are actually more simpatico in your views of black politics than I think both of you had ever realized. And sadly, one of the tragedies for me personally, Bruce told me this, that you guys had never had the opportunity to meet.
No, that's right. Yeah.
One-on-one.
Yeah.
But Bruce was a very, very strong admirer of your work. And
I was a very strong admirer of Bruce's work too, man.
Yeah, Bruce actually introduced me to you. And I remember the first email I sent you was an article I wrote in the Black Commentator called The Revenge of the Good Blacks. And you said, yeah, we're basically fellow travelers. I said, first thing I said after reading some of your work, I said, I wish I had been aware of you in the 90s. I would have been able to understand why these Negroes are so jacked up back then instead of having to go through all this on my own all this time. But it's Black History Month. I got both reads who I consider friends, almost family, and I'm very happy. I just wanted to say that so we can get down to this book.
All right. Well, cool.
Today.
Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. And I just sent you the photo in question.
Oh shit, he did. We're gonna share a screen, but I'm gonna wait.
What year was this?
Something
very. You had like 73 or 2.
74.
74. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Professor Reed Sr., what prompted you to write this book? I know it has a bit of a memoir feel to it, which I really, really dig. But what was the impetus? What were you doing? Was it just the contract was up and you had to do something?
No. I'll tell you what it was. Like this. No, I mean, two of my good friends, one 6 years older, the other 10 years younger, both with like roots in the Deep South. And I started talking really around the turn of the century, just kind of musing what the kind of shit you do over a drink about how when our rough cohort left the stage of history, there'd be no one around anymore with any direct and organic lived connection to the Jim Crow era. So we talk about that not now and then. And then around 2002 or 2003, I just started writing with no particular objective. And I kind of quickly wrote myself, I've said this on a couple of podcasts lately, but I kind of quickly wrote myself into that 15,000 word no person's land, right? That's too long for an article and too short for a book. And at that point, it was like, some general overview stuff and a handful of vignettes. And it just kind of languished in that state for a number of years. I'd make a half-hearted attempt to try to get it published somewhere in some form, right? I was thinking more of an article than a book. And when we were out actually at the Southern Historical Association a number of years ago with Barbara Fields, I mentioned it to her and she asked to see it. And then she basically insisted that I publish it. And she first put me in touch with a friend of hers who was an editor who ironically lived across the street from where I lived in New Haven, or around the corner. And she supported the idea, but she wanted me to put like more of myself in it. And I was kind of resistant to that. And then I mentioned it to my former agent, Faith Childs in Manhattan. And she asked to look at it, and she got back to me with like a dozen or 15 specific things to do, and that's what I needed. So I did it, and Verso liked it. But the interesting thing was Faith tried to sell it to trade presses, including what used to be called Nation Books. It had just changed its name then. And the response that she got from acquisition editors was that they didn't know what to make of it, right? I mean, they didn't know what kind of book it was supposed to be. And the woman who was a Nation editor, or the former Nation editor, said that when she saw that the proposal was coming into the project by me, she got excited, but then she read the prospectus and couldn't figure out what the hell it was supposed to be. So, but fortunately, Verso liked it, and that's how it became a book.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Well, listen, Adolf, this is it's a joy for me, not only because it's Black History Month, but you put down some markers in this book that are very, very important in clarifying. This book is a clarification. That's the way I look at it. That's why I define it.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Because
thank you.
And I knew where you were going with it, and you can tell me. I think you said something in the beginning of the book that I found fascinating. Is that you stated, that's an interesting picture. You said that it was important, or you basically stated that Jim Crow has more to do with the current situation of American politics vis-a-vis Black America than slavery. Now, for me, who has been reading your work and been affiliated with Bruce Dixon for years, that's not a controversial statement.
Right.
But in the context of where we are in today's contemporary Black thought, we're gonna have a long conversation about that phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
It would particularly seem strange to some people who, number one, think slavery is the center fulcrum of all Black life, and number two, many of our contemporaries of various ages, for various reasons, who like to romance Jim Crow and say everything was good back then, and it was integration that messed us up.
Yeah, like on the latter point, like every time I hear that, right, I mean, my thought is, I wish I could just take that motherfucker and like drop him for like 6 weeks in the Mississippi Delta in 1950, and like to go back and pick him up.
I feel like you could drop him now in the Mississippi Delta because that person doesn't live in the South, and they'd be terrified.
Oh yeah, totally. Well, yeah, Joe Wood said to me once, he was talking to Paul Gilroy, and this was in the 90s, who was pontificating about America, which the Black Brits like to do on the way to picking up those Black status jobs. And Joe asked Gilroy if he'd ever been to the South, and he said to Gilroy, said, "Oh no, I'm afraid." And Joe said, "Yeah, well, it's kind of hard to, get a handle on this country's history if you don't spend any time there at all." But yeah, people tend to romanticize it, right, a lot.
Well, the particular reason why it really pisses me off is, number one, most of the folks who do it are from my generation who never lived during Jim Crow.
Right.
Number two, they think that the picture they have about one guy who happened to own like a lollipop shop is the epitome of Black capitalism and Black business.
Right.
And number three, what bothers me is that a lot of the Negroes who say this are major thought leaders in the age in which YouTube is giving political education or some education to whole segments of Black America, and they're actually academics.
Right. Well, and the last part is what's really most frustrating and disturbing, isn't it? I mean, because there have always been people like in barbershops, right, or right on the street corner, right? I mean, with wisdom, basically, of a homespun sort. But but this has become conventional wisdom among people who are supposedly paid to be scholars is quite something, right? Well, I tell you what, like a friend of ours, when I mentioned that a recent encounter with a precocious grad student who made a reference to the non-event of emancipation that's kind of rolled off his tongue like something everybody understands, and I've learned as a result of that from the friend that this is the line that the Afro pessimists like Saidiya Hartman and what was that slave brother's name? The one from Minnesota.
Wilderson.
Oh yeah.
Slave brother. Oh.
I mean, he said it.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's right. He did. Right. So I don't know if he had a Mandingo fantasy playing in his head or what, man. But
So
You don't
Pascal,
know. I don't even want to speculate. in
what
terms
was
of
that Wilderson reference there?
I gotta be
Life
so
is
heavy to
Jesus,
say it,
life's
right? You
play.
Tori puts it on me.
It was in an interview, and somebody asked him, "Well, I don't want to pry, but how do you square this? The whole rest of the world comes together around anti-blackness with the fact that you're married to this white woman." And he said, "Well, I'm her slave."
Yes, he did.
But you know what? You know one thing that we're leaving out of that slave comment and the other comment about if I'm nothing, you're nothing, we're nothing together with the black.
Yeah, right.
That was another
You know,
one.
we're leaving
Oh,
out the fact that, you know, when you come from the literary world
Mhm.
and your goal is to sell books, you have to lay it on a little thick.
I guess you do.
That's why we're talking about him, because he lays it on thick.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, I have a specific question that deals with contemporary Black thought that I want to get to, because
Okay.
listen, we could do this all night because this is too good, and we don't want to do that. But address the first question for us, Adolf. Why is Jim Crow the appropriate way to frame the correlation of contemporary Black politics today as opposed to slavery?
Did you want to prep it, son? Because the Teray looks like he wants to say something.
No,
so
I'm
bad.
just reading the chats. I'm just checking.
Don't go
that.
Pascal keeps ignoring the fact that we have young Reed. You're supposed to pass it to dad. We're supposed to see the back and forth. One of the twins.
Well, we just did that. So I mean,
Yeah.
I'm here to
Right.
enjoy the ride, and I'm
But
not
you
staying
didn't
for the
do
whole
it for
time.
us.
This is his dad, man. I mean, he doesn't get a chance to hang out with his dad on screen all the time with two Black folk. They doing it with Jacobin people all the time.
Oh, there's the shade.
You don't never
There's
want
the
us to
shade.
get white people to watch this show, huh? Damn.
Yeah, I've been thinking this for a while, Pascal, but I'm going to see if I can get you one of those Captain Crunch hats like Garvey had. Well, look,
Like whenever you yell about that shit, you got to put on your Garvey hat.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that too, man. You know, I want us to get. We might save that for the patrons only, but we're gonna clear a lot of air, man. I want
right,
y'all to
cool.
really. Read Vindication Night.
All right. Well, all right. So let me address this one. One reason is kind of simple, right? That slavery was a long, long time ago, and I mean Jim Crow. The Jim Crow era was the kind of formative racial experience for Black people for the first half to 2/3 of the 20th century, right? I mean, when you think about it, the insofar as a substantial majority of the black population lived in the South for as long as that happened, or for as long as that was the case, legal and formal segregation, right, codified racial hierarchy, and disfranchisement were part or were components of the essential experience of most black people in the country. And the most immediate source of contemporary black politics, that is post 1965 black politics, was an outgrowth of the struggles in the post-war era on both sides of the Cotton Curtain for jockeying for position in pluralist politics, like in cities, and the struggle against overcoming, or the struggle to overcome, that codified racial exclusion and the hierarchy and its implications. And slavery had been over, right, for 100 years, except in that one little corner of Texas, when the Voting Rights Act was passed. So and I mean, frankly, like, on the different versions of the legacy of slavery stuff, and there have been several different ones, they always seem kind of weird to me, because they call for us, like, to overlook everything that happened between slavery and whatever the moment was when we started counting, right? And if slavery, I mean, therefore, was, well, yeah, if slavery was more powerful than any other black experience or experience that black people had, well, how could that be, right? And how did it count more than everything that came after it counted? So it just seems clear on its face that what we think of as contemporary or post 1965, post civil rights era black politics had to have emerged most immediately out of the era that directly preceded it, not slavery. And I think another problem is, of course, that for many, or for way too many, if not most people of whatever race, how people think about the Black American experience in this country is like, till 1964, right? There's like a blur, right? This kind of a blob of the bad old timey times that were first, or at one point, called slavery, and at another point called sharecropping or Jim Crow, whatever. And part of the problem is precisely that people think that what's defined the Black American political situation is an abstraction called racism, not the substantive institutions that structure their presence, frankly, and existence.
Tori,
was that an adequate response?
That was good. I want to let Tori come in if he wants to jump in as well, if he wants some clarifying statements.
Well, I have a question, and it will require my dad to go back to when he was still teaching, which isn't that long ago. Did you find when you were professoring, or is the verb professing? I don't know.
Probably professing, I'd say.
That would make more sense than professoring. But when you were professing, did you find that often enough with students, their perspective when they walk in the classroom on Black life was that there was slavery and then nothing? Maybe slavery and Reconstruction if they were more sophisticated, and then nothing until the tired seamstress decided not to give up her seat at random. And as a result, so we got that, and that's certainly the experience that I've had. But as a result, did it seem as if what students, and they're a small proxy on to America writ large, that their perception of Black life came down to Blacks having kind of racial memory, and now maybe that framework has unfolded into an epigenetic but two versions of the same thing. Understanding of slavery. I mean, just since I'm still teaching, I get from students regularly, even in my classes on the 20th century, just sort of reflexive reflections on slavery as if it's directly pertinent to what we're talking about in the 1940s, and not just rhetorically pertinent. And often enough, it is rhetorically pertinent, but it ends up displacing what's actually before Black subjects in their lived experiences in the 40s or 2020s. So would you mind elaborating on that?
Yeah, well, I mean, let me tell you one thing. Like, I mean, I always felt kind of uneasy about this, but frankly, you are the first person whom I've known to draw the hard line on it, right? With respect to undergraduates, but use of the first person plural to refer to stuff that happened to Black people like in 1840 or in 1880. Right, and it's something that's insidious there, right? I know why it happens, and I was there, right, when it got defined as the right.
Let's explain what that means. A lot of people don't understand. You're saying that when Black folks say things like, "We went through hell when we were getting whipped in the plantation and the cotton field,"
right, exactly, right, and the only way to respond to that is what? Well, there are more elaborate ways to do it, but. But when Touré was a graduate student and people would write exams that used constructions like that, he'd just write in the margins, so were you alive in 1840? What do you mean? Right. But that construct itself implies something like racial memory. Right.
Epigenetics, which I hate.
Right. And it's a small step, right? Like it's embedded as kind of but I'm not just folk knowledge, but folk knowledge that implies a sense of belonging and respect. But the fact is that it rests on racist premises.
Right.
Now, has that gotten...
And on premises that are literally racist, right? The quintessence of racism.
So in just keeping it, I don't know, the high point of your career as a professor. So we'll skip the graduate student days and begin with your time at Yale and then your retirement from Penn. Did it get better or worse with time, or was it a constant?
It was pretty much a constant. Like the bellwether for me was what was the undergraduate Black politics course that I taught. And I always taught it with a kind of historical focus, right? So, in fact, we were talking about this a few days ago too, Ray. But one of the things I did, like I started it with emancipation, and one of the things that I did was had students. Eric Foner's big coffee table book on the Reconstruction has a compendium of Black people who were elected to office in South between 1868 and 1877. And there's more than 400 of them. So I had the students read through that list, read a bunch of other stuff, like the first chapter of Jack Bloom's book, Class, Race, and Civil Rights Movement, or I'm probably screwing the title up, but which is a really good, thick account of the 30 years between emancipation and the end of the century, right? And I mean, Judith Stein's great Mr. Booker T. Washington and others, but essays and other stuff that kind of talks about, Pascal, I know you mentioned this, the Colored Farmers Alliance, and other forms of autonomous political activity that Black Americans engaged in, right? So I spent a week and a half or 2 weeks on that. And then, but for most of the time, or for most of the time I was teaching, most versions of that course that I taught, then you get to Washington and them, right? And what struck me was that almost all of the students would snap back again to a view that the freed people weren't really ready for freedom. They needed tutelage. And I say to them, so What did your brain go to sleep on you last week? I mean, this is what you just read last week. So how do you put that together with this? But it began to get better toward the end. And as I've said, the best undergraduate course that I taught in my entire career was the last one, and it was that Black Politics course in my last semester of teaching. And I mean, Touré jokes with me at the time and said, "Well, yeah, well, was that tempt you to change your mind?" And I said, "Look, it took me 38 years to get this one right, and I don't have another 38 years to wait for the next one. And plus, I got to feel like Ted Williams, who's the only Red Sox player I really liked. I hit a home run my last at bat, but."
I want to address the question directed to me. Someone asked,
not even Jim Rice, huh?
Someone asked, does Pascal not believe in epigenetics?
I take that back, Rice. Although, just for 1 second, a good friend of mine, Jason Cameron, today, who grew up a Red Sox fan up in New Hampshire. But in those years, my boy's line was that the Red Sox were the only team that couldn't play Tony Armas and Jim Rice on the same day because it would fuck up the racial quota. Sorry, but let's have to get that sports thing out of the way, man.
Someone asked
yes,
the question,
Pascal.
Does Pascal believe in epigenetics? I think epigenetics is horseshit. And I'll tell you why I think epigenetics is horseshit. Because if you can say that you have the physical memory and scarring and the actual biological context of what it was like to be a slave, you know what the ruling class would say? Good, we'll make you a slave again.
Yeah.
Well, there's a related question in the chat too that's worth considering. Are you saying that cultural legacies don't leave powerful traces with their own causal logics? So, and I think it's an expression of the same question.
Look, I'm going to tell you guys a true story.
Okay.
On why epigenetics is real.
Yeah.
I was working out at the park.
Right. The last
years
comment
ago.
is correct. Yeah.
I was working out at the park years ago, and I had one of those resistance bands, and I was like, you know what? And someone was like, if you wrap around a tree and do the like this,
yeah, right.
it's like, and I was doing it, and I was hitting it, and I was like, yes.
Yeah.
And that shit snapped, and it hit me in the back, and I screamed because I felt the pain of all of my ancestors.
Yes.
In that moment, and I'm to this day terrified of those elastic bands, and I think they're racist. So there you go.
Listen, whenever these horseshit theories come around, can everyone do any research of the genetic utility of these theories and how these stem from genetic early 20th century thought?
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. Right. Well, here's the thing about the epigenetic stuff, though. Right, people who do genetics for a living have understood the gene environment interaction for a long time, right? And that's all at the core of it. The core scientific claim, right, to epigenetics is just that genes don't determine things, right? I mean, genes aren't like homunculi, right? Or homunculus. I forget which declension what the noun is, and the genes are the developmental pathways of a given gene are first of all shaped by the interaction of multiple genes in ways that we don't know and understand, but they're also shaped by the environment of the gene, both within the cell and external environment, outside the body of the creature, right? And I mean that's all it is. But what happened was 10, 15 years ago, biodeterminists like Nicholas Wade, who was at that point Times' science writer, started doing a mea culpa about their genetic determinism and embraced a version of what they considered to be the epigenetic improvement, but what it was really was that they thought they'd found a hiding place for themselves to make the sources, that by making the sources of what was then in their minds still ultimately a genetic determinism, by clouding the pathways and the mechanisms with reference to environmental factors that they didn't really pay any attention to anyway, except insofar as they could try to make a claim for something like a racial memory. So yeah, I mean, you're right. But from that perspective, with respect to race theory, the way that people try to use epigenetics now is just in the same way that they use neo-Lamarckianism like at the turn of the 20th century, right? But that brings home like a key point here, that the difference between a culturalist understanding of or a culturalist, yes, I think she's full of shit like a Christmas turkey. But that's Joy. I mean, DeGruy is also
the traumatic slave syndrome. You're basically here,
right?
Can you explain Lamarckian philosophy for our lay people, if you don't mind?
Yeah,
Tori,
sure.
you want to hit this because you did a very good explanation on my Facebook page for those who are not aware of it.
I did. Oh, cool. No, I'll defer to the star of the show on what you want is Lamarckian race theory. Specifically, right? You don't want Lamarckian theory.
So the difference between the Lamarckian concept of evolution and the Darwinian one is, and this is kind of overdrawn, but the Darwinian one is that changes that the organism experiences after birth don't have any impact on or aren't heritable, right? Like in any way. And like this is before, and like this was an understanding even before like the rediscovery of the gene, basically, right? The Lamarckian view is that experiences that the organism has after birth can be transmitted. So like the classic example of like the Lamarckian view is the giraffe whose neck grows longer from trying to reach the higher branches or leaves on the eucalyptus tree. If his or her neck is elongated by that practice, that's how they transmit like the longer necks to their offspring. And it's important to keep in mind, like at this point, I mean, nobody had a clear theory of heritability the way that we do now, right? So the way that it played out in terms of race theory in the late Victorian era was that the Darwinian race theorists believed that the differences between races were fixed in biology, and that there was no way that they could be changed, right? And the Lamarckian race theorists thought that so like their take was like a vague blend of biology and culture, right? So they tended to be the seemingly more egalitarian ones because the Lamarckian race theorist views kind of opened the possibility that the gap between the races could narrow. And as Du Bois pointed out, like, as between the two that were on offer, that's the one that made sense for us to adopt, right? But he balked at the at the standard view that it would take at least 1,000 years for the lesser race to catch up to them.
Yeah, because part of the Lamarckian race analysis is the belief that black people were 2,000 years behind whites culturally, and it would take that long for them to catch up.
And
Right.
that's part of what was going on with someone like Samuel Chapman Armstrong that Pascal and I were talking about fairly recently.
Oh yeah, okay.
Samuel
Yeah.
Chapman Armstrong, who was the mentor, teacher, and godfather and rabbi to Booker T. Washington.
Right.
We don't have time to get into that conversation. That's a whole show. I might have to invite you back to a special Mau hour for that, but we're not going to go there now because there's too much.
I would love it.
Well, Pascal's been on the deep dive with HBCUs lately.
We'll talk to Jason about inviting Adolf for a Mau hour. I have my own show called the Mau Hour. We might do one on Booker T. Washington. That's right. We're doing the Mau hour tomorrow too. But it's going to be on a different subject. But I want to get back to the book because there's a lot of gems here that I want to get, and we're short on time. Please explain. This is very important, more than I think you realize. And I didn't understand this until I started reading your material, believe it or not. Why does Jim Crow start after Plessy versus Ferguson and not after the 1877 Hayes-Tilden Compromise? And define both and make that clear, please.
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, like the first answer is that things don't move in an automatic way like that. And another dimension of it is that, most politics is local, right? So Black people are participating, they're voting, they're electing people, and there were elements of even like the bourbon elites who tried to find ways to accommodate Black voting, right? Not necessarily egalitarian ways, like loading up the truck on the plantation and like giving ballots marked for the Democrat, right? To all the field hands, which is one of the things that pissed off whites, upcountry whites, right? Was how the planters used the majority Black population in the Black Belt to control politics, right? Through a different kind of fraud. And of course there were different reactionary responses to Black political autonomy, like in different places, right? And more less concerted than random, I suppose. Depending on when were you talking about? But the big push was the populist insurgency, and as you know, right, there'd been one like the readjuster movement in Virginia had elected a governor and a senator, and other officials, and it passed tax laws favorable to working people, and in fact, and another irony is that like the titular head of that movement was a former Confederate general named Mahone. So the ruling class had been anxious, right? I don't want to overstate it, but they had been concerned enough about the possibility of Blacks and poor and working class whites forming an electoral coalition or alliance against them. So like the populist uprising was like the nightmare come true, and as soon as they put that down, right, the first move was to take Blacks out of the political equation via disfranchisement, and then to install a regime of white supremacy that demanded, in the words of former North Carolina governor who had like a classroom building named after him on my campus, ACOC, that they needed the strength that comes from all the white people thinking alike. So like that was their version of what the Black people are doing now.
Now, Ado, let me tell you, you're moving a little fast because I got a whole question on this subject. The first thing I want to tell you is that probably the most important piece of political information I got was not from you, but it was from a book that you put together in an anthology and it was a piece that was written by Judith Stein, which
Oh
is
yeah,
on
no,
Booker T.
that's right.
Washington.
Yeah.
Probably in all of my life, the most important thing I've ever read in terms of scholarship about Black history is that.
Yeah.
Because what is in that piece, and I have here in front of me right now a gem, and as scholars of Black thought and African Americans, you will realize I have The Betrayal of the Negro by Rayford Logan. This is chapter 5 of Racial Molding. The populist revolt threatened briefly to halt the triumphant march of the South back to the way of life it had mapped out for the freedom prior to the federal government's attempt to organize its own program of Reconstruction. Distressed white farmers in the South temporarily laid aside their racial animosities and joined Black farmers and workers in order to alleviate their common grievances. But the economic program of the populists floundered on the shoal of free silver, and the racial solidarity concept was overwhelmed by a new tide of demagoguery. Cleveland's second administration was so beset with national and international problems, the Panic of 1893, free silver, the populist revolt, Hawaii, Venezuela, and Cuba, that he had little opportunity to stop the steady deterioration of the Negro's status. He probably concluded that the Southern question was definitely settled when Booker T. Washington won national acclaim for his Atlanta Compromise speech in September of 1895. In the following year, the United States Supreme Court consolidated the triumph of the former slave states when it sanctioned the doctrine of separate but equal accommodation.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, if I hadn't read that in a long time, and I still suspect that that Logan, for whatever reason, may have been a little kind to Cleveland. I don't know, but I tell you what, on the Stein essay, I understand your reaction to it because I encountered it shortly after it came out. I was in graduate school, and my friend and advisor, and one of the two comrades that I was having this discussion with that led to that book. I can't remember whether he passed it around or assigned it in a course, but like that article had very significant impact on this cohort of red inclined Black people, like in the AU political science department, and I mean people that we've taught and people that they've taught, right, have kept the peace alive.
Well, listen, I want to get to this question because I want to listen. We have a few minutes, and we're going to go to the Patreon, but we're going to spend the rest of the time talking about the populist movement. And I framed this question in a way that I think you would appreciate. I think, and this is sincere, I think one of the biggest tragedies of the way Black history is taught in this country, and particularly during Black History Month, is that there is almost no discussion of the nature of Black political activity during the populist era. And I want you to know that this is my favorite period of Black political activity. And I think that the Colored Farmers Alliance is the greatest Black movement of organization in the history of Black America. Can you please tell our audience why Jim Crow was basically a ruling class response to an interracial challenge to American capitalism and the political duopoly from a grassroots movement of sharecroppers and farmers who were both Black and white?
Well, I think you just did it. Right? I think you just said it, right? I mean, and keep in mind too, I mean, there were 60,000 Black members of the Knights of Labor, right? Also, and but 6,000, I think, in the state of Mississippi alone. So there, and see, this is one of the strengths of that Stein article too, which is that she makes the point that with the consolidation after World War II of this thing that we know as Black history or Black political history, one thing that happened was that the nature of how the universe of what counts as Black political activity got defined was that only stuff that bears directly on race or on combating racism counts as Black political activity.
And
right?
also
So
only black political activity that is divorced of interracial, cross-racial coalitions.
right. No, that's right. Yeah. But I mean, the reality is that never was that's not how black people, by and large, had gone about doing their politics, right? And certainly not in the late 19th century. So yeah, but I think you gave the explanation, man. And I mean, that's also part of the work that race does, right? And the one point I make in the book is that race ideology and racial hierarchy, while it was definitely most aggressively and immediately and catastrophically imposed on black people, was also an ideology that was imposed on white people. And by that, I'm not trying to suggest that Southern whites would have been drawn to like the interracial harmony or whatever, but closing off the possibility of any effective kind of interaction, right, was part of a divide and conquer thing. Because among other things, like it set the parameters of politics among white people, right, which were the only politics at that point, on terms of really sharply skewed to the upper class's concerns and interests, right? And I mean that's part of the explanation. It's kind of a simple one. I know somebody in the chat is concerned that I don't seem to have a cultural analysis. I'm not even sure I know what that means, but often people say, well, why is the labor movement weak in the South? And you get all this cultural exceptionalist bullshit. Oh yeah, that's right. Somebody else asked what I thought about the work of the young C. Van Woodward. I like it a lot. But yeah, like the line is, so I'm gonna stop looking at the chat for a while. But the line is
it does draw you in.
Oh yeah.
Well, go ahead, continue it off.
Well, yeah, that Southern culture was conservative, backward, but all you need to know really, right, is that disfranchisement altered the capacity to shape the political agenda in ways that effectively cut the working class of whatever color out of politics, right? So white workers had to find ways to craft or to define and pursue their own interests within a political universe that's set entirely by the upper class. And I want to say this too, like, and this kind of speaks a bit to the Woodward question too. But like my father, when I was a kid, and he said this often, with the orthodox understanding among liberals, what was that Jim Crow was the product of the empowerment of the white working class in the South after the populist movement. And my father would always say, yeah, gee, that's funny, isn't it? Like, wouldn't you think that if they came to power, that they'd want to do something for themselves, right? They wanted to do something besides just piss on black people, right? So it was always a preposterous idea. Well, but by contrast, right, that there was no Governor Altgeld, right, like any place in the South, right? That there were no few cases where mayors or governors would hold back use of state power to support strike breaking, for instance. One case was Mayor Fitzpatrick in New Orleans through his support behind the 1892 general strike, but by and large, all elected authority in the South was unmitigatedly on the side of the ruling class, and that adds up over time.
Well, listen, I gotta get this last question in, and this is gonna be a hot one.
Okay,
Pascal,
all
you can do is ask it because he can't answer it because we're over an hour.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna ask it.
Yeah.
So we can take it all.
Well,
You
that
and-
went fast.
Make it snappy, nappy.
I told Torre that I was going to post a meme on Facebook today, but he showed me. He said, I showed him the meme, and he said, "Up, no, hold that off." Then I said, he said, "Nah, hold it off." The meme said, "I love reading Adolph Reed's books because they always include so many references to show how dumb as rocks most of today's black academics are. And I want to have a serious conversation with you to show exactly why black thought today, especially black thought in the post-civil rights era, is as bad as it is, and why it completely neglects the intricacies of all of this history." And one of the reasons I want to talk about how dumb as
That
rocks
was all on the meme.
some of these shows can be.
That's not a meme.
What's that?
It's a manifesto.
No, it was
There's
going to
a
be a meme.
difference.
Tori saw it. It was going to be a short meme. The part where it says that, I love reading
You created this?
What you said?
You created this.
Yeah. Tori, did you see it?
I saw it.
Don't ask him if he saw it. I'm asking you if you created it.
I
I'm
still
not
have it on
asking
my
for proof
phone.
that this shit exists. What are you doing making memes?
It's one of those Facebook memes where you put a big post in bold and it's big in big letters.
Did you write the essays?
Anyway.
Okay. Well, thank you, Reed family, for joining us.
Oh, sure.
Like I promised on the show Saturday, I guess I gotta get a plane ticket to Miami to tisk Pascal to his face.
So now you guys are going to do a Patreon, right? That's what's going on.
Yes, we're gonna go. We're gonna go and have the ask the real questions.
Okay.
And the real questions people want to know is, how does Adolph Reed feel about Brian Flores in Pascal's Miami?
There you go.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yes, that's the real question,
Yep.
because
I'm down.
I have my answer on the whole thing, and I'm wearing my colors today.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
I'm letting him know.
I gotta say, man. But I was thinking about this, Jason. Like, your comparative lack of sympathy for the lament of the black coaches is, on the one hand, refreshing and endearing, right? And chastening, right? So I think there's a lot to it. And then on the other hand, I think, yeah, kind of black people who root for the Denver Broncos would be like that.
Hey, first ever black starting quarterback in the modern
I know.
NFL.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. You brought
They
that
cut
to
his
my
ass the next year, but that's not the point.
No, you brought
That's a
that to
good
my
reason,
attention.
but it's still Denver.
And I tell you what, man, there's another brother in Atlantic City who works for or he's a leader in the Casino Workers Union, who is from New Jersey, but he's also a Denver fan, and like he sometimes shows up at meetings wearing Mets colors, and whenever I see him, I say, "No, motherfucker, I know what you're doing."
Is he in his 40s? Is he in his 40s?
Yeah, he is.
If you grew up in the 80s,
Mm-hmm.
there was no black quarterbacks. And late 80s, Randall Cunningham came.
And I
out.
watched the CFL for a while as a teenager.
That's
for
the
that
only
reason.
place you saw Negroes was in the CFL.
Yep.
Yeah, with
John Elway was as close
I
as
wonder
we
whatever
got.
happened to so and so, and you go find him in the CFL.
And you must have turned me
John
on.
Elway
to
for
that,
years
too,
was like as close as we
Yeah.
got. Like when we played football in the street.
See, we talking now. I could have been talking about the academics who I think are dumb as rocks.
Yeah, you could have. You could have. A lot of shit you could have done.
I wouldn't
Mean
mention no
man.
names. I wouldn't mention no
Why don't you
names.
make a meme about that? Mean man.
I wasn't going to mention no names, but I was explaining to them why they're dumb as rocks.
All right. Well, I hope you have a delightful Patreon, and I will check in with you all tomorrow.
Champagne room?
No, I got stuff to do, man. But
he's already in trouble.
I am. So, hey, this was fun. I'm glad I got to participate in this, and I will talk to you all three of you tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay.
All right,
Good.
well, peace
All right,
out,
man.
and thank you guys. Thank you, Professor Reed.
Oh yeah.
For those
my
of you that are
pleasure.
patrons,
So like, do I just sign out of here and then
you go to the
And
next
the
link,
other
and I'll
link
take you to
that-
the champagne room. Where we have
yep,
no
the
champagne.
champagne room.
Yep. All right.
Thank you guys so much. We will see you shortly in the champagne room. We're coming right in. It's late. Pascal's got so much memeing to do, so we can't waste meme.
We will see you shortly. Teray, thank you. Tell your lovely spouse, who's probably tapping her foot behind you, that we appreciate you being loaned out to us for the time being.
I will. Thank you. And you know she's a big fan of the show. She's watching right now. So I'll see you guys or talk to you guys tomorrow.
Peace.
All right.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another episode of This is Revolution Podcast. I am your host, Jason Miles. We have a very, very interesting show today. We have one of our favorite show guests, the Elder Reed, Adolph Reed Jr., will be coming in very, very shortly, where we are going to talk to him about a recent piece he wrote called The Whole World is the Reichstag for Non-Site some time ago. But before we bring in Professor Reed, before we even play the intro clip, it's going to get you primed and ready for today's episode. Let me bring in my co-host, my homie, my dog. You know him as the man of the Mau Mau Hour. He is the Pascal Robert.
Peace and greetings to the chat. Peace
Pascal.
and greetings. Yes. Peace and
You can hear
greetings to the audience. And peace and greetings, Jason Mile. I can hear you quite fine.
I'll tell this to the audience. So if you guys want to know why I'm here, I'm having some technical issues on my end because so many people are watching the show. I think it has something to do with the stream itself. That happens. So that's always a good thing. We are cross-streaming on a few different channels. So are you ready for today's episode, Pascal? Do you have your questions ready?
Ready to rock and roll, brother.
I will say I missed the days of you emailing me
a scroll of questions that you would have for the guests. I miss those days. So now it's always a surprise whenever we have a show like this.
I try to be a little bit more
I'm
smart.
trying to be like you, and I'm writing my long form Pascal-esque questions beforehand so you can look them over. Were they suitable?
Socially acceptable.
Well, let's put the clip to get you guys ready for today's show. I was actually able to find some footage of the Reichstag fire and an old World War II U.S. propaganda film clip. So here it is.
Führer number 3. Slogan number 3. Today, Germany is ours. Tomorrow, the whole world. And the tender, repentant, sorry German people carried the torch of their culture to Austria, Czechoslovakia, Poland, France, England, Norway, Holland, Denmark, Belgium, Luxembourg, Russia, Yugoslavia, Greece, and the United States of America.
This Lewis Powell memo of 1971 said, and here's Lewis Powell, political power is necessary, that such power must be assiduously cultivated, and that when necessary, it must be used aggressively and with determination. This was the beginning of the infrastructure of the modern conservative movement. Out of this came the modern conservative movement. And 2 years later, Richard Nixon appointed Lewis Powell to the U.S. Supreme Court, which leads us right to the Citizens United decision of January of this last year, where the U.S. Supreme Court had the pinnacle, the top of Lewis Powell's, the ultimate dream of Lewis Powell's, that corporations had rights under the Constitution just like people and could influence politics.
An article published in August 2021, Professor Adolph Reed warned that it's time to be blunt. The right-wing political alliance anchored by the Republican Party and Trumpism coheres around a single concrete objective, taking absolute power in the U.S. as soon as and as definitely as possible. And they're more than ready, even seemingly want, to destroy the social fabric of the country to do so. In the article entitled "The Whole Country is the Reichstag," Reed drew parallels between the constellation of political forces in present-day America and those that shaped the affairs of Germany in the early 1930s. Are such comparisons legitimate? If so, what are the political implications of such an interpretation of our present-day situation? And what are the chances that the left can halt this authoritarian slide? We ask these questions and more. This is Revolution.
Excuse me, Dick. Ronald Reagan is about to make his acceptance speech. Presumably, he's at the Century Plaza Hotel in Los Angeles. Here is Ronald Reagan coming out at the Century Plaza. He was congratulated by President Carter about 10 minutes to 7 California time. Back now to NBC News.
You know, here we are. This is... We're all here but one now, and he was here, but they just took him off stage. It's way past his bedtime. But let me just say first of all, this has been, well, there's never been a more humbling moment in my life. I would have been not only humbled by the extent of what has happened tonight, even if it had been the cliffhanger that all of us, I think, were expecting, it would have been the same way, but just to have had the support of the people of this country. I consider the trust that you have placed in me sacred, And I give you my sacred oath that I will do my utmost to justify your fate.
Thank you. Your way out. You can catch the live stream of This Is Revolution every Tuesday
Can you hear that still,
through Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific time.
Pascal?
And
Yes.
Sorry. There's a bunch of issues with this. So let's bring in our guest, Professor Adolph Reed.
All right, Adolph, I guess Jason just introduced you and signed you out. Adolph, thank you for coming back to us. Doing all right, man. Thank you for coming back to our show. I know you've been sending.
Sure, happy to do it.
You're doing all right, man. Sending emails back and forth to each other. First of all, I want to say this early advertising. Congratulations on your new book coming out. And at some point later on down the line, and I will ask you to tell us what it's about. We have some time, if that's not a problem with you. Are you all right with that?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so Adolph, you wrote your piece that came out a couple of weeks ago in Nonsite, which is a great place for people I suggest to go to get great left content. I think it's nonsite.org, called The Whole Country is a Reichstag. Obviously with a metaphor to the rise of Nazi Germany. Can you possibly give us the purpose of the metaphor you're trying to create, and why exactly you think that metaphor is appropriate to the current political moment?
Sure. Well, let me say first of all, and it's not like back away from me. People do this, of course, on the analogy to the National Socialist German Workers' Party. That's not exactly the point. Too many people on the left tend to do that. But I mean, the forces that have condensed around, the Republican Party increasingly over the last half century. Committed to imposing an authoritarian government on the U.S. They not only don't have any commitment, like the democratic institutions, that they're actually hostile to them, and want to get rid of them, right? And as I argue in the article, of the polity to being under the White House, right? Just on the outskirts of the, and since in between George and now, but especially since Trump, they've come even far in from the margins, and the Republican Party, like from the time, for instance, McConnell indicated. But that the Republican Congress, that the Democrats in the administration couldn't get anything done. I already said that they have.
And if we're having some problems with your connection, is there anything you can do about that? It's kind of choppy.
What do you suggest?
Are you connected to an Ethernet cable, or are you using Wi-Fi directly?
Wi-Fi, yeah.
Yeah, for some reason your internet is kind of choppy for some reason. Do you think do you think it would be better if you logged in and logged back out, Adolph?
Sure, I try.
All right, why don't you do that?
Yep.
And I will try to keep our viewers entertained. So yes, So while we're here, we're going to talk about Adolf's piece, since that's what we're talking about. The whole country is a Reichstag. And the purpose of the piece, and I have it in front of me, is to basically talk about the dangers of the current political moment that we are in and what exactly that poses for American society. And in the piece, Adolf goes into a long kind of historical analysis of what the reactionary right has meant in terms of their strategic moving forward that starts, according to Adolf, with the rise of in the 1964 election of that basically started the Republican Party in this direction of becoming a reactionary right. So in the piece, Adolf is basically addressing what the path forward should be and exactly how, progressives or the left should react to this impending situation. So his argument is that the Goldwater election basically becomes the flashpoint moment upon which we find the rise of the iteration of today's contemporary reactionary right.
So there he is.
Yeah, all right, is this any better?
Yes.
Looks a little better so far.
Yes, that is worlds better.
Good.
In your piece, you open up with the play, the Eugene Ionesco. Am I saying the name correctly? Ionesco play Rhinoceros.
Yeah, I think it's UNESCO, but I'm not sure.
UNESCO. Sorry, I know it's a French name. We should actually ask our French co-host to pronounce it properly.
Well, it's actually
Ionesco. I got to see the spelling again. I remember
but that play is about a small French town where the people in that town turn into rhinoceroses.
Right.
Everyone except for the main character. The play is supposed to be about growing fascism in the Europe before the rise, or during the rise of the Nazi Party and Mussolini in Italy. Would you say this quote best describes the American populace as a whole when it comes to a rise of fascist thought and behavior within the GOP?
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I know it really describes the way I feel, right? So, like, I've been reading, but for what it's worth, I've been reading that play for solace for like 50 years, actually, right? No, I think a way to think about how it's happening here is, and I try to lay this out in the article too, is that there are a number of things going on, right? And that's what you'd expect to have happen in a big, pluralist society. There are some people who are committed ideologues who have wanted who have fantasized from the very beginning about a fascist dictatorship in the U.S., right? Mm-hmm. There are people who are just hustlers, right? And maybe, more or less venal, more or less psychotic hustlers, right? And it's hard to tell, which is which. But what makes this a movement is that they all have converged this one umbrella, and like every step, every move that they make politically is to undermine the idea of authority. So just take, for instance, one that's recent to me, in those states that came into the U.S. from Hidalgo, call themselves who understand themselves, or who are basically another version of what 20 years ago, Posse Comitatus movement, right? People who insist that the highest political authority in the U.S. is the locally elected sheriff, and anti-vax, anti-masking movement. So all these forces are coming together around this objective of undermining the idea of the party, and of the public. And so they come from McConnell destroyed democracy. They more set out them, right? Corporations and other rich people. But once you're on the ride, just take the ride and go where it goes. I don't think people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, right, or Lauren Boebert have sense to think about planning like to overthrow the government. But they're just doing what they do to build their brands, but to have a chance. But it's all kind of leading them in that same direction, right? It means to say that this is a political movement and not just a group of idiosyncratic plotters and
Adolf, we're cutting off really, really, really bad again. I don't know if you can possibly go to audio only. I don't know what the situation is, but the internet connection on your end is really, really bad.
But well, so what do you suggest?
Is there I was gonna say, is there, so let's actually there's no way you can go audio only. Let's keep trying again.
Well, is there a way like what I see I can disable the camera? I don't know if that'll do it.
Why don't you try that? Why don't you disable the camera and see if that's better?
All right.
There we go.
Okay. So what do you think? Does this seem any better?
Sounds a little clearer. Yeah, it does.
Okay. All right. That's good. I don't need to look at myself.
There you go. So continue with your point. What you're saying is that you're basically saying that the Republican Party is cohering around a certain politics that pretty much is destabilizing our traditional notions of democracy. And there's some versions of them that are true believers, and there are others that are just kind of grifters who are going along for the ride.
Right, that's right.
But your overall position is that distinguishing that from the other is irrelevant. The overall nature of the movement in itself is authoritarian and undemocratic. Is that basically your overall point?
Right, and that's also a reason that I, sort of don't get or get kind of frustrated with leftists, and this is the kind of thing that leftists want to do, but who want to debate whether this is like National Socialism or like something else. That's not really the point, right? But the point is that they are committed to a destruction of democratic institutions, and I often have put it this way. So it's like, what if we assume that neoliberalism has exhausted its capacities for giving enough to enough people in the population to legitimize or to maintain its legitimacy as a nominally democratic order? Well, if that's the case, then it's like we're at a T intersection, right? And there are two ways to go. You either turn right toward authoritarianism or turn left in the direction of social democracy. And there's no alternative. Now, it looks like the Democrats have been trying to split the difference, right? Between doing what they've been doing and making a genuine turn in the direction of social democracy. But it just seems to me there's only these two ways forward.
Well, that's really the crux of where I wanted to go with the conversation. I understand the argument, and I also agree with you that it's kind of a waste of time to try to debate the minutia of whether or not Trumpism is actually a legitimate fascist movement or not.
Right.
My only kind of retort, though, and by the way, I've used the metaphor as well. I did a show with Janice Graham where I said, a Black America in the age of the Weimar Republic. So, not to be hypocritical, I've used that metaphor as well. But the question is that if we argue that it's not significant to really, prove that Trump is a fascist or not, what is the value of myself, yourself, and others using the metaphor over and over again?
Well, but despite the reference to the Reichstag, right? I think fascism is itself a species of a genus of authoritarian government, right? And my concern is like to sound the alarm about how, the danger, right, with the proximity of authoritarian government of whatever species, right? Like it doesn't matter to me whether it's like, I don't know, chrome and leather and jackboots, right? And like S&M fashion or like something else. But the point is that we're in danger and an imminent danger, right, of losing whatever capacities we have remaining in this system to control or to limit, right, the actions of an aggressive and a bloodthirsty right wing, and that their intent on removing whatever institutional buttresses we might have to be able to contain them, right? Like you look at the attacks on voting rights, right? You look at the attacks on public institutions across the board, all the crazy shit coming out of Texas and Florida, but elsewhere, as well, right? So it's not, and whether or not there's some guy sitting behind a curtain on a stool who's orchestrating all this isn't really the point, right? The point is that these relatively autonomous tendencies in the polity that are moving more or less in a concert under this big umbrella are moving in that direction. And frankly, I'll just preempt the question and say that the answer to the question of what we can do about this as a left is nothing, right? Because there is no left that has any political capacity whatsoever. So for all these people like in Jacobin and elsewhere who want to go on about how we ought to react to Biden and petitions that we ought to sign and the demands that we ought to make is just whistling past the graveyard or indulging in some sort of fantasy, right? Because the real stakes in relation to the real stakes in American politics at this moment, for the left, it's a spectator sport, right? Because there's nothing we can do.
Well, a sentiment that we've often echoed on this show, and I've said it myself, is that there is no left, there are only leftists. So I'm glad to hear that you agree with that.
Right, yep.
But at the same time, right, and what's kind of important for me, and I think you're aware of this, I know you're aware of this because you allude to it in your piece, is that the rise of the reactionary right, even in its earliest 21st century iteration, is not an American phenomenon. It actually starts in Europe and other parts of the world before the rise of Trumpism. As a matter of fact, you can make the argument that the Trumpian manifestation of this global rightward shift is a much later fascination of the popularity of Marine Le Pen in France, of the rise of UKIP in Britain. You had, Viktor Orban in Hungary. You have, of course, even though he was kind of contemporary of Trump, you have Modi in India. You have Bolsonaro, which is a kind of Trump contemporary phenomenon. You had the Five Dawn that was in Greece, I believe, the Golden League, think it was the Golden
Dawn in Greece. Yeah.
Golden Dawn in Greece, and the Five League in Italy.
Right.
Right. So if we realize that this is not only an exclusively American phenomenon, but a phenomenon that predates internal mechanisms of American politics, doesn't that require that we make our analysis much broader and wider in scope of what has actually happened than simply saying we have to narrow gaze what's going on in American politics in terms of asking what exactly is the crisis of the global post-World War II liberal democratic standard of governance has caused this?
Well, yeah, I think the response to that is pretty straightforward, right? I mean, since the 1970s, we've seen the right first in the U.S. and then elsewhere, or rather first in the U.S. and Britain and then elsewhere, intensify the regimes of a regressive redistribution, right? And what that requires is a combination of bullshitting people about how it's going to trickle down on them, right, or down to them, and it requires demonizing and repression of people who are defined as like the scapegoats, right? And that proceeds, right? But after a half century of this regime, what the numbers show it, almost daily, more and more people in this country, and it's also true in Western and Central Europe, but more and more people in this country have been feeling more and more insecure economically, right? Less in the way of options or imagined options that they have. Conditions of work have become more and more precarious. And what's happened is, and like the crises, right? Starting from the .com crisis, or maybe if you want, going back to the energy crisis, and certainly like the Great Recession, have only been occasions for the people at the top to intensify the pattern of upward of a regressive redistribution. More and more people find themselves getting the fuzzy end of the lollipop, and people aren't stupid. So what that means is confidence in government, confidence in the system is collapsing, right, around the world, almost on a daily basis, right? So in that context, that comes back to my earlier point that there are really only two ways forward, right? You either begin to restore confidence by moving in a social democratic direction that actually commits the national government to doing things to make people's lives better, or you go in the other direction and say, well, to hell with restoring confidence. Let's just put the jackboot down and we get some scapegoats and keep, moving the target of the scapegoating around for as long as we need to, or for however it'll work. And that's the alternative, and that's the only alternative.
So I think where you and I agree here is that the basic current political crisis is rooted in a crisis of capitalism, starting with the shift to the neoliberal order, which was a bipartisan consensus in the United States and largely in the West, starting in the 70s. Some say with Nixon's kind of huggy kiss with Friedman, Milton Friedman. Others argue it really starts in 79 with the Volcker shock. But we do know that as a product of coming out of Bretton Woods, going to the gold standard,
Carter starts a lot of that deregulation as well.
Right. Yeah. Don't forget that, man, because Jimmy Carter was a warm-up act, like for Ronald Reagan.
79 is the first year that we really have some big-time deregulation when it comes to interest rates on credit cards and the limits that you can charge on interest rates. And that's during the Carter administration. And he actually, and Adolph actually points this out in the article, that Carter did campaign on the fact that he cut government in half in Georgia.
That's correct. That's correct. So
again, the Southern Democrats, Carter and Clinton, who come to power in the early 80s and of course in the 90s, are the ones that kind of echo the sentiment of the errors of big government.
Right. No, absolutely. Yeah.
Now, what's interesting though is that what you're saying, is that the only way to fight the coming of the reactionary right is with social democracy, or a more left materialist agenda.
Mm-hmm.
Where I think you and I might kind of bump heads is that I am not convinced by any stretch of the imagination that the current Democratic Party and the liberals in America or globally are really serious about pivoting out of neoliberalism.
Well, I'll tell you what, Pascal, I'm not convinced either. But what I'll say is, what else you got? Right. I mean, that's
well. There's an intermediary,
and what might that be?
Keynesianism.
Well, yeah, but yes, and that's what the BlackRock tendency, right, in the Biden administration has been advocating, and that's where our allies are. And see, once you start out from the assumption or the premise, right, that the left is no more than a spectator in setting the agenda, right, then what that suggests is that where the standard bearer is for the vessel that in the short term is going to carry our hopes and dreams is in these Wall Street Keynesians who are in the Biden administration. And I know, let's see, but people might want there to be something else, right? But there isn't anything else, and they might think that there's some, like Trotskyists like to think if we just call for the masses to rise, the masses will rise. But the only, two points. One, the Progressive Caucus in the House has had its finest hour, right? They've been extremely effective. They've been very well coordinated, and they've done what they can do, right, to push. To push a progressive agenda as far as it can go. But I think they also show, through no fault of their own, really, but also show the limits of an electoral approach to political change, right? Because now's the moment, right, when Manchin and Sinema, who are basically voices for outside interests, right? When they act, or when they act as the voices of these mobilized outside interests, the only effective response from the Progressive Caucus would be to mobilize their popular constituencies out there to act collectively. Like, I'm thinking about 1 million people on the 14th Street Bridge, but they don't have that kind of base, right? Because they've built what they have as a movement inside Congress through electoral mobilization, and they're good and smart and talented and have gone as far as they can go. But this is the moment when they would need to be able to bring external pressure to bear, and because of the nature of the movement that they've been part of, they don't have the capacity to bring that external pressure to bear. So what can we do? I mean, at this point, the only thing that can be hoped for is that the Wall Street Keynesian element in the Biden administration will be able, in some way, like, to circumvent Manchin and Sinema. That doesn't seem especially likely at this point.
Well, this is the thing, though. Let's define some of these terms, because people are asking questions like this super chat. What is neoliberalism according to Adolf Reed, other than the famous quote of his defeat of the working class?
Right. Yeah, that's it. That's all it is.
Well, I'd like, and you can kind of kick me in the teeth here if you disagree with my definition, Adolf. But I define neoliberalism as a privatization or marketization, taking government functions and rendering it to the private sector while you still pay taxes, and gutting the functioning of the government and turning everything over to capital in terms of control.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's all part of it. I mean, that's yeah. I mean, those are instrumentalities of the term, but the real, but at the end of the day, and frankly, like I, kind of laid that out there after, getting overdosing on academics' taxonomic exercises in trying to parse what counts as neoliberalism and what doesn't, right? Just like it struck me as a version of the same thing as people who were trying to navigate their way around being in support of Caitlyn Jenner and being opposed to Rachel Dolezal by finding ways arbitrarily to assign what's authentically Black and what isn't, right? Because in both cases, like you get around to the, well, who says, right? And what makes this particular practice, right, fundamentally definitive of what neoliberalism is, right? Because sometimes it's about privatization, sometimes it's not, right? I mean, sometimes it's about, or in some domains, it's about weakening the central authority or the authority of the central state. In some domains, it's about strengthening the authority of the central state, right? So what, and like I won't, defend that characterization as end-all be-all characterization of what neoliberalism is, because frankly, it's as much a quip as it is anything else. But I was also like reacting to the sense, and again, this is among academics principally, that neoliberalism is somehow something different from capitalism, and it's not. So my argument is fundamentally that neoliberalism is just capitalism that's eliminated any effective working class opposition.
Would you also say that there's kind of a bit of a consensus, maybe in the online world more than anywhere else, but there definitely is a bit of a consensus that the neoliberal project is strictly a Democratic Party project, which I don't agree with.
Oh, I don't agree with that at all.
Partisan.
Well, but to quote Dave Chappelle, the online world doesn't exist.
Shout out to This is Revolution podcast and all YouTube fans. Well, here's the thing, though, Adolf, and I'm going to, again, you might want to kick me on the teeth and kick me in the teeth on this one too.
Yeah, no, we're all trying to keep it. I think we're all trying to get to the same place here. So,
well, let's take that. You said the online world is not real.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the online world does have a political effect. Hashtags are becoming politics.
In what sense, though? In what real sense?
Well, not in a good sense.
What hashtag is politic?
Okay, well, my question is this. When someone can create a hashtag like Black Lives Matter and get the left flank of capital to get them serious, to consider them serious enough to change the framing of how they think policy demands should be made and fund them, is that not politics?
I mean, we're about to do a whole show on how all that rhetoric didn't work in Minneapolis,
right?
Where it really starts at.
Yep.
I didn't say it was good.
You live in Florida right now. Has Stand Your Ground been repealed?
No. Hold on.
Then what did it do?
I'm not saying it's good or effective politics. That doesn't mean it's not real politics.
I mean, it worked people up enough to complain on a certain level, like Ford Motors is going to make commercials about it, but is policy going to change? You're going to put George Floyd's name on a crime bill, but that crime bill it was a horrible bill that had more funding for police in it. It was literally the antithesis of the defund the police movement.
Yeah, but my position
is if a hashtag is anything, it's style over substance.
Yeah.
And if that's trending, I'll take what's trending and I'll throw it on a bill if that shuts you up and lets people hashtag they won.
Right.
So what does hashtagging really do? And the reason why I'm so passionate about this is coming from the music world. One thing we always said was likes and followers aren't record sales. It's a very empty thing to do.
Yeah.
Click like, click follow, hell, even click subscribe when we ask you to. Doesn't necessarily mean we have 6,700 subscribers. There's not 6,700 people watching this. That's my point about the internet. It's real, but how real is it when it comes to a real movement? Force the Vote is another great example. That was all about politics. How many people really came out to those marches?
Yeah.
My position, again, I'm not disagreeing with you in terms of the effective nature of those things, but we've had symbolic and ineffective aspects of things that we know exist in Black politics that weren't hashtags, that actually had less political effect than some of these hashtags.
Again,
well, I guess one question.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, sorry, but I guess one question concerns how you measure political effects, right?
Thank you.
You know, what counts as a political effect, right? Is because people are talking about it criterion, right? That I think people often kind of recur to, right? I mean, I can't remember what I might have mentioned this on a show once before, but during the height of Occupy, I had back-to-back lunches with two progressive colleagues of mine in the Penn History Department, and each conversation is weird. Each conversation went exactly the same way. That the colleague says something about you feeling good about Occupy, and I said, well, why exactly? And the colleague says, and in each case it was exactly the same, but the colleague says, well, because it's got people talking about inequality. And I said, in each case, who do you know who's talking about inequality now who wasn't talking about inequality 6 weeks ago, or like, right? What I mean, before Occupy. In each case, the response was, after a little pause, the New York Times. And in each case, I responded by saying, well, okay. 3 months ago, the New York Times is talking about Kim Kardashian's breakup with the basketball player, right? So what does that tell you?
It's what's interesting is, and I'll pose this point. When COVID first happened, it wasn't a hashtag that got Gavin Newsom to move to enact Operation Room Key. It was actual on the ground activists that had been working for some time to push him to do that. That wasn't started by a hashtag.
Well, I can tell you one thing. If we want to agree that the hashtag phenomenon or the online political world is not effective or may not be considered politics because of its lack of effect or stylistic nature, one of the things that it has been effective in doing is increasing the effectiveness of our political opponents, i.e. the right, to use those phenomenon, categorize any political project to their left as being outside of the sorts of the American people. So even though we may argue that Black Lives Matter, quote unquote, hashtag has no value as a political project for us per se, if you want to make that argument, we definitely know that it's an organizing principle being used by the reactionary right.
Well, wait. Yeah, wait.
Are you there, Adolph? Because you broke up on us.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I said I want to suggest a series of that view. Right?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay.
It's like you're cutting out again.
Huh, well, it's weird. All right.
That's the deep state. Don't worry. That's all that is.
Oh, okay. But so here's the thing, right? Like, I look at this movement from kind of different perspective, right? Because after.
Let me get off the screen.
What? Again? Am I lost again?
We broke up a little bit. Well, go ahead. Well, you're breaking up really bad.
Wow. Okay. Well,
Go ahead. Can you continue?
yeah, sure. But the right went underground, basically, right? Because they realized that they'd made their move too soon. And they began organizing in their base levels, right? In white suburbs, basically, and field testing messages and bundling them. They've built that movement, right? Like,
You're breaking up. Adolf, do you see the message inside the chat?
Yeah.
Can you follow those instructions?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're having some technical difficulties, folk, with Adolf's internet. Just give us a couple of seconds. We're going to try to work this out.
Can you hear us, Adolf?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, loud and clear. Can you hear him, Pascal?
We can hear him fine. Thank you.
Okay. You might hear my phone alerts go off, so just ignore it. Just ignore the Tinder.
Right, okay.
All right, so Adolf, you were basically refuting my point that if we're going to agree that the hashtags don't work for our politics, they're definitely becoming an organizing principle for our political opponents, which is a reactionary right. So you were going to frame your rebuttal to that point.
Right, which is that I go back to the Goldwater defeat, right? And after Goldwater was defeated in '64 ignominiously, the hard or the ultra right they retreated, right? In the principle of a guerrilla strategy, to start cultivating a base for themselves, right? Like in what they perceive to be a natural constituency of white suburbs, and field testing messages. It that opposition to abortion became a fault line, right? And the Reagan natural, right, in the sense that it was made up largely of holy roller.
Holy roller too were
a
lot of feedback now.
Don't keep talking.
Deep state is hitting us from all angles tonight, folks. The deep state is hitting us from all angles.
Yeah.
So, like, are you hearing the feedback too, man?
I heard it a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, like, should we just bag this and try for another time or what?
This is, we're already on the first hour, coming to up on the first hour. This is, let me see what Jason wants to do here. Yeah, Adolf, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna try to reschedule this, man, because this is we've never had a show with this much technical difficulty.
Wow. Okay.
So, folks, we are at the end of the hour, but we're going to try to reschedule Adolf sometime, hopefully within the next couple of weeks, to continue this conversation. We could not control the technical difficulty. It was not on my part or our part or even Adolf's. It was something outside of our control. But Adolf, I really want to thank you for coming on and trying to hash this out. We were really coming to the best parts of the conversation. But I hope you'd be willing to come back and have us reschedule this and do this another time.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I'll do it.
All right. On that note, folks, Saturday we're going to be having a show on Is America in Decline overall? We're going to have Daniel Bessner and his crew. So come check us out as well. Hopefully we won't be having the technical difficulties we're having right now. And besides that, I think on that note, we will wrap up the show. And we will try to reschedule this and redo this sometime soon. So I will turn this over to Jason, and I think that we are going to
Good evening, everyone. I'm your host, Jason Miles, and welcome to another episode of This is Revolution Podcast. If you're new to the channel, please like and subscribe. If you're enjoying what you see, make sure to hit the notification bell as we're constantly adding new episodes and doing cross streams with other channels and adding additional programming. Speaking of additional shows, tomorrow I'll be gentrifying White Guy Wednesday once again while the resident white guys are on a bit of a hiatus. I'll be with another white guy that some of you may know, JG Michael from the Parallax Views podcast, and we will be discussing two underrated classics, Psycho 2 and Psycho 3. The Anthony Perkins directed Psycho 3. It'll be a fun movie podcast show. Also, before we start, for you audio-only listeners, Apple is offering a subscription service. So if you're enjoying the show and don't want to figure out Patreon, you can have access to the Champagne Room by just subscribing to the show on Apple Podcasts. Also, thank you to all the YouTube and Twitch subscribers. You guys are the fuel and the TIR engine that keeps us going. If you would like access to past and present Champagne Rooms, be part of the live virtual audience for the Pascal Robert hosted Mau Mau Hour, and also be able to join us for movie nights. There's only one way: become a patron for as little as $3 a month or $30 for the year. It can all be yours. Now that that is out of the way, let me bring in this anti-ADOS cast we have here today with all these black people. They're just going to make me go full ADOS. That's what they want to do. This. I think that's the plan. Maybe I need to bring Cedric and Teray on for more shows. We have more Black American shows. These are all jokes, by the way. Not serious. Coming all the way live from Miami, Florida, he is the man of the Mau Mau Hour. You know him as having some of the most popular shows on this channel. He is the Pascal Robert.
Peace and greetings to the chat. Peace and greetings to the audience. Peace and greetings, Jason Miles. How are ya? How are ya?
I'm feeling good. I'm working on this new setup here for the show. We got the soundboard back.
Did you enjoy watching Kamala Harris dance to 80s hip hop on the weekend at her domicile?
I don't want to admit out loud what I enjoy when I watch Kamala Harris.
Well, listen, she went to Howard and she pledged a black sorority, so I did expect that she could dance. I wasn't disappointed.
Oh yeah. I try not to watch that, but when you did Fat Joe, he gave her something, or was somebody
Fat Joe gave her a pair of Terror Squad Nikes.
Jesus Christ. Between Fat Joe and KRS, I feel like it
was so transparently pandering. And when the guy who was announcing the performers got on the stage and said, "Let me introduce Vice President Kamala Harris, our first Vice President of the hip hop generation," it was almost vomitous. It was really incredible. It was it was like watching the Black professional managerial class in full, just total.
Say it. You don't want to say it out loud. You're afraid they're going to come get you.
The merging of the anti-status quo hip hop with the Biden administration, to the point where Kamala Harris says that hip hop is the most American of art forms. I was like, fight the power, Chuck D, baby.
Are you afraid to speak out against the Black PMC because they're like the Illuminati, and that's who the Illuminati really is?
Black PMC, they're too incompetent to be like the Illuminati. I knew too many of them personally. So,
speaking of the Black PMC, she's coming all the way live from a borough in New York that shall remain nameless. She's the faceless voice of reason. Please welcome him to Tucson.
Hello. Just want to say, one never goes full ADOS.
you never go full ADOS.
Never.
I think people actually believe that when I say that, which would be really silly, being that you two are Haitian.
I think they consider you like an ADOS traitor or something like that.
Oh, Marcus is Jamaican.
Yep.
Marcus is Jamaican. Yeah.
There could be only one. Maybe I'm more like Highlander. It's less ADOS and more Highlander. That can be only one. Well, let's bring in our guest, because Pascal, I hit Pascal up early this morning. I wanted to make sure he read the review, and he was like, "Oh yes." He's like, "This is very." What did you say?
I said
fruitful.
Target-rich environment for
Target-rich environment for questions. As he typed that back to me, I could hear his hands like this, ready to go with the questions. Since the victory of anti-communism and the fall of the left has allowed identity politics to take a space as a revolutionary ideology, the book Elite Capture posits id pull as a leftist ideology that was captured by elites, while ignoring that id pull has always been an elite project. Race management functions to manage inequality by placing working class solidarity second to the sins of racial, ethnic, or religious discrimination. As the creation of race allowed us to obscure class antagonisms in the name of identitarian struggles, our 1619 and 1776 projects, two sides of the same conservative anti-communist coin. Our guest today, Zine Magubane. Oh, sorry. Oh no, I lost it. In her latest for Catalyst writes, the term intellectual common denominator was coined by sociologist C. Wright Mills to describe an idea of such iconic status that men can state their strongest convictions in its terms. The term legacy of slavery meets that criteria. The 1776 and 1619 projects both wield slavery as an ideological weapon, seemingly in service of opposing social aims. The 1619 project argues that because slavery was the foundation upon which American society and its inequity was built, reparations must include individual cash payments to descendants of the enslaved in order to close the wealth gap. The 1776 Commission maintains that slavery was an unfortunate aberration in a nation founded on the rights and freedom of the individual. John C. Calhoun and the Confederacy rejected this in favor of the idea that rights and privileges inhere not in every individual by the laws of nature and nature's God, but in groups or races according to historical evolution. As such, the 1776 Commission draws a parallel between people who argue in favor of reparations and the defenders of slavery. Both seek to sacrifice equality and private property in the name of group rights and explicit group privilege. If you'd like to read that full piece, you can find it in the latest issue of Catalyst magazine titled The Class Politics of Race. Please welcome Professor of Sociology at the College of Arts and Science, Dr. Zine Magubane.
Greetings, Dr. Magubane.
Hi.
We're cutting off part of the top of the natural.
Okay. I don't want to do like what Cornel West does. It's a very odd zoom angle. Right? I'm like, great content, but Cornel, move the camera down.
Speaking of reparations, there's an LA Times article that came out a couple days ago that says that Californians are not for reparations, as Governor Gavin Newsom, I believe in 2020, had put together a reparations task force, kind of like the Mod Squad, and trying to figure out if they want cash payments. So it's not that they're against reparations, the voters of California, they're against cash payments as part of reparations for descendants of enslaved Africans in California. Did you read that, Zine?
No, I'm afraid I missed that one.
You don't get a reparations newsletter?
I do not. I don't fall into those categories. We're born in Southern Africa, so I join my Haitian compatriots as people who are ineligible for.
Look, I would just try to just go, hey, just throw in your thickest Boston accent. Pascal, you want to go ahead and start off? I know you have a bunch of questions.
I do. I'm very much looking forward to this. Thank you again for agreeing to come back to the show. We love you and your work here at TIR. Your latest is a book review of Keaton Malik's latest Not So Black and White, A History of Race from White Supremacy to Identity Politics. This book has some polarizing reviews. What prompted you to write about Not So Black and White, and why do you think this history is relevant today?
Sure, thanks. So the reason I wrote for it is because Vivek Chibber, whose work I admire very much, as one of the editors of Catalyst, and he asked me if I would be interested in doing a review of the book. I read the book and thought that it had a really interesting premise in that it argues that there is, first of all, it makes the point that identity politics of the left and the right often actually meet in the same place. And he identifies across a long sweep of historical time the ways in which identitarians on the left and the right, in their agreement on the primacy of race over all else, even despite some surface dissimilarities in some of their arguments, they oftentimes really end up on the same side of the ledger. So he goes through this really long sweep of history, and to do the book review, they were like, don't do a standard book review. Chapter 1 says X, chapter 2 says Y, but rather do something that kind of uses the book as a launching point to talk about larger issues. And what I was struck in that argument of how the identity politics or identitarians on the left and right can on the surface be arguing something that seems to be different, but they actually agree on some very fundamental things. I was struck by the fact that the 1776 Commission, which was written as a response by the Trump administration to Hannah Nicole Jones and the whole 1619 Project. And again, they would seem to be radically opposed, right? You know, for everything about what they think about slavery to what they think about race in America, it would seem on the surface that they're radically opposed. But I actually saw that if you dug underneath the surface, there were certain fundamentals upon which they agree. Most of those fundamentals having to do with capitalist social property relations, private property, and class or historical materialism as an analytic.
Well, you know, what's really interesting about that statement, Professor Magubane, is that if you look back to your earlier piece on Booker T. Washington, who some would argue, and you correct me if you believe I'm wrong, is the father of modern identity politics in dispatching it largely to protect capitalism and a class revolution, if you will, in the populist era in the South, that hierarchy of utility was financed by people who at the time would be considered liberals, right? The lords of capital of the late 19th century, the Gilded Age period, the Roosevelts, the Carnegies, and so forth, would have been considered the liberals of their age, compared to, of course, the Dixiecrats of the South. Oh, the irony is that their financing of all of these race-based initiatives was actually not left. It was conservative in that they were trying to protect the traditional hierarchies of capital by using race as a buffer to neutralize class politics amongst blacks and whites and challenging capitalism. So the truth of your point that there are similarities between the right version of identity politics and the left version of identity politics shows how that line from Bookerism to today kind of split and rationalizes both sides. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. Linking the first piece that I did in non-site to this latest Catalyst piece, what has increasingly intrigued me is the class politics of anti-racism, which is something that like Touré Reed has talked about, Cedric Johnson, Adolph Reed, much more about in the contemporary era. As a historical sociologist, I'm really interested in tracing the class politics of what we would call anti-racism today back through historical time. And what I found out in the course of this examination is the degree to which people like to believe that anti-racism is an inherently progressive stance or is inherently somehow radical or anti-capitalism. Actually, what I found is that anti-racism has its own class politics, and the versions of anti-racism that are often the most amplified are precisely the ones that argue that the route to racial equality, that the brightest and shiniest and straightest road to an anti-racist society is to travel along the capitalist path. And and when I was looking at that comparison between 1776 Project and 1619 Project, I was fascinated by how in their invocation of the past and in their sort of using these two historical dates to argue for a particular politics in the present, even though many of their political solutions are at dire odds, they both fundamentally agree in the sanctity of private property. And it comes through so strongly, again, despite so much of their political programs, things seemingly being opposed or being on opposite sides.
That's absolutely fascinating. Let's move on with our questions. This is a great question by Jason. How do we get beyond the idea of white privilege when so many people are wedded to its existence? Does this ideal of white privilege support "quote unquote" white supremacy?
I want to add to this. I was having a conversation with a friend, and somehow white privilege came into the conversation, and I was like, "That's stupid." And he goes, "What do you mean it's stupid?" And I was like, "Explain to me the privilege of what white people have." And white skin privilege. I was like, okay, well, so a homeless white person has privilege? And he said, yes. I was like, really? So a homeless white person sitting in their own feces, urine, soaked pants, getting stepped over and by everyone in society, literally and figuratively, sleeping on the cold street, eating out of garbage cans, been homeless for the last 7 years, is really sitting there thinking to themselves, I may have open sores all over my body and a disease that should have been cured centuries ago, but at least I'm not an N-word. Is that what you're telling me?
So yeah, my deepest sympathies that you had to have that white privilege conversation with anyone, because it's one of those things that once somebody is dug in on that position, no amount of logical argumentation will move them off of that position. And secondly, oftentimes you're actually arguing about, you might say the arguments go quite past one another. Mm-hmm. They will, after you talk about the homeless person with the sores, they might grant you that, but then begin to talk about disparities, which is their favorite analytical framework for supporting the idea that white supremacy is not only a thing, but is the primary thing that must be battled. They so love the disparities framework because it allows them to point to the fact that Black people across the class spectrum can potentially suffer disproportionately any number of ills, from whether it's like traffic stops to, maternal morbidity, whatever it is. And they move from that to a jumping of, therefore, class trumps race. And some of their favorite things to bring out are, for example, when it was Venus or Serena went to the hospital and, suffered terribly, X, Y, and Z, right? And the problem with that, when you try to argue with people with that, is indeed some of those things are true. Indeed, that thing did happen to her. Indeed, you might show, the disparities framework shows that X, Y, Z, Black people so-called suffer disproportionately. The problem with that there are two problems with those type of framings, is they tend to be rather imprecise about the mechanism that produces the disparate outcome. They're not particularly interested in, because to them it seems self-evident. It's obviously got to be racism or discrimination. Mm-hmm. the thing is that they actually then, which of course no one would ever deny is a thing. Racism and discrimination are certainly true facts of life. However, when we are talking about the areas of inequality that are most painful, that are quite deadly, generally, the reason that those disparities exist, the reason that they exist, the mechanism comes from the fact that the market is allowed to distribute goods and bads in our society. And in a capitalist system, the delivery of any good or service, whether it be education or healthcare or whatever, the delivery of that thing is secondary to the production of profit. So, for example, like a Venus and Serena, that hospital wherever she gave birth, the immediate, she's Black, she almost died, it's racism. All sorts of other things disappear from view, or let's not even have her, things like maternal morbidity, right? What disappears from view is America has the highest rate of maternal morbidity in the world for people regardless of ancestry. Why do babies not die in like Scandinavia and all sorts of other places? It's because of our profit-driven healthcare system, right? It produces terrible outcomes. We spend the most money, we have the most people die, whether it's, you know, people giving birth, whatever it is, people suffering from obesity. When you focus on disparities, you never actually get to the mechanism, which tends to be universal, that it is delivering a disparate outcome, which people who are poor suffer from disproportionately. And again, that disparities framework tends to evacuate capitalist socialist property relations, not only from the analysis of the problem, but for the proffered solution, right? So just to sort of wrap it, I'll let you ask more questions. When people put forward, for example, the Black women dying disproportionately in childbirth, it is rare that a solution offered is socialized medicine. In the 1619 Project book, it's kind of listed along with a long list of things, but what tends to be foregrounded is things like sensitivity training for doctors, or we need more Black doctors, without a mention of, gee, how did medical school get so expensive anyway, right? Just capitalism is evacuated as a source of most of the misery in the world.
You know what's interesting is when you said that we need more Black doctors thesis, it harkens me to arguments people have made that like, we need more Black lawyers. And there was a study that came out about legal systems in municipalities that are controlled by Blacks. In other words, they have high rates of Black judges, high rates of Black prosecutors, and high rates of Black public defenders. Not only is there no demonstration that there is an amelioration or decrease of incarceration by the presence of Black judges, prosecutors, or public defenders, but in some cases, if you read that book, you know, Locking Up Our Own in DC, it shows that, you know, these Black PMC were railing to lock up, you know, Black folk by the baker's dozen.
But that's because of white supremacy started it all.
Well, people then might say something like internalized racism, right? The problem with most of these arguments is their mechanism is psychological. It's psychologically driven because they don't have any real grasp of or appreciation for political economy. So when I did the review of Malik's book, I just, you know, there's a part of the book where he discusses the 1930s as this really critical moment in American history where the strong presence of, you know, socialist organizing and communists in the anti-racist struggle, you know, that Scottsboro Boys case where basically the NAACP was very wary of getting into bed with the Reds, right? They were like, this is not something that we want to do. And basically, the era where kind of Cold War civil rights mostly focused on achieving legal equality within the constraints of the capitalist political economy eclipses a more, you know, socialist, class-based, working class-based civil rights struggle that also has a very deep critique of capitalism and recognizes that you're not going to get rid of racism until you do something about capitalism, right? So he talks about the 1930s as this really important moment where that Cold War civil rights agenda becomes predominant. And what I noticed was, that's also, there was a really interesting quotation I found from a historian who talked about the impact of, going from the 1950s onward, really accelerating, the impact of anti-communism on the American academy, not just in terms of like the lives of professors, but the epistemological frameworks that would be promoted and given prominence. And so what I saw when I went to analyze the similarities between the 1776 project and the 1619 project, another thing that came forward really strongly was both of them relied on social science research. The 1619 project particularly jumps out to me as a sociologist because they quoted a couple of prominent sociologists, people who have a very race reductionist type of framework, like people who talk about organizing world history in terms of racial projects, people who talk about racial formation being more important than class formation, people who speak about race, class, and gender as salient identities that sort of somehow translate into analytical categories. And when class is translated into an analytical category, it just becomes an identity. It doesn't actually become about a class analytic. So I noticed that both the 1776 project and the 1619 project were deeply informed by analytic frameworks that took off in the era after the Cold War, where again, political economy is just pretty much evacuated from two of the disciplines that need it most, mainly, in my opinion, sociology and history. I mean, it's needed in economics, but I mean, that's just a pipe dream. That's never going to happen. But there was at least a possibility of them being retained in sociology and history. And, race reductionism, ahistoricism, and analyses that do not have any political economy in them tend to go hand in hand.
I'd like to ask you a question on that point, and this line of questioning may seem provocative, but I'd like to. Do you agree or believe that there is a materiality to the way in which race is lived in the United States? In other words, are there certain material ways in which race, and it doesn't have to be black, for example, Native American, Hispanic, if you will, are there particular material ways in which these identities demonstrate material harm within the context of the United States?
I would rephrase the question so as to avoid what my favorite historian of all time, Barbara Fields, calls the racism evasion. And her point is that the word race is a neutral sounding term with the ugly fact of racism hidden inside. From there, she jumps to say, racism is as real as gravity. It is a real thing. Racism is a real thing. It's a horrible thing. It's a denial of the humanity of another, oftentimes with violent and deadly consequences. Race, however, she says, is indeed an ideological construction. To say something is an ideology does not mean you don't think about ideologies in terms of real or fake. Ideologies, as she and other, Marxist scholars have, very persuasively argued, is ideologies are this sort of social stories, social tales, social scripts in which people live, enact or live out the social relations in which they are embedded, right? It is an expression in words and thought of the material social relations in which people live. So again, to think of them in terms of real or fake is not all that useful. Rather, the question is to say, if we take race to be an ideology, right, look at it as an ideological formation, to understand what type of a society, what type of social relations have produced the ideology in this form. But when you go in terms of discussing material things that can be struggled, fought for, changed, if you really want to fundamentally transform a society, you have got to go to the social relations. So I guess when you say, well, is it material? Yeah, racism is quite real. It doesn't mean that race is material in the way that a certain group of sociologists like to talk about that, especially because they jump from race being material to so-called races having material interests. And our good friend Cedric Johnson, I think, has just completely demolished this idea of anodyne racial interests.
No, I agree with that. I think that the notion that there's some kind of biological united racial concept of we all have one united interest is ridiculous, just because it denies the class reality of race. But the reason I said, because one of the reasons why I bring forth this inquiry is that one of the things that has caused me to be an adherent of leftist praxis is the position of the Black communists and socialists of the 30s, the old left, in understanding that the way in which race functioned in the United States and how they particularly understood with things like, the Negro question and Lenin's statement about race, how race functioned in the United States. I would, of course, realize that the 1930s are not 2023, and the way race shapes American society is not the same today that it did then. But the question becomes, how exactly do we create the multiracial coalitions to neutralize the harms cross-racially that capitalism causes in society? Poor whites, poor blacks, working class blacks, whites, Latinos, and so on and so forth. If we do not find a way to discuss these realities without at the same time being pegged as identitarians, race reductionists, so on and so forth, et cetera, et cetera. In other words, I'm not interested in making racism the only problem in America, because it's not. I'm also not interested in making the problems of Black people disappear either. So the question becomes, how do you thread the needle while still maintaining your bona fides and loyalty to your dialectical materialist principles as a leftist?
Well, I guess, okay. How do people come together to engage in struggle against something that they agree as both causing them harm, right? I think that's embedded somewhere in that question. I mean, whenever people seem to think that, the racism of working class people or people is such an insurmountable barrier, I mean, I always answer, middle class people, of which I am one, and I actually very much like the people that I work with, but I've had sisters who work in corporate America. Middle class people often cannot stand the people that they work with. They cannot stand them. They do not like them, but they must go to their job to get a paycheck. This other thing that they need allows them to overlook the many things about certain people that they do not like. And to me, a struggle for some sort of material end, I don't like you, but we both agree we would like reduced working hours, longer vacation, free health, whatever it is. Just as middle-class people every day go to law firms and overlook that they cannot stand the people that they are there with, wish them ill will, but hey, I need a paycheck. I want to pay my bills. I want to send my kid to school, and they get on with it. I actually think working class, class-based struggle can be the same thing. I don't like you. I don't like the way you live. I don't like your face, but we're both struggling for the same thing, and I need it. So I'm going to deal with you. And after we finish struggling for the thing, maybe we'll go home and be friends. Maybe we'll still not be able to stand each other, but we will have achieved getting the thing.
Will you live in segregated neighborhoods?
People, again, are very pragmatic, actually. At the end of the day, it's so interesting. They may have very strong ideological beliefs about X, Y, and Z, but at the end of the day, if you've got to get, when people talk about things that are material things you need a house, you need food, you need X, Y, and Z. oftentimes you are able to make peace with things that you dislike. I mean, the life of a person in the professional managerial class, who again, I am one, is a life of swallowing things and doing things you don't want to do because you've got bills to pay and a lifestyle.
Tucson,
Like,
you're the queen of the
meetings you don't
PMC
wanna
around
go
here.
to. And so I just think, people's notion that the virulence of people's racial likes and dislikes are enough to fundamentally, especially when something starts to work, which again we've seen in history. Why did large numbers of Black people desert the Republicans and go to the Democrats during the New Deal? I mean, they got into the party with lots of Southern racists. Why? Because the New Deal had stuff they liked in it.
Well, that goes against the white privilege narrative that was, the New Deal didn't work. That was also part of the conversation too, that the GI Bill hurt Black people.
Oh, I wasn't too Ray Reid on for that one. I think I watched that.
No, another light-skinned person. That was Paul Prescott.
Right. Sorry.
Apparently, Zine thinks you all look alike. So take that to Ray and Paul. Tucson, you're a resident Black PMC woman. Are you swallowing things you don't like at your job?
I just want to say that that's called brown skin privilege. When you mix up light skinned Black people.
Mea culpas. Like, it's what is it like? I have again anti-light skin bias.
You and Jason have a lot in common.
I yelled at Bert Cooper today just for being light skinned.
So yes, it was not Touré. It was the other smart light skinned guy.
You know what? Paul's coming on Thursday, and he will be very happy to know that he was mistaken for Touré Reed. Because Touré Reed won't even come on camera till his hair is right, and he's got to have the right lighting. And Paul just comes on with a camera phone and hope his Wi-Fi works.
Gotta get the Ricky Ricardo haircut perfect.
The Ricky Ricardo. I call it the alt-right fade. You call it the Ricky Ricardo.
In any case, I mixed them up not because they are lightly melanated, but because they both have a similar class politics and very strong essay.
You mix them ends up because they're
In any case, back to our discussion of when people are faced with material circumstance, what principles they will hold on to that may match their ideological view of the world, and which ones that they'll be like, hey, you know what? I still believe the thing, but I want that thing over there. So, I'm going to check this whatever belief for a moment. I think history gives us ample examples of that. And again, my example of the New Deal, which, Ira Katznelson and others seem to want to say is affirmative action for white people. The 1619 Project also didn't like the New Deal. That was another place where the 1619 Project and the 1776 Project agree. They both cannot stand the New Deal. And interestingly, the 1619 Project says, we hate it because it was affirmative action for white people. The 1776 Project, and they're like, instead, we should have targeted race-based reparations for a specific group. The 1776 Project hates the New Deal because, they say it's socialism and it goes against, their
core beliefs of giving people stuff
property
they didn't deserve.
Yeah, so it's interestingly, right? They both dislike the New Deal. They have opposite political programs on the surface, right? One wants reparations, the other one just wants the free market. One wants the state out of the market, the other one wants to intervene in that market to deliver goods to one identity category. But they both agree that something based on universal social programs is bad, no good.
The ultimate irony of this is that reparations poses no threat to capitalist property relations.
None.
Would you take a check, Pascal?
They don't mind.
I ideologically don't. I don't believe in reparations for Haiti. I don't believe in reparations for Haiti. I think reparations, unless you change the fundamental hierarchy of capitalism, is a complete trap. Because
would you cash the check though? If one came to your mailbox at 1515 Black Man Way in South Florida, would you cash the check or would you throw it down and then say some curse word in Creole?
Check for how much?
Even the Gators want to know.
There's the clip right there. There's some more questions we
Cash
have.
is never coming. That's the thing. I mean, even the people that argue for it say it'll be a range of programs. I mean, it's been pointed out endlessly, the serious political problem of how are you going to get a majority to fight for or vote for something, a benefit that is only going to go to one group. The same people who say that white supremacy is such an insurmountable obstacle, right? The Afro-pessimist crowd, the, what's his face? Black Panther, the Case for Reparations guy. Why am I blanking on his name?
Oh, Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Ta-Nehisi Coates, right. These people who say that white supremacy is ontological, basic, fundamental, a driving force as great as gravity, somehow also believe that a country that is predominantly white and most people who would be voting for this thing wouldn't get it, would still get it. It flies in the face of law, would still vote it. It flies in the face of logic. So, I mean,
I gave you California's example. You know, there was a whole reparations task force.
Of black people in California.
51%
of black people in California did not believe that black people deserve cash payments for reparations.
It's not like all of them played for the Dodgers and the Rams. You know, the Lakers only got 24 people on a team. So,
well, did the article go into depth and ask people? And what did they say?
Why they didn't want to vote for it? No, I can give you like kind of demographic breakdowns, but
because there was no slavery in California.
There was no slavery in California, first of all.
I've heard that.
But I don't think that has anything to do with it because so many people from California are not, you know, we're all second generation from somewhere else. Did you want to chime in on white supremacy, Tucson? I know there's some white supremacists around you somewhere in New York. You're in New York.
Oh my gosh. But, dude, they're everywhere.
I'm sure your super just knocked on your door, said white privilege, and just walked away. Like a doorbell bitch.
I'll just go with the next one.
Okay.
We are in a time when Black elites, the Black political class, and the racial entrepreneurs among the media argue that Black people are under siege in the light of the politics of the reactionary right via voter suppression and attacks on other initiatives implemented in the post-civil rights era. How should leftists who root their politics in the political economy address such concerns?
Sure. Look, I don't think there's anybody who's leftist who would argue that, you know, an attack on voting rights is not an important issue. What I have found, though, is that in their search for some sort of issue that matches this notion of racial interest, they tend to focus on a couple of things that, although are important issues, often are not so visceral, you know what I mean? Or they don't have the same kind of galvanizing force for people that issues that they really don't want to touch might potentially have, right? So yes, who doesn't think voting rights are important? People think of things are extremely important. I wouldn't also say that they're not important. But people also do consider how do their medicine get delivered? You know, can they access healthcare, housing, their student loan debt? I mean, these are things that sit on people's shoulders every single day. And to me are key, you know, bread and butter issues that can not only unite people across identity categories, are, you know, salient, real issues but how cannot be, one, tagged conveniently as identity category issues, and two, they like identity category issues that you can have a lot of moral anger about, get very excited about, and potentially fix without really tinkering with capitalism that much. And I'll close with, it's quite interesting that even as far back, you know, that period of the 1930s, when the NAACP, where lynching was much more prevalent than it is today, even then the NAACP was having trouble galvanizing and building up the level of membership excitement and engagement around issues like lynching. Whereas issues having to do, again, with housing, healthcare, wages, issues rooted in political economy that are not, race-specific issues, people had a lot more energy around them. And there was a big meeting in 1935 where, a prominent guy like Abram Harris was, I think E. Franklin Frazier, some more left-leaning Black sociologists at the time, they were discussing what is the direction, and people strongly saying a focus on issues of having to do with political economy is a place is the next direction we should go, rather than strictly race-based issues. And that was as early as 1935.
If you read the book, Where Do We Go From Here? It's a book written in the 1940s. It's an anthology of a variety of very well-respected Black intellectuals at the time who were talking about, what exactly are the needs of Black America. This is written in the 40s.
Yeah.
And what is ironic about that book, I forget the actual title off the top of my head. I wrote an article about that. But the book basically states many of its responses are rooted in class-based universal political economy. This book was written in 1944. I think it's What the Negro Wants. I think that might be.
Yes, exactly. That is that book.
Yes. And what's ironic is very few of the solutions were rooted in racial democracy, which are racial policies. And also going back to the great book by Preston Smith that demonstrates that the housing policy that was chosen by the Black professional managerial class or the Black political class of the 40s and 50s, that was racial democracy or race-based policy, always gave benefits to that class while denying benefits to poor and working class Black people. And people always ask, well, what's wrong with racial-based remedies? Well, let's look at what happened right after the Civil Rights Movement. One of the problems of the Civil Rights Movement is because of a variety of reasons. One of them is that Vietnam basically made the economic capacity of class-based remedies impossible, is that many of the remedies from affirmative action, minority set-asides, and these things disproportionately benefited Blacks who were middle class or proximate to middle class, and the Black poor, unfortunately, suffered from mass incarceration, deindustrialization, and there was an increase, of course, in the Black middle class, but there was also a proliferation of the Black poor and what some pejoratively call the Black underclass. And we can make the argument that one of the problems with the race-based remedies is they consistently, disproportionately give benefit to Blacks who are at the top of the food chain while leaving most Blacks who are working class or working poor at the bottom out. And it's much more effective to have a more class-based universal agenda to address those problems. Would you agree or disagree, Professor Magubana?
No, I would absolutely agree. And I mean, again, even there's the disparities framework and the wealth gap, two twinned ideological constructions. What those people who argue in favor of viewing inequality in terms of the wealth gap, two things that they often fail to want to talk about. One is the vast majority of Americans, no matter what their census category, have no wealth at all, zero. The wealth gap is a problem of the top 10%.
Absolutely.
It is those people. And so, I mean, yes, the Black 10% and the white upward, 10%. There's a gap there. The white rich ones have more than the rich Black ones have. Another thing they tend not to like to talk about is a disparity that they don't like to talk about, which is the growing disparity between the rich Blacks and everybody else, which has exploded in the last 30 or 40 years, right? So again, these are things that just disappear from view as it is assumed that when one is talking about closing the wealth gap, that it's going to put money into the pockets of the poor. It is not going to do that.
Well, one of the reasons that we have this problem, and we talk about this often on This Is Revolution podcast, is that the discourse around racial politics is controlled by the Black political class and the Black professional managerial class, and that these folks very, very, very strategically map a Black political agenda that lines their coffers and has nothing to do with economic redistribution to poor and working class Black people. For example, if you look at the agenda that comes out of most of these administrations, whether they are Republican or Democrat, one of the most consistent policy agendas we've had in this country since the 70s is black capitalism. Which, again, no one's saying we shouldn't have black people who own businesses or stores. But the point is that over the super majority of black-owned businesses in America are owned by people who have at least 3 years of college education, and they're all self-employed small businesses. They don't even hire anyone. That's a fact. So the notion that this is going to be a salvation for 42 million black people is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts, but it has a tremendous amount of traction, right? Because it's just tied to a number of different, you can say, like, ways that are beneficial for the protection of capitalism. One, a focus on wealth disparities says that wealth is inherently a good thing. It takes off the conversation about, gee, it's like accumulating large amounts of private wealth, good or bad? Question. Takes that off the table. Wealth is inherently good. Secondly, this notion of business classes as the saviors of the poor. It's trickle-down economics on steroids without even a clear mechanism, because it imagines somehow black business people are different than every other kind of business people. Business people want to make profits. Business people want to pay their employees little and keep much for themselves. It is the imperative of business. They imagine, weirdly enough, that somehow these black business people will either ignore the structural constraints of their business, or that somehow when businesses are operating in the black community, the normal rules of capitalism don't apply. It's completely bizarre. But it has a tremendous amount of traction in the wake of Black Lives Matter. You know, they'd have these like 10-point programs, and one of the things that was going around, like on called Twitter at the time in Boston, was a list of black businesses to support, which is lovely for those people who own those businesses. But this notion of that it's somehow helping the black community, I mean, I just have to go back to Cedric Johnson and his deep skepticism towards the notion of community. It's basically like a class-inflected ideological construct that goes along the idea of this community consciousness and community interest.
It's basically the assumption that 42 million people have the same amount of political unity as 12 folks at a diner.
Listen, you couldn't even get 12 folks at a diner to agree. Not the people I go to diners with.
Yeah, my favorite line, I think I got it from Cedric, is like, there are literally as many black people in America as there are citizens of Canada. You know, so I was like, do you expect? I mean, like, it's really, first of all, it's an elitist concept from the beginning, because we all know, we've all studied enough of, you know, black political history, particularly from the left analysis, that when you say black people are one nation altogether, well, who speaks for the nation? Where's the votes? Where's the election for the leader? Who gets to decide what the agenda is? I'm waiting for someone to tell me where was the ballot that told me that Al Sharpton was a black leader, because I never thought FBI informant number 7 was going to be a leader of black America. I grew up in New York.
That's literally.
I remember when Al Sharpton was fat and had a worse perm. You know.
Wow, this is getting personal.
Very personal.
I think you should go to a black diner, and then you'll see how the black people all agree that Off the Wall was a better album than Thriller.
And it very much goes back to Booker T. Washington. His notion was that the best of the blacks and the best of the whites would sort out the the society for all the rest. It is from him. He was the so-called first great Negro leader. So it is really dating from Booker T. Washington's time of this notion of race leadership, that a census category can have a leader, non-elected, and really what it translates into is the black guy in the room that white people want to talk and deal with, elite whites want to deal with. But again, and there is racism at play, this idea of racial mysticism, that there are certain things, fundamentals upon which we all agree, and that there are these leaders who elevate somehow magically without being elected or asked, who articulate the silenced voices of all of the people. And it just gets rehearsed every day on television, MSNBC, you name it.
What's interesting, to further extend your critique of the Black leadership conundrum, is that Du Bois only took the Booker T argument and increased it by saying, instead of having just one Negro, we'll just have a class of Negroes who are the talented 10th. So that's a little better than just one, because we could all argue that, the talented 10th is naturally the better arbiter of things for the rest of Black America. And it's had horrendous consequences from the beginning. But the problem is that you won't recognize these realities as long as you are learning Black history and Black social and political history from the top down. In other words, as long as you hear Booker T was a great man, Du Bois was a great man, Martin Luther King was a great man, Malcolm X was a great man, you're always going to believe in these people. But unless you start to study Black working class history, Black movement history from below, then you start to realize that a lot of these guys were collaborating with the people who were busting up Black unions. A lot of these guys were collaborating with people who didn't want to see working class Black people have an opportunity to unite with forces, often those that were white, that would challenge capitalism. So part of the problem as to how we get to this conundrum of all of this talented 10th, some call boule, divine nine, aspirational nonsense, is the way in which we actually tell the history of Black social and political history to our children, which is also done by those elites, right? Because the people who are in the organizations that make up those class are the ones teaching in the Black high schools. They're teaching in the South. They're teaching at the HBUs. So we continue this vicious cycle of forcing this Black version of life from above that does nothing but perpetuate this kind of horrible Black politics. Sorry.
That's why I've always been so interested, again, in the class politics of anti-racism, because you can see that people can be agreed upon that racism is a terrible thing that they'd like to do something about. Simply being anti-racist says nothing about the class content of your program, the class inflection of the discourses that you mobilize. It tells you absolutely nothing. And it's precisely through what you described as like history from below, telling the history of working class struggles, again, adopting, unlike the race reductionist framework, who sees global history as a series of racial projects. Why don't you see the march of history as a series of class struggles or class projects? Or you see what I mean? Like this way in which the American Academy has evacuated political economy to a large degree and replaced it with, not only race as the most salient and primary category of analysis, but a kind of way of thinking about race that denies class distinctions and class struggles within any particular racial category.
Mm-hmm.
Jason, do you have any questions?
No, we're out of time. Tucson, because it was such a good show. That's why.
That's right.
Just remember that when you go on those other people's shows, and it's like, man, it's like watching grass grow. But when I'm on TIR, it just zooms right by. Well, the setup is back, and we can take phone calls again. So in the champagne room, MT and I are gonna be taking phone calls.
Yep.
Pascal and Zine, will you guys be joining us in the champagne room?
What is the setup is back? I don't know what that means.
It was a champagne room. Zine?
I mean, I remember the champagne room, but
I didn't have a computer for a while.
Oh,
Jesus.
You didn't have a computer. Oh. It was the light-skinned people. They took your
we had too many
light-skinned people. Light-skinned people get free computers.
I knew it.
Bert sent me some email today that he got from, I won't say the publication, but he said, "Looks like you haven't ruined my career yet." Mm-hmm. And I was like, "Oh man, we tried, Bert. We tried."
You did. You did.
That's how powerful light skin privilege is. He can come on this show and we just say the most horrible things, And
That
he
was a
keeps
really good
getting,
show. I enjoyed that. It was
we just said the most horrible shit, and he gets more and more gigs. And he showed me the latest one. I was like, I refuse to believe that this keeps happening to you. It is
Awesome.
literally because you're light skinned and you have that mixed people hair. That's the only reason why. 30 years old, you still look like you in a Gap Kids commercial.
Oh my gosh, the things you said are so Where do you come up with this stuff? You look like a Gap Kids commercial.
Well, we'll be going to the champagne room. We'll be taking your calls. We'll definitely be playing a few videos again. We love playing videos on contemporary hip hop, and you guys telling me why it is still a thing.
50-year anniversary.
It's the 50-year anniversary of hip hop, so says someone, but not hip hop. Because Pascal was there at the first hip hop party.
That was not.
And the first Thanksgiving.
The first Thanksgiving.
He doesn't look amused.
Looks like that.
You know what we're gonna do in the champagne room?
What?
Mock people, mock people, mock people that were born before 1970.
Yeah, fuck those people. Everyone's parents.
Dina is one of those people, fool.
No, she's not. She's
Yes,
younger
I'm
than you.
ancient.
She might be older than I am.
Definitely, I'm older.
Damn. No, you're younger. You're younger than Pascal. We found this out already.
No, what year did you graduate from college?
I graduated in 90.
91.
Okay, so it's quite close enough.
August birthday, maybe you're different. We're probably born.
I was born in December of 68.
August of 69.
Yeah, so all right,
So we were indeed at the first Thanksgiving.
It's still shocking to me that people consider our cohort in Generation X old. I was like,
Because we are.
I don't
Now every time I look at
Zine,
Zine, all I see is that MC Light haircut.
I have a theory. Most of my friends who are academics who are my age, concede that they're old.
Yeah.
I think that's purely a result of the fact that they have basically taught almost 2 to 3 generations of kids by the time they are our age. There's nothing old about you guys. It's just that you have been teaching people who are basically teenagers for 30 years.
Yeah.
It doesn't make you old. It just
It
means
does.
they're young.
30 years is a long time.
30 years is a very long time. It's like a very long time.
Old.
We are old.
It went by
Old
quickly.
Age is
but
not a social construct like race. Age is weak. And
we're not old.
We're very old. Ask
No, we're not
authentic
very
young
old.
people.
Someone who's 75 is very old.
We're minutes away from 75. Like you're gonna look up and you're like, oh crap, I'm 70. It passes so fast. Don't you notice time passes way faster the older that you get? Like you look up and you're like, wait, another year. Like remember when you were young, how long it took your birthday to get there? It took forever. You'd be like, I'm 5.5, I'm 5 3/4. When's the last time you said I'm 52 3/4? Like, really it's like another birthday? What?
Can you please start telling people you are 55 3/4?
Right? I mean, I just remember that being little. 5 3/4, 5 7.
That's awesome.
I don't find this entertaining. Old.
No, you're just mature.
Generation X is not old, man.
I'm old. There's
You're
gray
not
hair
old.
everywhere now.
You think you're old because you have kids.
Jason.
And you're younger than
no.
we are, Jason.
Yes. I can't do things that I did when I was young. I can't even
You
eat
could have said that at
spicy
35.
You can't
even
even
at 35.
spicy food.
I can't do a lot of shit. I have to stop everything that was fun in my life. I have to cut that shit out. Fast food,
Pause.
soda.
You said boys. What did you say?
Pause.
Oh.
Pause.
That was forget it.
It's an inner city colloquialism.
Probably better that I don't.
We're trying to make sure you keep tenure. We're not going to treat you like we do Bert Cooper.
See, JC Fire said we are falling for the cult of youth. That's the problem. We say we're falling for the cult.
What if I just like being old?
You're not old.
It's true. You get to be a curmudgeon, which is
You do.
I got a picture of me when I was 5. I was a curmudgeon then.
Yeah, but you were an asshole. As you get older, it's like, oh, that's just adorable. So you could be an asshole, then you're adorable.
A curmudgeon and an asshole are not synonymous.
No, not at all. A curmudgeon is like set in their ways, you know. It's a curmudgeon. A curmudgeon is something to aspire to.
It's the goal.
You're a curmudgeon.
I'm almost there.
I've been called a curmudgeon a lot.
Dave said, if people call you sir, you're old.
Yes, sir, ma'am, no question, ma'am.
My daughter's boyfriend calls me Pops or OG. So that's when he came along, that's when I knew I was old. I was okay with
it. Yeah.
Somebody,
no question.
Somebody on this show ever calls me Unc, I'm getting a baseball bat.
Uncle Pascal
would do.
We're not
you got everybody's uncle shirt on right now.
Everybody's uncle shirt. Yes.
Like if I was at a barbecue and you walked up, I was like, oh, that's the cool uncle.
Everybody's got jokes, man.
People call you Sir Pascal?
I think this show's definitely going to be canceled. There's anti-light skin bias.
Listen, you know why I don't feel old? I'm literally the same age as Roland Martin, and he looks 10 years older than me.
Oh, Roland with the CNN.
That's fucked up. Talking about poor old Roland Martin. That's the debate that Pascal really wants to have.
But there are also sizeism in there because of Roland.
Sizeism? You just made that shit up.
No, definitely. People talk about sizes.
They brought that up at the last diversity meeting at this campus.
Definitely diversity training. They definitely talk about, discrimination against on the basis of age, size, sexual orientation, blah, blah, background, religion. Size is included.
Jason doesn't respect it. That's what that face means. I don't respect that one.
I don't respect that one. Fuck tall people. Punching all tall people in the nuts.
Anti-tall bias.
It's a tall bias. If you're tall and light skinned, 2 fists.
On that note. You disappoint me. We're not old.
It's okay to be old.
What was that song? Oh God, that was an R. Kelly song about age only being.
Oh, age ain't nothing but a number.
An R. Kelly song. Oh shit! I don't know how his construct about age being a social.
Oh yeah. See, R. Kelly, you ain't girl. You're not young.
Yeah, that was the line back in the day to the either older or younger woman. Age is a matter of mind, and if you don't matter, I don't mind.
Oh my God.
Gross.
Oh, that's what this shirt brings that out.
What's wrong with you? Why do I have you snapping in my shirt, man? It's
her shirt. It's code brown.
No, you're making fun of the man's clothes.
Shirt is cool, man. What's wrong with you, man? It's a plaid shirt.
They make fun of me all the time.
Well, just because Jason want to show his taco meat every other episode.
He does. He does very much.
Taco meat is black men's chest hair.
Black men's chest hair looks like taco
Oh, I
meat.
was not familiar with that.
It just hit her, and she had a visual.
You've never heard taco meat before?
No.
She had a visual.
Taco meat.
So not. Yeah.
She said, "Yikes!"
Every black R&B singer in the '80s just
Right, Ray Parker Jr. The list goes on.
Taco Bell.
Ray Parker Jr. Wow, that's like out of nowhere.
You people don't remember Ray Parker Jr.
I remember. If you remember Ray Parker Jr.'s anything other than Ghostbusters, you are a deep cuts Negro.
He got a couple of hits back in the
He
70s.
wrote the songs.
I know he wrote some songs, but nobody knew that.
The old "I'm in Love with the Other Woman." That was one of his.
I'm in love with the other woman.
So you know what this sounds like? Look, for the Champagne Room, we're gonna open the phone lines and we're gonna do some Black Yacht Rock. The link is already up. Black Yacht Rock, Pascal. It's what's for dinner.
Black Yacht Rock.
That song
That
made
is
me
Black Yacht
$27.
Rock, no question.
That song
Please
made me
don't concede the
$27.
existence of that Z-Day to him.
$27, Pascal. $27 from
For
Black
what?
Yacht Rock. From the spins on Black Yacht Rock.
God, there's no such thing.
It's a popular song that the young people like.
Which is?
Black Yacht Rock. I wrote a song.
He wrote a song.
Oh, I thought it was like a playlist because
There
definitely
is a playlist called Black Yacht Rock, and I will be playing from it in the Champagne Room.
Ray Parker Jr. would have to be on that.
If Ray
You know
Parker
what? He
Jr.
wrote a
is on
song.
it,
He said,
if
he
Ray
wrote a-
Parker Jr. is on it, then we have to crown you the queen of blackness.
You know what one of the songs on his Black Yacht Rock album is?
I don't have that album, so I'd love
Well,
to.
let me tell you the title of the song. The Negroes on the Vineyard are wearing Air Force Ones. It's a song.
Were you trying to like channel Gil Scott Heron there? Like
The Negroes on the Vineyard are wearing Air Force Ones.
The songs are in order. It's a 3-song EP, but it's
Uh-huh.
30 minutes long, so some of the songs are really long.
Mhm.
It's Black Yacht Rock, the title track. It's These Negroes on the Vineyards are wearing Air Force Ones,
Mhm.
and the conclusion song is Bill Cosby's Black Excellence. It's an ode.
I've officially been rendered speechless.
It's an ode to Black bourgeoisie excellence
Mm-hmm.
in all of its ironic glory.
Well, I'd certainly love to hear it. Is it available on iTunes?
It is available on iTunes and Spotify, wherever you listen to music. If you just type in Bitter Lake, that's the name of the project that I play all the instruments in, and it's all instrumentals.
Okay.
So while you're on your yacht, you got boat shoes on. You know, you're out there in Nantucket. You put it on, and you can Black Yacht Rock it up with the rest of the.
Jason is trying to surmise whether or not you party with the black.
Black bourgeoisie.
You don't do the vineyard thing, you know? Good for you. Resist the energy. Resist. And you're in Massachusetts, too. Wow.
Oh, I know there's a lot of them, definitely. People who love it. I mean, that week in August, everybody goes. The week that Skip Gates gives that conversation on race at the Whaling.
Yes, I love it. You know, the irony is going to Martha's Vineyard to have a conversation on reparations. It's like it's the ultimate irony of these PMC Negroes. It's like, we're gonna have a chat on reparations.
Well, they had a reading group on that book, Isabel Wilkerson's.
Yes.
Oh, they love that.
I think she did a signing at the bookstore.
That might be a bonus track.
Make that up.
We got let's spill all the tea in the Champagne Room.
Well, look, we're gonna be there. The link is already up. We are. Wait a minute. Don't say it yet. Are
out.
always nervous. I'm always prepared for the worst. So I think I was very honest about that thing I said the other day, that I get nervous every time I do this. You didn't believe
How's
me.
your tummy?
It is in better
Tummy
shape.
feeling all right?
It's feeling
All right.
okay. It's feeling okay.
Good.
Are you ready for this this spicy episode today?
Yeah.
Is that a yes? Because you got quiet on me.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was playing in the other window. I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness.
2 Jasons.
Just 2 Jason squared. That's a nightmare. Oh, just hush. Greetings, I'm your host, Jason Miles, and welcome to another episode of This is Revolution Podcast. So glad to have you guys here with us tonight for what should be a very spicy conversation with our returning guest, Adolph Reed Jr. Before we start, if you're new to the channel, please hit like, subscribe, and don't forget to ring that notification bell so you're alerted whenever we go live. That simple passive gesture goes a long way in the support of independent left media. Also, after the show, if you're a patron, we'll be going to the phones to take calls and hear what y'all have to say about what we discussed on the show today. For those of you that are subscribers and patrons, thank you for your continued support. That is the fuel in the engine in the TIR machine. If you'd like to wear your support, then let the people know with TIR merch. And who else can describe the merchandise that we have here at TIR better than the faceless voice of reason, show producer extraordinaire, M. Tucson.
Hello, everyone. For our merch, we've got snapbacks, snapping back. We've got, let's see. Okay, we've got mugs. We've got a t-shirt with Pascal's smiling face on it. We have a mouse pad with Pascal's smiling face on it, and another mug. Again, with Pascal's smiling face on it. You're welcome.
We decided to double down on Pascal. We heard the people. The people said they wanted more Pascal. And we said, we're going to give you Pascal, but we're going to give you a smiling Pascal, a more docile Uncle Benish Pascal.
Uncle Benish.
And that's what you get.
That's an adjective.
Just kidding. It's more like Benson. No one watching the show knows who Robert Guillaume or what Benson is.
I love Benson.
He is my homie, my dog. He is my co-host. He is the man of the Mau Mau Hour. He is the Pascal Robert.
Peace and greetings to the chat. Peace and greetings to the audience. Peace and greetings, Jason Miles. Peace and greetings, M. Tucson.
Hello.
Pascal, did you watch Benson as a young person?
Absolutely. You know what's interesting thing about Benson? My father said about Robert Guillaume
that he was Haitian.
No, he didn't say that.
Okay.
My father said that Robert Guillaume is the only actor he believed was qualified to play the role of Toussaint Louverture because he actually looked like him.
Oh,
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
oh. Robert Guillaume is kind of I would, you know, if we could Adolf in the champagne real quick, I just want to know what he thought about Guillaume because he had some acting chops, and
He did.
in Derek Bell, I think one of the Hudlin brothers for HBO did a series called Cosmic Slop, which was kind of supposed to be a black Twilight Zone, and they opened that show. We've played it on this show several times. The Derek Bell Race Traders. He actually made a short, if you will, based off the Race Traders story, and Robert Guillaume played the black character, and just really brought that episode to life. So
vividly remember it.
I find it a good episode as a conversation starter. It's one of those shows.
Well, there's a lot of conversation you can have about Derek Bell.
We're just talking Race Traders. We're not talking that dreaded CRT. Also, before we start, I want to say thank you to all that came out to hang with some divorcees for our inaugural Commie Valentines. Ben and I plan on doing more of these impromptu events. We had a good time at the Rainbow in LA. I saw some people asking what kind of place it was. It is a bar and grill on the Sunset Strip in Los Angeles, California. I guess they thought we were at a gay club, and it is not. It's just a bar. I saw that. But yeah. So we'll be doing more stuff. We don't know exactly where we'll be, but we will give more notice. We were talking about doing something for St. Patrick's Day. I definitely want to do something where there weren't a lot of white people, so we'd probably be celebrating it in San Isidro. There's no white people there.
Okay.
So I have to do that. Now, before we bring in our guest, in this current political moment where there are no real strong left organizations or movements, nostalgia for the new left of the 60s and Black Power fetishism are at the forefront of the minds of this aspiring left of the 21st century. But did the Panthers really have the numbers and the potential to liberate us? Is simply blaming everything on state intervention an easy out to a complicated question? Were there limitations with the civil rights movement that prevented it from doing more? From his recent article on Bayard Rustin and Nonsite, Rustin saw politics through a concrete strategic lens, which provided a perspective that has become increasingly remote from both academic and activist experience. Indeed, as demonstrated in the essay selected here, he explicitly rejected the moralistic discourse that he saw undergirding much of Black Power and New Left politics, as well as the tendency to reduce the sources of inequality to psychological factors like prejudice, discrimination, or generic racism. He was committed to a vision of a just society that hinged on a pursuit of broad economic equality, and he was convinced, as most popular front-era Black radicals were, that advancing towards economic equality in general was essential for Black Americans, both because Black Americans were predominantly in the working class and because continued improvement for Blacks required being part of a broad political coalition centered on improving the lives and economic security of all working people. He also understood that realizing such an egalitarian agenda under American capitalism would require the efforts of a different sort of movement, a popularly based institutional politics, and that generating that movement would require a strategic and programmatic shift from the watershed moment of 1965. In one of his most controversial essays, From Protest to Politics, The Future of the Civil Rights Movement, Rustin argued that the legislative victories of 1964 and, in anticipation, 65 effectively fulfilled the goals of the civil rights movement, and that the movement, which he suggested probably warranted a new name, needed to reorient towards pursuit of an agenda centered on broad economic redistribution. He reiterates that argument in 1967, in his 1967 address, Firebombs or Freedom Budget, reproduced here, in which he stumps for the freedom budget for all Americans that A. Philip Randolph Institute had released the year before. In the 1967 address, he asserts, "I think before I talk about the freedom budget, it is necessary for us to make some analysis of where we are now, because everybody is writing great and long articles about prejudice and discrimination in the United States as if we were back in 55 or 56 or 57 or 50 or 60 or 62 or 3 or 4. The fact is, my friends, we are in a totally different period in the problem of civil rights that we have ever been in our history. And practically none of the experience of the past is particularly significant. Now, I want you to know in the present period, we are dealing with practically no fundamental question in the minds of Negroes, which are Negro problems. For what Negroes are interested in is decent housing, decent jobs, decent education, and the right of participation in decision-making. Please welcome our guest, friend of show, the Adolph Reed.
Clap, clap, clap.
Hey, thanks for having me. It's good to see you guys, as always. I want to start out though by saying about Robert Guillaume. A little known fact is that his longtime partner, Faye Hauser, who also appeared, I think, in Roots 2 and in the remake of Lilies of the Field as a made-for-TV movie, was actually my college classmate at Chapel Hill. Yeah, and my former roommate's girlfriend. So small world. But I'll also say though that quote that you just read from the Firebombs or Freedom Budget essay is like, it's almost like the subsequent half century plus of Black political life, or what we understand as Black politics, has been largely about trying to deny the reality of every point that Rustin made in that piece. And it's interesting in that regard too, that for so much of contemporary Black political discourse and even, cultural production, it's like history stopped before 1965, right? I mean, that right? I mean, like everything that was supposed to refer to make sense of our current circumstances drives us back to slavery or to Jim Crow or some earlier, just and it's almost like the thrust of what we think of as Black political or Black politics at this is all about obscuring the significance of the sequelae of the Voting Rights Act and institutionalization and incorporation of Black people into as both as individuals and as strata. I mean, in the country.
I had read your piece probably around the time it came out on the suggestion of Pascal Robert, and then revisited it again a few weeks back when I was writing a piece for Sublation called "Is the Contemporary Left a Lifestyle Brand?" And I between
I'd like to,
go ahead.
I've seen that piece. Send it to me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely send it to you. But I definitely got a lot of inspiration from what you were writing in this non-site piece, as well as Paul Prescott had sent me some of Adolph's, some of Rustin's writing as well, which and I think I even might have quoted some of it in that piece. I can't remember. Or maybe it got edited out. But I know Pascal is ready to drop some questions. He is prepared.
Okay. Sounds good.
Adolph, I really appreciated your piece. It was very, very. You threw some haymakers in that one. You threw some haymakers in that piece. It took me back to vintage Adolph Reed of the 1990s class notes, because you spared no victims to your pen in terms of getting out your point. The question I want to ask you is that I don't know if you're aware of this. Michelle and Barack Obama are sponsoring a film adaptation on the life of Bayard Rustin for
Yeah.
Netflix.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
And as you probably know, based on both of our positions on the Obamas, anything that they do for any kind of reason would immediately bring suspicion, particularly.
Right.
Now, we're going to
Yeah, and have you heard anything about the thrust of the film or what it focuses on about Rustin?
I haven't heard anything about the film. I haven't even seen a trailer. I don't even think there's a trailer released yet. I think they have named who the actor is playing Rustin.
Mm-hmm.
But I was very circumspect with the fact that the Obamas were choosing Rustin as their centerpiece to do a film on for Netflix.
Right.
But in retrospect, and we do know about the tragic ending of Bayard Rustin's politics.
Right.
I'd like for you to explain what at this particular contemporary moment caused you to reflect on Rustin as the avatar of this piece in the moment that we are right now.
Well, it's kind of prosaic, man. I mean, Non-Site had already decided to do a special session where we published several of Rustin's less well-known essays that are pretty powerful. And Preston Smith's fine piece on Black political incorporation prior to 1965 was also going to be a part of that issue, along with Todd Cronin's a symposium around Todd Cronin's new book, Red Aesthetics. And I just, what happened actually was I wrote an email to Ray and also Todd on some of my just reflection on my personal engagement with the BPP in the early 70s. And they both thought it would be good for me to expand that and to write it up. And it turned out that it worked for a Non-Site. I mean, Rustin has been an interesting figure because but that mid 1960s moment, was an interesting moment. And look, like everybody else, as a young radical, I was not a fan of Bayard Rustin in 1965. I mean, I think I've mentioned on your podcast before that I came into the movement via Black Power, right, as a 19-year-old. So I was primed to reject Rustin as an Uncle Tom, whatever else. But that's why it's important to keep paying attention as history keeps evolving, right? And in a lot of ways, so I mean, I'll grant that Rustin may well have been too optimistic about the potential for developing a social democratic coalition that he wanted at the time. I don't know whether he was or not, because the point is that the Black Power stuff cut into that effort from one end, and the war cut into it from another end, right? Or the war and backlash, I guess you could say. But I think it's useful for us to reflect on the assessments that people like Rustin made of the movement at that point, because of the first quote that Jason read from my essay. That the Rustin was a guy whose politics was always rooted in concrete strategy and was goal oriented, and his perspective. I mean, I don't believe in prescience, but the perspective that he had on many of the tendencies in the early and mid 60s, even the late 60s, because of the way that it was grounded in concrete practice and strategic objectives, helped him understand the limits of what a lot of people are jumping up and down and getting happy about it. And I think, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, is it immature for us to try to throw Rustin out Is it because of his informant at the end of his life where he gets a little more right wing and definitely becomes an informant? Is it wrong for us to throw the man out entirely?
Well, it's absolutely wrong to throw the man out, because in the first place, you shouldn't be looking for the damn man anyway, right? I mean, it's but the sense in which we're all political actors trying to make the world that we're in, right? And one of the problems that we have is the tendency to want to find somebody to revere, right? Like if we were, just listen to Rustin, or just listen to Martin Delaney, or if we just listen to Pygmy Markham, right? Whatever. I mean, but so I think it's wrong and romantic. As for being immature, I would say that, except I know a lot of lefties from my cohort, even some older than I am, whose views about Rustin and Rustin's arguments froze in 1964, and so it's so unless it's a kind of immaturity that reflects going into second childhood, right, to something more problematic going on than just being immature. But I think it's politically counterproductive and dilettantish, basically, right? I mean,
Is Rustin speaking to a bit of immaturity in his essays in this? I think it's 1970, where he talks about, hey, you guys love the Black Panthers. There's only a couple thousand of them.
Right. Oh man, yeah. I mean, that essay in particular, like I'd never seen that one before. And actually, you know what? That's the essay that prompted me to write the email, because Touré will tell you that for as long as he can remember, he's heard me saying that by 1970, probably half the Black Panthers were cops, right, or thugs, or cops and thugs. And then to see Rustin saying the same thing in the same year.
Yeah.
And I wasn't a Rustin fan at that point either, right? But I was somebody who had to deal with Panthers on the ground, or Panthers, right, on in my own work, and I've had that problem with them. I mean, and it was so Cedric Johnson, I'll give him a plug, because it's a great essay. A dude, I think in Wisconsin or somewhere, maybe in Canada, wrote a critique of Cedric's "The Panthers Can't Save Us" essay, a guy named Vernon, that came out in Capitalist. And Cedric just showed me the galleys of his response, which are great. He makes all the points that everyone needs to make at this particular juncture that we're at now. And I suggest all of your readers find that piece when it comes out. But I mention that because I've said to Cedric before too. Yeah, my nose is itching, man, and I haven't been doing cocaine, so you know. No, but I realize it must look like.
Yeah, a little bit, a little cokish.
Yeah.
Zizekian.
But anyway, what I've mentioned to Cedric before, that I've always appreciated the nuance that he can bring to discussing the Panthers, and I agree with every bit of it. And I think it's partly because of my own history with them, but probably more so, the half century in between of hearing so many different versions of if police hadn't killed the Black Panthers, then we'd be free now. That at heart they have that I tend to focus more on correcting the overstatement than of giving them props. But the fact is, I mean, the Panthers. The Panthers obviously had some serious social presence in Oakland, and they had some in Chicago and a few other cities around, even Philadelphia, and even. But they were never the kind of force anywhere. Pardon me, that Panther idolatry, that hot sauce is forward. That Panther idolatry wants to make them, or make them to it then. And frankly, especially when it comes from white people. The Panther fetishism it really makes me think of the Ralph Bakshi animated film Fritz the Cat, which is about he's a cat, but he's basically a middle class boy who gets alienated from his surroundings and wants to go find himself among the black people, basically. And I think there's a lot of, and then there's the fashion show aspect of it, which was a problem even then, man. I mean, by the early 1970s, you could tell, right, that people were appropriating a lot of this stuff as fashion. The big hat, the leather jacket, the beret, all kind of stood in for politics. And it's happening again. You need only look back to whatever year that was when Beyonce's dumbass did that clip show in the Super Bowl.
Now, Adolf, as you know about me, I spent quite a number of years writing for Black Agenda Report, and both of my mentors, Glenn Ford and Bruce Dixon, were active members of the Black Panther Party.
And a lot of them came through the BPP, just like they came through a lot of sectarian organizations too. I mean, that's another important point. And I think I make this point, like in the essay. I mean, nobody comes from nothing, right? Like everybody's had formative political experiences, and the Panthers opened a lot of younger and maybe not so younger people up to some version of anti-capitalist politics, often considered Marxist, right? And a lot of people, or a good number of people, took that experience and went on and did other things with it. But one of the problems, and this wasn't just with the Panthers, but one of the problems with the radical movements of the 60s is that the dialectic that developed between the movement organizations and the mass media was such that people who were old enough to be identified as stars of the movement just stopped developing politically and intellectually, right? It's almost like, yeah, I mean, you know how performers or actors or musicians or whatever can freeze themselves in the persona of their peak popularity, right? A simple way to put it is Norman Desmond in Sunset Boulevard, or Jackie Mason, or I can think of some other black ones, Nipsey Russell. And you inhabit that persona. But from the standpoint of a political person, once you do that, there's no more learning going on. There's no more, I could have mentioned Angela Davis, but there's no more growing with experience. And most of all, there's no more capacity to reflect on one's own history, right? I mean, not one's own biography, because who cares about that? But the history of one's own involvements, and to reassess them critically, right? That stuff's gone. So what happens is you become this persona that you live in and have to protect. And in some ways, the worst people to approach for critical reflection on the social movements of the 60s, though it's not just true about that, but that's what we're talking about. The worst people to approach are the people whom you would think to approach because you knew about them in the newspapers, right? Because they often have the most nostalgia to protect, right? The sense of their own having come of age. I mean, it's really crazy, man. I mean, so many people went into politics in the 60s looking for self-fulfillment, right? And I mean, as I've often said, one of my two mottos is it's better to be lucky than good. And I was just younger enough, right, that I was close enough to see what was happening with Carmichael and Mark, Angela, and the rest of them, Seal and Newton or whatever. and the older people I worked with in North Carolina who became sort of icons, Howard Fuller, for instance. But so young that I was never anything but a foot soldier, and never thought about being anything but a foot soldier. Never had any aspirations to be anything other than a foot soldier. But so I was able to avoid the temptation. Not that anybody would have wanted to make me that anyway, but they had. Right, I had the resources to avoid the temptation. But I was close enough to watch it happen. Right, and it's just weird, man. I mean, it's not what you would think. Right, like you come into left politics from a standpoint and a sensibility that's more associated with the politics of the Third International, right, than with some shit called the youth movement. It's just a different orientation.
Do you think that has something to be said about the boomer generation that kind of keeps these narratives afloat?
Oh my God.
You know,
yeah.
We've talked about it before, that they kind of controlled the nostalgia market throughout the 80s and 90s and even into the early 2000s. You know, movies like Forrest Gump, all the way till we have now the movie Judas and the Black Messiah, which still keeps playing on that great man of history myth, which kind of makes people look at the Panthers in this maybe unfair light. Same thing you can say about the Weatherman, probably.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that's right, man. And I mean, and as like left politics has become increasingly disconnected from winning things, right? It's become increasingly performative, right? And like, I mean, I could see this a long time ago. I could see this decades ago. I mean, anybody who watched it could see it. That young people were forming their understandings of social movements of the 60s from old newsreels and freeze frames of demonstrations of the Panthers standing out with on the courthouse steps in Sacramento, and the images, and you see it now. But you see it with the BLM people, man, but even music videos or rap. I mean, well, hip hop videos. The appropriation, well, no, miming the still photos or the newsreel footage of what radicals looked like and how they spoke and the pronunciamentos that they made, all like on a Hollywood set, right? And there's a Potemkin quality to the whole thing. It's frustrating. But there's no question that the boomers have conspired to keep this going, and showing up in a lot of perverse ways, right? So, like in 2008, right? I mean, remember how many times we all heard versions of, I never heard anything about Barack Obama, but my 16-year-old, 15-year-old, 18-year-old, 20-year-old came home really excited, and I just kind of fell in their excitement, because we all know that the young people should be who we take our cues from, because they don't have any of the real world experience that would corrupt them. And my good friend Alex Willingham said around 1990, when in one of the earlier eruptions of Pay Attention to the Young People, like he observed one day, so does this mean we're supposed to take our political cues from a group of people who like Michael Jackson, right? Because that's what that shit came down to. But you know, I mean, as the old, well, I'll say one more thing about the boomers. I mean, when Cedric did the symposium in New Politics around his the Panthers can't save us essay, or won't save us essay. Kim Moody, who's a very, very smart and solid long-term trade union-based smart Marxist activist, just wrote a response. It just kind of gave vent to all of his nostalgia about having been a young man with Panthers and with one summer and how formative that was. And people like Louis Project, right, were always attacking the likes of us for.
Oh my God.
That's one problem we're having. But was always attacking the likes of us for saying anything nice about Rustin, and I believe that Kim did the same thing. I mean, and it's just a wrong way to approach history. It's the wrong way to approach the past. It's an ahistorical way to approach the past. And again, it's especially striking when it's expressed by people who are supposed to be Marxists. And I thought the one thing we're supposed to do was kind of tough-minded and analytical and materialist in our approaches to make sense of the past. But yeah, I mean, the book had a lot to do with it. I'm sorry, Pascal.
One of the greatest quotes that Cedric Johnson exposed me to on this paradigm of particularly white leftists and their fetish obsession with Black radicalism is the quote that Harold Cruz puts in The Crisis of the Negro Intellectual, I think, where he says that they think that Black people are all storming the barricades, ready for revolution.
Right. Right. Well, so I'll give myself a plug, right? I'm just starting a column in The Nation. And the first one should be coming out soon. And the epigraph to it is like a companion to the Cruz quote, but from Ralph Ellison, right? From The World and the Joke. And the sentence is something like, hey, watch out, Jack, there's people under there, right? I mean, but yeah, it's the same thing. And Ellison goes on to talk about how for some people, just beginning a sentence with the Negro is, does, thinks, feels, whatever, is like a license to give vent to your wildest Freudian fantasies. And so that's the kind of stuff that, back in the day, back in our time, back before my time, it's kind of, what people used to call racism.
Absolutely. No, I mean, one of the things, for people who don't pay enough attention to my position on that period, even though having written for Barr, Black Agenda Report, and being, mentored by Bruce and Glenn, having parents who basically were young adults in the 60s who were shaped by the international anti-colonial movements, having two uncles who studied in the Soviet Union, who was reared by people like yourself that came out of that era. One of the things that I always remember talking to Bruce Dixon about was that, none of y'all were really dealing with like people in the factory, like working class people. Like, it all seems like it was all, basically I made a joke about with him one time. I said, it strikes me as like everyone read Franz Fanon's Wretched of the Earth and like all had like a mental orgasm and just like blew everyone's mind or something. And it's just like collapsed everyone's analysis into like everything from internal colonial theory to metaphors about third world countries. And we still see that today. And I've always made the statement, even though many people who watch the show for some reason think I'm a revolutionary nationalist, maybe it's because is that my favorite history of Black left politics is actually the old Black left of the pre-Popular Front and Popular Front and the Colored Farmers Alliance.
Right. Yeah.
They were about dealing with working class people.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree, man. And I tell you, another plug. Todd Cronin did a really great essay on Fanon and the appropriations of Fanon. Now, of course, I forget where. I think it might be in the Los Angeles Review of Books. I might be wrong about that, but people can find it. And what I suggest they read it. But one of the things I've thought about the Fanon thing for a long time too is that people didn't read The Wretched of the Earth. They read the chapter on spontaneity and force and violence, and or they only read Sartre's Intro, but they didn't read The Pitfalls of National Consciousness and the class and Fanon's critique of the class character of decolonization. And it's especially bizarre now because look how that third world stuff turned out, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, like, so somebody like me, who I came through the African Liberation Support Committee and, you know, part of the Marxist takeover and all that, just seeing what's happened in Angola and Mozambique and Portuguese Guinea, it, you know, would be heartbreaking, like if you couldn't let yourself be kind of tough-minded about understanding what's going on. And also, in one of those instances that shows that the apple doesn't always fall close to the tree, Patricia Harris's, Kamala Harris's father did the most powerful critique of the Black colony thesis that should have put an end to that, right, by 1972 or 3 or whenever the piece came out. But see, at that point too, man, when I was already working in like, the hybrid community development, poor people's organizing world. And so I spent a lot of time in the community development corporation world. And you could see where that stuff was going, right? I mean, what you could see, yeah, well, okay, so you open a 3,000 square foot Black supermarket and expect racial patriotism to get Black people to go there instead of Kroger's, right? But the only way that stuff could ever work would be if you had separated nationally and could try to do import substitution. But, you know, it was always nothing other than Black bourgeois business ideology.
No, I mean, it's listen, there are people today who are younger than me who are, you know, born in the 70s defending internal colonial theory. I mean, I'll be very honest with you. I've always thought it was bullshit because I was like, number one, none of you people come from a third world country that has ever been a colony. So for you to be perpetuating this, I was like, what is Kamala Harris and Cornel West and other, you know, left academics who are getting Ford Foundation grants? Where do they live in the colony? I mean, because, and first of all, what exactly analytically, and how does making that metaphor analytically help?
Yeah, no, it doesn't do anything for us at all, man. It's crazy. And I mean, I don't want to get myself in trouble, so I guess I'll put it this way. But when I hear that stuff now, like my first reaction is inward, please. I mean, because it's just foolish. And people say, but see, this is another thing that happens when politics gets disconnected from strategic goals or popular strategic goals, because the people doing this stuff have strategic goals, but they're careerists, right? But once that happens, like you can just say stuff because it feels good, it makes you feel good about yourself, right? And if you're really adroit, it can help you get on MSNBC.
Or you can get, you know, $250,000 grant from some kind of white liberal foundation.
Oh man,
what's wrong with that, Pascal? You would take the money. You would take the grant money, Pascal.
What'd you say?
I said you would take the grant money.
I'd probably take it, but I would at least I would be transparent about it.
Would you try to be Robin Hood with it?
Nah, man, I would.
No, just rims.
Grill, some grills too.
This is a statement I made on this show, and I'll be very honest with you. Like, as much as many people could misconstrue my politics as being, quote, revolutionary nationalist, yes, I was groomed by revolutionary nationalists. I have uncles who were literally Marxist-Leninists who studied in the Soviet Union. I have family members who wanted to, you know, my father was literally sponsoring a coup to overthrow Baby Doc. I mean, like, you know, this is, I've been around this kind of politics. The thing that's always been interesting to me is that there's a whole cadre of people who's never been around that politics who mentally are still stuck in 1972 and aren't willing to confront why that politics failed in 1972. Besides the fact of saying, "Well, COINTELPRO got us."
Yeah, that's why I asked that question in the beginning, and I want to kind of focus on that question for 1 second here, Adolf. Is that somewhat dismissive to simply say that this Black Power politics, this kind of radical politics, again, that you don't just, it's not just Black Power, it's also, certain factions, the SDS and the Weathermen. And Rustin talks about this, like these people aren't even addressing the income inequality that they are a part of.
Right.
So when we're stuck in this moment that Pascal's talking about, it feels radical to embrace what is viewed as radical.
Right.
So then what is real radical politics if we're kind of stuck in this almost anti-radical politics?
Right. Well, it's funny. So in 98, Manny Marable, Kathy Cohen, Barbara Ransby, Cornel West, and Bill Fletcher. No, not Cornel. Bill Fletcher and Abdul Al-Kalimat organized this thing they called the Black Radical Congress. And some of my friends and I talked about it, but the first reaction was, well, so what's a black radical, right? Right. What kind of politics does that, what kind of political agenda does that betoken, right? And I went to, so the group of five met among themselves a number of times, and then they decided to have a meeting with 30 people in Chicago, and I attended that. But I said, from the very beginning, that the first time I heard anybody, because we were mainly us, right? Like we're mainly the Black radical version, or Black 70s radical version of the Wild Bunch, the Peckinpah film, right? Where this or this gang of aging desperados gets together to pull off one more train robbery, right? That's who we were. And I said at the time that if the first time anybody refers to us in a first person plural that presumes that we represent some Black community or some substantial force in the Black community, I'm going home, because I had just gotten in from a long flight from Denver and I was tired anyway. But there's that kind of posturing, right? And people become so accustomed to speaking in the name of the Black masses that they don't even realize that's what they're doing. But as water has continued to flow underneath the bridge or Gun Hill or whatever, it becomes clearer and clearer that no matter how much red, black, and green stuff you put on it, no matter how much kente cloth, right, or whatever, no matter how much you go, what you have to understand, brother, is that's Bookerite politics, and that's all it is, and it's the exact opposite, Pascal, of the Colored Farmers Alliance and Black labor organizing, or Black people's labor organizing, and Popular Front politics, right? Because it's a politics of representation, not a politics of action. But see,
they would call those Black people integrationists.
Oh yeah, oh totally. But see, if Clarence Thomas, say, and the right wings, or Herschel Walker, and the right wing Negroes are basically lawn jockeys, whose claim is that they represent some amorphous Black interest out there that's unspoken. If the liberals have the same thing, right? But they go to, like when Joanne Reed said in 2016 that Black people aren't interested in stuff like single payer healthcare and a right to a job. Black people want a reckoning. Well, so it's pretty clear the Black people who she imagines herself speaking for when she speaks for Black people, but there's also another Bookerite aspect of this thing, which is that part of the claim is to project it onto rank and file Black people, to insist to them that that's the frame of reference, or that the PMC political agenda is their political agenda, and there's that racecraft, right, that makes trickle down look like something else when it's Black on Black. But I guess where I was going was to say that if the only political options that we have, if that stuff now is supposed to be the radical stuff, right, the BLM and the rest of the performance, like it's supposed to be what radicalism is, then the ruling class is in control of both sides, as the foundation money makes clear.
Well, someone asked a question that I found it really comical. It said, "So is Adolf saying that Black political interests are important? What is a Black political? Who's Black? Clarence Thomas is Black.
Right.
This is the part of the problem with this whole thinking.
Clarence Thomas is pretty Black.
Because it imputes that Black people are 12 Negroes sitting in a diner, and you can take all of their, you can basically take their opinion and decide, well, that's the Black opinion."
Yep. No, that's right, man. Yeah, that's exactly right. And that, by the way, also is what used to be called a long time ago racism. That belief.
No, because my biggest problem with all of this internal colony, revolutionary nationalism, we are a people, we are ADOS, is that it all reduces, and you call it a Bookerite agenda, it all reduces to what I call consistently the politics of containment. Because all you are doing is pouring Black people into a jar, and the ruling class chooses the Negro to be the broker, whether he's a revolutionary guy with a dashiki, an afro, and a kufi, or whether he's, a member of the National Urban League, or whether he says ADOS reparations, my brother and sister. They choose the broker, and everyone else that is in the container gets the scraps from the fatback and biscuits.
Yep. No, that's right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, and that was the Bookerite agenda too, right? Yeah, so it's the same thing, totally.
So that is to me the greatest lesson of reading what I tell Torre I call the Reed tradition. He was like, "Why do you call it the Reed tradition?" I said, "Because that's what it is, man." I said the greatest lesson of the Reed tradition, and if you and I have talked long enough, you know that you get a lot of contempt, particularly from our revolutionary left comrades. I recently saw a piece in Black Agenda Report that were calling you out by name, saying, "Oh, Adolf Reed denies racism," and I've always confronted these charlatans who have not read your work, who have not really put in the time to understand the dedication you've had to Black politics, and I find it problematic. But the frustration I've had with the Reed tradition, and I've said to you this before, and I'm going to bring it up, is that it's too valuable for Black people to not be exposed.
Oh yeah,
to Black people. And I've said this before, is that, and I'm saying this as someone I have a lot of affection for, who I consider a mentor, is that I think that there's never been a problem with what you're saying or your scholarship. Mm-hmm. It's that it is hard for Black folk who are radical, who love Black people, to take critiques of their politics that are true when they are being spoken to white people who are left or otherwise, who they fundamentally have a history, maybe legitimately of distrusting.
Right. Yeah, I hear you. And I'll say a couple things. One is that I've gotten to a point now where I don't want to talk to anybody's radicals. Right. I mean, no matter what color they are, because they're all booked into the same politics. So, like, I try to spend as much time as I can talking to union workers, and I take every opportunity to do that, and especially to Black trade unionists, right? But yeah, apart from that, I mean, so like this is so when I did the notorious what are the drums saying Booker essay in the Village Voice in 1995, right? Now I had people say to me, and I'm Black people with whose politics were more or less correlated with their costumes, right? But would say to me, well, I'm not objecting to the critique. I'm objecting to the fact that you did it in a white publication like the Village Voice. And my response was, well, so what do you think all these other motherfuckers are writing? Excuse me. Well, you can bleep that out if you have to. Right now, I mean, where are they publishing? What do we know about them, right? We know about them because they are touted in mainstream media, right? And now they're part of mainstream media. So I just think that criticism is fundamentally a dodge. I mean, I'm familiar with it, right? I've been familiar with it for a long time. But if your politics is such that, and there's a difference between publishing stuff in right-wing publications, which I steadfastly resist to do, right? I mean, even though some of them tend to court people they imagine to be iconoclastic leftists, right? But I don't do that. If Black publications would ask me to write something, I'd do that too. I mean, if other Black podcasts would invite me on, so I just did the kickoff keynote or the keynote address at the kickoff brunch for the University of New Mexico's Black History Month program. And I mention that because in 2019, it had to be, or the very beginning of 2020, Touré invited me to do the Black History Month lecture on the Atlanta shell murders at ISU. And that was the first Black History Month invitation I'd gotten since Ken Warren and I went to the University of Michigan around in the late 1990s, I think. So I'm not on that circuit, right? And frankly, if you're politically serious, the critique is the critique where it appears, right? And if people, and I know that there are people who don't like the idea of having the Black person make the critique of Black politics in what they understand to be a white venue, but they operate in those white venues themselves on all the time. I haven't seen the Moms Mabley Foundation giving $6 million to Black Lives Matter or whatever, right? I mean, so I just think it's a dodge. I mean, I take the point, but and I want to affirm, if anybody out there wants to ask me, like I'll be happy to do it. I'd love to do it, right? As you know, there is one Black nationalist podcast in DC that I've been on a few times. Actually, I was on a good one by his brother Howard. It was quite smart. I'm blocking his name right now. But those people don't want to have a debate anyway. So, or a real discussion even. Like I think debate's pretty useless, frankly.
I'm going to ask you this might seem like a controversial question, and not to seem race reductionist, but I want to ask this question: do you believe as a scholar of Black political history and Black political thought, that you have a particular interest, or I don't want to say duty, interest in communicating your analysis of Black political phenomenon to elements, whatever class element of people in the Black community. In other words, is that important to you?
Yeah. I mean, I did 2 workshops and a roundtable in August here, actually, at the Teamsters National Black Caucus Convention, and it went very well. And I've done enough things with the Black leadership or Black advisory group in Atlantic City United here local. I'm going down there again next month to do some other stuff. That's mainly what I want to do. And I've been talking to other people in that union too. I mean, that's because the response is very interesting, right? And I know I've written about this, but in both 2016 and 2020, when I was working in the Sanders campaign, small groups of Black people would approach me and ask me why Bernie wasn't making a special appeal to people in his program. And I would say to him, well, look, let's just go down the program item by item. And you stop me when you get to the one that wouldn't disproportionately benefit Blacks and Hispanics. And from working people, they could see the point. And like everybody said, yeah, well, right, I can see the point. It's from the PMC who didn't want to accept that a broadly redistributive political agenda would benefit Black people. And that's because they're interested only in racial, or many of them, the most vocal ones of them, in racial redistribution, not in economic redistribution. And it's back to that point where their ideal of a just world is one where all the goods and bads are distributed according to population share, and as greater percentage of Black people are rich as a percentage of white people who are rich, and poor as a percentage of white people who are poor. And on that point, like, I'm not sure I've quite pulled this together yet, but this study that recently got the buzz in the New York Times and elsewhere about low birth weight and infant mortality rates, right?